You here, you know. Which click?
The microphone.
Okay, I don't know what you want. Click. I thought I had to click.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Marion is the worst dealer in the planet. Terrible dealer.
I don't care.
Absolute terrible dealer.
Next. Okay,
Keeps
next
hitting 2
time
hours for
I
guys.
enjoy you more.
Many
I
men,
will.
2 hours. Absolute.
Waiting for hen all day and I crash your dreams. Eh? No, but thing is, I just fucking want you to win.
Of course
I
you
just
do,
saw
of
it
course
3
you
outs
do.
and I give you a fucking chance to win it in spades as well. I thought I have to click something here. I didn't get it.
Is that it?
It's working, yeah? Good.
Testing, sound test for Edinburgh. Testing, day 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound test.
Okay,
Keeps
next
hitting 2
time
hours for
I
guys.
enjoy you more.
Many
I
men,
will.
2 hours. Absolute
Waiting
clown.
for hen all day and I crash your dreams. Eh? No, but thing is, I just fucking want you to win.
Of course
I
you
just
do,
saw
of
it
course
3
you
outs
do.
and I give you a fucking chance to win it in spades as well. I thought I have to click something here. I didn't get it.
Is that it?
It's working, eh? Good. I have to be quiet now. I am table 6.
This table 6 today.
This is table 6.
Yeah, I just last 3 hours of this table now I'm back here again.
I know.
You said go after people watching me.
Good morning, Enrico.
Can I empty the bag then or not? I'll wait.
2 players, please.
Oh no, no. You know, David, you must be obviously doing all this good job. You must be itching to play something. Especially when you see something in place like, you know, he's so.
Ah, well, you can obviously.
You get a wee reading.
Aye, I can't see. I can't see the
No, I didn't think you would.
But you can see massive breaks in people, how you bet, and how you play the full chips, and how you do it. That, you're trying to put ranges on people now. That's trying to help mark.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it's sometimes it's miles away, but
Yeah, but it's,
it's like betting patterns. You know this betting thing. There's a guy in table last night.
This is table 6.
you can call me Bob.
Everybody calls me.
Hello. All right. How you doing, David? Well, good luck.
You will come to open.
Open them now.
Yeah.
Is there a gentle way you open these?
I may give you a hand if you want. Do you want help me? No, you can do it. But it's easy way there. No, this bag is different. Yeah. This is a hard. But Table 6.
I think David went to that side, David. I'm not sure.
Six. No, it is table 6.
Val, what's he doing here? What's he doing here? Watch. Yeah? You're always watching, huh? Well done, Val. So give me a scalloping too. Yeah.
Jeff. Jeff.
I know.
Jeff.
Saw that. I looked it up on the website, I saw it. Sit back.
This is table 6.
That's what he said. I thought that is
How did you want? Welcome to day 2. People coming in, unbagging their chips. So quick word with Jeff just before he sits down on the feature table to entertain us for the first couple of levels. Jeff, yesterday, bit of a struggle.
It was very up and down actually. I kept losing with the best hand and then I got it in bad and won, so maybe I found the secret. Tough.
You had a session yesterday on the feature table and it was a case of the second best hand all the time.
I did, yeah, right at the start. I seemed to lose every single hand, but yeah, I think I ended up doubling up and got off with more chips, but yeah, I got up to like 80,000 I think at one stage, but yeah, I think I got 38, so enough to do something with.
And you did a bit of, did you help for the relations between for the English and the Scottish? I like the little post you pulled just
The Anglo-Jocko relations. The first tweet I got was said, you can start by not calling us Jockos. So I said, I'm very, very sorry to any sweaty sock that I offended.
Good turnout though.
Yeah, very good. It's good, because the tour might not come this far if there's overlays. So really pleased, for the locals and for us who like come to Edinburgh.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Thanks, Philly.
Nice one. Jeff Kimber needed a bit of a spin before he's going to entertain us. Sat down. Manchester winner. Mr. Andy Hills, Manchester winner, already won the passport as well. What was day 1 like for you?
Day 1, I spent most of the time hovering around 30k, 28k, so yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to talk too much because I've lost my voice. I've lost my voice.
I can tell it's all that singing at karaoke, so I know exactly what this fella is. Tommy Lee, defending champion. How are you, sir? How are you? What have you done since we crowned you champion last year? What have you done since?
Well, honestly, I've just been studying.
Have you? Right.
Yeah, just a lot of exams, but so I haven't had the chance to play as much as I wanted. But this event's here, and so I'm back here, back to the scene, just hovering just above average. So.
Nice one. Nice one. A good running day too, and you just never know.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows?
Nice one. Keep it going. Defending champs still in, Mr. Tommy Lee. We are ready to rock and roll. The guys are all set. The players are ready on the feature table. The live stream is just about to start. Yanis is just about to shout to the players that the play is underway. 9 levels. Watch it all on the live stream. We'll see you at the feature table in 2 minutes. Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon and welcome to Edinburgh. Hope everybody's well for day 2. We are just about to start day 2. 85 players left. The bags are being ripped open by the dealers from the players that aren't in situ. But we are just about to start our feature table.
Good to hear.
Here's Katie just about to sit down in seat number 1. If you walk in the casino today and you walk straight forward, you will see two bikes in the middle of the casino floor, and they're doing a charity bike ride inside the casino. And I've just done 2 miles. I have just done 2 miles on the bike, and a couple of people stuck in a couple of lady Godivas as we were cycling away. So I've done a little bit before work, 2 miles on the bike, all in the Carers Trust. If you come into the casino, you'll see it as soon as you walk in. And you can jump on the bike or just let everybody else do all the riding themselves. But apart from that, so if you do come into the casino, get your money out for the bikers who are doing it for Carers Trust. I've done my 2 miles just before work. We're now ready for day 2.
100 each, please.
You're doing this? You didn't know I was playing that? That's because I've been locked through that side all week.
Oh, shit.
Still here though, pal. Still here.
That's it.
Is it that true?
So just about to start. Blinds are 501,000. Good afternoon, one and all. Hope everybody's well. If you fancy it, having a bit of a charity bike ride, bring down your gym shorts and jump on. It's for a great cause. Fafa's back in again. Sin to win. Sin Melling is now sat in seat number 1. Seat 7.
All in. All in. Okay, all in and call.
First hand, we have an all in and a call. Seat 2. Okay, gets rid of ace 3. It's ace king.
And you got 1 extra.
So ace king against ace king, first hand. And it was split.
Raise 22.
501,000 running ante of 185 players have started. Dave's just inputted all the names. Chip leader was Mark Frith. Mark Frith was chip leader. Second in chips was Gary Bertram. So good luck to those. A couple of really short stacks as well. There was a 9,000. Kwok Lee was 9,000.
Bet 4,400.
So on our table in seat 1, Katie Swift, Abdul Al Afez in seat 2, Enrico Frattaroli in seat number 3, Dundee's finest, Lewis Paxton in seat number 4, Jeff Kimber, Sin Mellin, Ian Swain, and in seat number 9 is Bob Cummins. They're the 9 players on our table, 85 that started. Some good, oh, excuse me. Good afternoon, one and all. In the chat box, early stages, day 2. Already done as 2 mile bike ride for charity.
Race 2.5. Race 22.
So the computer does write itself. Just inputting the names. On the right hand side, Mr. Dave Blacklaw. Inputting all the names as we speak. It'll write itself. In seat 1, Katie Swift, Abdul Alafez in seat 2, Enrico Frattaroli in seat number 3, Lewis Paxton, Jeff Kimber, Sin Mellin, Ian Swain and Bob Cummins. The big stack on our table when we started today was 37,500. That's not a lot of chips. All the short stacks are going to be colliding, but somebody's going to end up with a lot of chips after the first 2 levels, because to have a chip leader at 37,000 on the table on day 2 with the starting stack at 20,000 is very shallow. When you look at Mark Frith as chip leader on 181. Chip leader on our table was 37. So I spoke to Kelly Heffernan. She said she was on her way to play, wandered around the room, and she managed to. She was stood at the bar. It was good to see her. Unfortunately, he bust out yesterday. Not to return the weekend, unfortunately. So king, there we go. All back to normal now. We can see everything. Enrico in C3. Got a lot of support in the chat box yesterday. Flops a 9. Ian Swain turns a king. Most of the tables are 8-handed with 85 players left. As soon as we get to 81, then obviously we'll get a player coming into seat number 6. When we do get to 81. And it'll be 9 tables of 9. 23 get the money. Getting the money. We have an all-in. Katie Swift with Queen 6 and 13,200. That's how to add 10% to your stack. In the cut-off, good position. Jams in with Queen 6, suited. Jeff Kimber, Ace Queen in the big blind. Jeff aiming for yet another final table. Long way to go today, but he's already had 11. You're the reason you put. Just talking about sharing rooms.
That's not easy though in general for room share, is it?
And room sharing in general. Are you the one that put her off? Maybe it was. Maybe it was. You travel a lot around the country and around the world. Oh, do you want to listen? Then room sharing is the way forward, cutting the cost in half, I'll tell you. Queen 3 for Sin, King 4 for Lewis. The diamonds are covered. Ace 10 6.
2,300.
About 23. And Sin has to get out of the way. We absolutely none of it. So 42,000 chip lead. 42,000, not a big stack. Not a big stack, but it's average stack. Because the average is 45 big blinds. So that is bang average, and everybody else is under average on the table. So Bob Cummins in seat 9, Katie with Queen 10.
Race 2000.
It makes it 2,000. Folding all the way around.
Call, heads up.
Ian Coles with King 10. Flop time. Ace, Jack, Deuce. Is it a hand we can lead out? If we're repping the ace, Katie will do it. Which she does. And a straight fold from Ian. So early stages day 2. Welcome one and all. Hope everybody's well this Saturday afternoon.
Need to like grind my arms and have about 6 inches. Yeah, or like 2 pairs stacked. I like when the tables do it sometimes. But then my feet don't touch. Then I need to be installed.
Thank you.
2,500.
So race to 2,500. On the button, pretty standard race.
Heads up.
Bob Cummins, Coles.
That's 3,000.
6-4-3 is the flop. Not a bad flop when you're holding 5 deuce. $3,000 and a raise to 15. Pairs the 6.
All in.
Bob has got Jack 6. Sin's got a straight. Bob needs the board to pair. Sin needs to fade the pairage if it's not a club, because she has the 2 of clubs for the flush. And it's a queen. So the straight wins. Bob might have chips left here. Bob stands up. They're checking the stacks. We think Bob's still in. 14,200. So 14-2. It was the queen of clubs as well with the flush. So Sin doubles up to 62,000. So takes over the chip lead after taking most of Bob's stack. Pretty healthy raise as well from 3,000 to 15 and a call with top pair. Just one pair. Bish, yeah, it was a queen of clubs. Yeah, I thought it was a queen of spades, Jake. Well, the flush wins. That's straight order flush, they all win.
Race 2,300.
So raised to 2,300. Jeff Kimber, pocket tens. First hand he's been involved in. Katie, Coolerville, nines. Jeff has Katie covered. You're going to need to hit a 9 or 4 diamonds or running straight cards. Well, the iPad's getting locked away in the bag. Ace, King, 6, 2 clubs. We're down to one of the 9s, or we lose. Sponsored player, Katie Swift, and it's a 6. Kings and 10s. Jeff says unlucky. I'll grab me water. And as if by magic, Katie saw you.
Here I am.
Hello. Straight into the comms box.
Been sitting here all quiet.
Played itself, didn't it?
Yeah. My stats actually were wrong there. I don't think if I had 18 big blinds, I'd be shoving.
Yeah, we worked out, we surmised that the first 4 hands that we missed with the computer being slow.
My all-in, I still had 13,000,
Yeah.
and I was in the big blind for 1,000. Jeff's raised to 2.3. I don't feel I can just peel there because I don't, nines aren't going to play that well post-flop. And I'm hoping that if anything, when he snap calls, it's a race. But it was.
Yeah. It's a tough flop as well because if you put him on ace high, you beat anyway.
Exactly that.
If you got ace, if you put him on ace anything.
I mean, I feel the position he's in, he's not opening light there. He's also the fact that who's the guy in seat 9? What's his name?
Bob Cummins.
So
just lost most of his
yeah.
stack.
So that was the situation where Bob's actually got about 6k. Jeff making it 2.3 on the short stacks blind.
Yeah.
He has to be strong there. He's not going to be doing that. Light, because he could potentially have to call off Bob's all-in of 6k.
Yeah.
So therefore, he's going to be exposed if he's raising, light.
Yeah.
So I knew that Jeff was strong, but I've got a made hand and I've got 12 big blinds.
It was just unlucky. You ran into. It could have.
It's the 6th time that tournament that I've lost with 9s, so I should have probably cast them and just said,
They're always on your mind as well, aren't they?
They're
9s again.
They're not my favourite hand at the moment. Yeah. So I'll be in here instead for the day till win the button. It's quite a nice table as well because I know you said earlier about that. No one was big stack.
No.
So I felt like even though I've gone in as probably the short stack of the tournament on data, one
of them, yeah. There were a few.
But
I think about half a dozen that were under like 14 bigs.
I didn't feel the pressure to need to just shove and. With their stacks, they're not necessarily going to be calling off 13,000.
No.
If I had the 180,000 chip stack on my table, I mean, he would call blind. To dip 13 off of his stack isn't going to be, particularly denting. But on the table I was on, there's a couple of really good players there, but even they're pretty short. They're not going to...
Yeah, the big stack at the table when we started was 37, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to say they're short, because actually having 40 bigs is
Yeah,
absolutely
bang
fine.
on average stack, absolutely.
Is playable. I mean, even my stack, I didn't feel the need to be just shoving in.
Yeah.
The only reason I shoved with Queen 6 earlier on was because it had folded round to me, and I felt the 2 players in the blind, I could get them to fold to an all-in. So I couldn't just raise. I knew I'd be called, the raise. And then the Queen 10, I felt I could rep the ace. So there was still play there. There wasn't the need to just... The 2 guys earlier on who, I think it was the first hand, they shoved all in with ace king. And, obviously he shoved over top with his ace king. They didn't have small stacks.
No.
And I kind of think when they start a comp, if this was day 1 and they'd just sat down, would they be shoving their stack?
25,000 in minute.
It's...
Rather than playing it properly and and 2xing and something like that, a lot of people just see it and think, oh my God, it's ace king. We've got to do something.
Yeah. And I get that if you're setting yourself up for perhaps later on to do it with a real, you know, a strong holding, then you're going to get paid off. But you're going to only pick up the blinds and antes, really, which sometimes is enough to get through, but you're not going to get them sort of hands very often. Guy in seat 2 had kings as well, and he only picked the blinds up. But he didn't do the shove, he did... you know, raise, and I was in the big blind with 10-4, so he's not going to get anything out of me. But it's, you know, you need to make them bigger hands pay, and you need to be able to accumulate chips from them. And that was my thinking with the 9s, is that I needed that double up. Didn't say I could play that.
Yeah, you get the double
really.
up there, you're up to 30,000 or just under 30,000, and anything can happen. Just an unlucky situation where Jeff has just pipped you.
I think there's a new player that's come in now as well, in between Sin and Jeff, because there's like there's a stat there
No, that's
now,
his bag.
but
He's not turned up
but
yet.
he's not actually there.
It's a player that's come in.
We don't know
Because
who.
we were down
though.
to 81 players, and here he comes. Here he comes, straight
Let's
in.
deal
That's
the
Macca.
cards to him into the box, so we see what the cards would have been, or do they not do that?
No, they don't do that.
So he can't look back on the stream and go, "Oh my God, if I'd got there a minute earlier, I'd have had aces."
No, they just deal him short,
just
knowing
straight
he's
into
not there.
muck.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be quite interesting.
Yeah, just like, only like, I know on the other tables.
You
they
missed
don't,
the
but I
first
just
couple of
wonder-
hands, yeah.
Can you imagine? I got stuck in traffic on the way here as well, and I got here literally 1 minute before they started, and I thought, oh my God, I'm short stacked. I'm going to probably be in the
It
blind.
was busy
It's
outside for
like-
some reason. Bob's all in with his ace jack.
Really busy. I
For
don't
his
know, it's a
5,000.
shopping centre
I don't
near
know
here
what
or
it is.
something, where it's like Saturday midday shopping or
There's no rugby on.
food site.
9-5
So
jack.
got
Bob
all
needs a
ins.
jack. Bob needs a jack.
Both hit the ace.
Yeah, the queen is in play at all times.
no
Bob
difference.
Cummins has been eliminated by Jeff Kimber, lost most of his chips to Sin Mellin, and Bob departs. Another one bites the dust in the early stages of level 10 of the tournaments, the first level of day 2. Afternoon, one and all.
69 open.
So you can see the stacks now are starting to build as the
Yes.
shorter stacks are
Yeah,
going
it was always
out.
going to happen,
so,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Always going to happen that once two hands collide, there was going to be somebody
Yeah.
well over average stack.
This typically happens on a table when you've got the sort of the medium
Yep.
to short stacks. When you've got a particularly large stack on your table, even when you're the short stack, there is the potential to double from them and actually
Yep.
build yourself up. So, but here you're going to get rid of tap players pretty quick. Should even out a bit now though. So Simmin raises to with ace 5 under the gun. And Macca, who's that? Macca calls.
Macca Hussain. Never cashed at GUKPT, I don't think. His final table, a couple of side events, but I don't think.
So Sin hits the ace on the turn and decides to check, probably pot control here, and obviously a little bit of deception too.
Yeah, she's calling any bet.
Yeah.
Macca did a lot of that
It's-
yesterday, check calling. Did a lot of check calling.
I mean, I don't mind his call there from the big blind, the suited king, you know, it's only a min raise.
Yep.
What's his stack? 38, yeah, so he's got enough to peel.
Oh, apologies to Macca. The final table Walsall last year. Why is it not a GUKPT flag? Like it normally is.
Oh, yeah.
Normally a GUKPT flag winning.
Actually, he's got quite a lot of different
Yeah,
countries,
he
hasn't he?
cashed in Manchester last month in the 300 pounder, final tabled that. But he final tabled the main event in Walsall last year. But the flag was a bit confusing.
Been all over the place, hasn't he?
He has. He has. He had a good couple of years when he came to prominence with us. Played a lot around Europe for a couple of years, then just slowed down, plays more in Scotland. But he does travel around a bit, does Macca. Always good to see him.
Go to the top. Okay, so we've got ace, king, ace, four. And the ace, four folds onto the gun. I think that Ian in C8 is quite solid. I weren't there long, but that certainly came across that he would sort of...
Not played many hands.
He wouldn't even, peel for
Yeah.
a gut shot or, any sort of draw if kind of wasn't interested in, even if you've given him the pot odds to call.
Yeah. Well, he's on the big blind now. It's a...
Ace,
under the,
jack,
under the gun
jack.
just calls with jacks. Not too sure about that.
I mean, he's thinking he's either playing for deception or he's gonna. Oh, he's gone all in. Yeah. That's an interesting one. So he's actually trying to rep even stronger than Jacks, isn't he?
Yeah, the old limp jam.
But the thing is, if he had aces here, he would not be going all in to.
He shows jacks.
I would not be showing
no,
that.
No, I would not be showing either. What are you limping with, jacks?
Yeah, I would not be showing that. They're going to see in half hour anyway, but let them do their homework. Let them, message their mum.
You only say that because you know yours will be watching.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Hi, Sue.
Yeah, hi, Mum.
Glued to the TV. She watched the massive hand yesterday, the Kings, the Queens and the Jacks, and instantly stuck it on Twitter. Good to have you on board.
She could get a job with Grove now, doing the PA.
Yeah, bit of PR work.
Bit of PR
work.
Yeah.
Few early casualties today. David Knight, Michael Walker, Kwok Lee, Chris Craig and Gordon Wood.
I was on Kwok Lee's table yesterday. He was a really nice guy, really nice. He was friendly, and we was having a laugh. And he says he's been playing about 18 months. That's what he told me. And he's from London. He's come up with his friend this weekend.
Nice one.
He was really nice, and he was. He wanted to analyse every hand. He was very, wanted to talk about hands and sort of work things out. But actually, he was pretty spot on most times. He's obviously got that sort of brain for it. Swift exit. No, I'm not proud of it either. I'm not.
A few more that have bitten the dust. Oh, there's something happened in the main room. There's a lot of cheering and shouting. Ah, Kelly. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, Kelly. I've just texted you, actually, babe.
Yeah, me too. No, I am.
Yeah. We will be trying to win the button later. Me and the sax bomb.
Yes, the saxo.
So we've got King, Jack and eights here. So what's that small blind?
So raise to 2.5 under the gun with eights.
Yeah.
Call in the small blind. with the blinds at 500, 1,000, and we're not defending Queen 4. That's just leaking
Does
chips.
his stack say 199,000? Is that my eyes?
It does. That's Mark Frith. That's chip leader.
Ah, okay, that's fair enough then. I didn't see him come in. I didn't see a new
He
player,
just walked
and I've
round.
just thought, are my eyes?
Yeah.
Oh,
Check
that-
board of 10, 6, 6.
Now that's going to change the dynamics on the table completely. That you've now got the chip lead.
Call. $7,500. Just 75 or 71? 75.
So that's how you become chip leader. Runner. Get in there.
Of course. That's the way.
That's where I'm going wrong.
Got it.
And he bets. I don't think he's going to get a call, to be honest. I mean, how can pocket eights call out of a 22k stack? Like, he can't call 7.5. If he had his stack, he might, but I still think that it's a straightforward fold. Yes. It's too many overs. I mean, he's probably not going to put him on straight. He might even think he's just hit the bare queen or something.
Like you say, it's more than 30% of his stack. It's a tough one. Third of his stack to call.
Call.
He does call.
He called.
Enrico does call with eights to see the queen
I'm
giving
very
Mark,
shocked
the chip
that-
leader, the straight. Over
Very-
200,000, the first person in the tournament, over 200,000.
He must have just thought that Mark is using his stack and sort of bullying to win the pot. That can be the only reason for that call. Because you can't, you're only beating a bluff there. You're not beating much. I think that to limit the damage to my stack, I would just choose a different spot where I could be the aggressor. You can see that he, on his face, that he's not happy that he's lost that pot. He's sort of. What day did Mark play? Was he a day?
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yeah. Made it through last night. We had a quick word with him as he was bagging his chips up. You not watch the end interviews?
No, I was in the bar drinking with you.
Oh, you was? That's right.
Drinking Coke, I might just add. You were,
Oh, that was-
you were on the beer, I was driving.
Nice to get a dozen people sat down, just chilling
Yeah,
out
it
and
was
talking
really
about
nice.
their day.
It was really nice. No doubt it'll be the same later.
Mm.
Oh no, actually no. I'll be.
You'll be in
I'll
winning
be
the
in
win the
Win
button comp.
I'll be in the button, winning the button, and then probably in the bar.
Interesting concept, the tournament later. It was introduced from Grosvenor with the Goliath in mind, the win the button. Basically, win a hand in the tournament later, the side event,
Yeah.
and you win the button. So the people to your left are on the blinds. If you win 3 hands on the trot, the people to your left are in the blinds 3 hands on the trot.
It's really interesting actually because your strategy has to be completely different. Because when someone to your right makes a raise,
Yeah.
if you know that they could potentially win the pot and that you're going to be in the blind, you actually need to be in the pot to try and take it away from them. So you're kind of on the next level with it. It's definitely suits an aggressive players.
All right, okay. Interesting concept. It was very well attended in London. Manchester wasn't
My husband
too
won it
busy.
in London.
Did he?
He did.
Oh,
Dean
good old
Swift.
Dino.
He won it in London, and Jeff won the last leg in Manchester.
Yeah,
So got
they like
big
it.
boots to fill to get
The
there
win the
today.
button is on tonight, starting at 6.
It's quite nice actually because
Your trophy cabinet at home must be pretty decent between you
Yeah,
between you
so-
both.
It's getting there. Let's get in there.
Flop time,
Still
3 to
missing a
it.
few decent ones.
Queen 3-4, both clubs, 2 clubs, 3-4 clubs.
Is that the Queen of Clubs? No.
There's the Queen of
Spades.
Spades. Top pair is checked.
Right. Oh, so now he's got a flush draw though.
The 7 of clubs hits the turn.
4,200.
A bit of 4,200 from Macca, and it's a winner.
I want to keep saying Macca Pacca because my 1-year-old nephew's into in the night garden and the cartoon. You probably don't know about it. There's a cartoon called In the Night Garden, and they have a character called Macca Pacca in it.
There's also a poker player called Macca Pacca, and he's from
There
Birmingham.
is,
And he was
yeah.
watching the live stream yesterday,
Yeah.
and he says, "See you in Walsall."
So there you go.
Chris Johnson.
Maybe In the Night Garden
Yeah.
character's name.
He might-
is
that
after
might be
him.
him.
Might be him. My nephew's very into it. He loves.
Is
Macca
Chris Johnson
Pacca.
in the night garden? That's the question.
Do you know, I've got you a present actually. and I've
Oh,
left it at home.
well, yesterday's presents were shortbread,
Oh no, it's not. Do you know what? When
tonics, and a tablet, which is like 100% sugar.
a tablet.
Hmm.
Oh. Was that from Kelly by any chance?
No, that was from Melanie. Mel, who
okay.
spoke to us last night. There's a tablet. Just try a bit of that.
No, I can't.
No,
That'll
you try a
make me
bit,
feel
just try a
ill.
bit of that. You got some water there. You got to try some. Mel
It
fetched
smells
in.
like fudge.
It is. Mrs. Tilly's tablet. Never heard of it.
Oh God.
2.5.
Oh, disgusting. Oh, I don't
quiet
know why it's
taste.
such a big bit.
The big bit, that was a small bit.
No, I don't like
You
that.
want to see
at all.
the bit that Yannis took and went, that's nice.
Really?
The tonics tea cakes have gone. And the shortbread's gone. And
I'm
the
more of a
tablets.
savoury person.
And the tablets. Yeah, me too.
Disgusting.
Me too. I got abused in our NFL chat on Pancake Day. Because Paul put the question, what do you put in your pancakes? So
What? That's disgusting.
there he is, there's Macca-Pack.
Oh, what did you put in your pancakes?
Yeah, because his son loved it when he was younger. Macca-Packa.
There you go. Oh, see, someone knows about Macca Oh. How old's your son now?
When was this programme?
Well, it's still on
Well,
now.
your lad's 9.
My little boy's 9.5, and he watched it. It's still going strong. It's the same episodes, though. I literally remember the same ones that he watched. that I now it's like repeat.
So he's still at an age where we use halves, isn't he?
Yeah.
9.5. When did we stop
Yeah.
using halves? How old are you?
When he
12
goes
and a
into
half.
when he goes into double
8 and a
digits,
half.
I reckon.
I'm 6.5.
But actually, when he was younger, you're using quarters and three quarters. Like he would say,
38.11.
yeah, he would say, I'm 4 1/4, or I'm 4
Yeah.
3/4. You know. So we've dropped that. Now that is disgusting.
Oh, be quiet. Oh, be quiet.
Honestly,
please,
that
Katie.
is horrible.
Be quiet. That is amazing.
No, how much are you having? You're gonna be hyper.
I don't need sugar.
I just had a bit that I thought was a big lump.
I'm all right, buddy. Thank you very
Oh
much.
my
I'm just learning about Macca-Packa.
I don't
And the
really
TV
like
programme
caramel,
it was
that's
in.
Really caramel in fudge.
All is good,
Oh.
sir. All
My
is
little
good.
boy
And look
would
forward
love
to
that.
seeing you in Walsall.
Is it a Scottish thing?
See? 8.
Is it? I'll
Yes.
have to get some to take it home to Dean and Jack then, because Jack would love that. He loves caramel and fudge and, well, kids like anything
Oh
like
my
that. don't
God,
they?
no.
But I haven't seen any haggis yet or anything like that. I haven't seen a kilt. I haven't seen any tartan.
No deep fried Mars bar?
Nothing. The only way I knew I was in Scotland was because when I was driving, it went very green and hilly.
Mm-hmm.
And on the radio, I said last night that it went to poetry. They were doing poetry rather than music, which
Well, there you
is just
go.
what I needed after a 9-hour drive.
Would you like to tell us about the currency?
Oh God. Well, they do. They have their own currency here. So I texted a friend yesterday, not yesterday, whenever it was, Thursday, saying, do I need to
Exchange.
do I need to bring some different currency, or do they accept our notes? And my friend obviously has told everyone. But in my defence, Sin said the same. So I'm glad I'm not the only one that thought it. Sin apparently texted you, didn't she? So
She did.
are we allowed?
Do I need to exchange money, or is English money okay?
I thought it was a reasonable question.
Aye. So, quickly going back to the pancakes, because of the tablet, we had the question in the box, and we have an NFL WhatsApp, there's 10 of us in it, all chatting away, and it was pancake day, and PK said, what's everybody having on the pancakes? And I said, bacon, mushrooms, onions and grated cheese.
That's like having an omelette.
Inside my pancake, and it's a savoury pancake.
That's like
It's a savoury pancake.
It's like an omelette, it's just eggs, but
It's a savoury pancake.
No, that's wrong.
You make your pancake as normal, you put your ingredients, you roll it over, and you eat it. It's brilliant.
No.
You want to start selling them?
No.
Get them. Telling you, get those in your cafe down in Margate, Ramsgate,
Palm Bay.
Palm Bay.
Get there in the end. Near Margate.
Yes.
No, pancakes. I like either the normal lemon and sugar, or I like maple syrup and cream, like that.
Two all in. Sin's got Jack's.
I only have to look at a
Enrico's all
pancake,
in
look
with
at-
5s, and Abdul
3 pocket pears.
is not calling an all in with pocket 3s. Or
You'd
certainly
think
not calling 2 all ins.
You would think not. But I've seen stranger things. Oh, Melanie. Honestly, I love you, babe, but no, that is disgusting.
Say taters.
I'm more of a savoury girl. I mean, I could demolish a bag of crisps, like probably 10 of them.
There we go. Jack's for Sin.
So
Enrico's
3's
all in.
right.
3's get out of the way. We love the shortbread and the turks, though.
Melanie, how did you get on in the bounty last night, babe?
Oh, that's not a bad flop for pocket 5s.
Oh, we'll take that.
6, 7, 8. Pairs of 6, a 5, a 9, or a 4. Ah,
No
paint.
Who had the jack?
Unlucky. Sin.
Oh, Sin. No, that's
Builds a
good.
stack up to 85,000.
Yeah, nice. She's doing really well.
Enrico Frattaroli
I want to say Enrique Iglesias.
has just been eliminated. Enrico bites the dust. Lost one.
6 free open.
So there was a guy on my table yesterday from Sweden who's flown over.
Was
for
there?
it. Yeah. He said he said, oh, I've had a long journey and I've had 2 hours. I said, right.
2
okay.
hours?
2 hours. 2 hours.
From Sweden?
I said, try 10. Yeah, he said, couple of
I'm
hours.
amazed you
Like
didn't
that.
get the train.
I left it all so to the last minute to deciding whether to come here or not.
Yeah.
And I hadn't organised anything, and I just felt like it was easier to just be able to jump in my car as and leave when I wanted.
Yeah.
For me to get to the airport, it's a 2.5 hour journey to the airport anyway.
Oh, right,
from my
fair
house.
enough. Yeah,
then
yeah.
you've got to be there 2 hours before, then
Yeah,
an hour
yeah.
and a half flight. So actually, it was probably easier. Me just
Yes.
a train journey. I'd have had to have four changes. So yeah, I mean, I
You
live.
live out
I
to Mongolia.
Well, you know.
You actually live in England.
Yeah. So it's literally been from one end of the country to the other, and you go right across as well.
You do?
Because I
Yeah.
go past yours, practically past your house. So it's like I'm down here and go
Yeah.
right over. But yeah, I quite like driving because I can just stop as and when I want.
Yeah.
It was easier. I stopped at my friend's house on the way up
that's
and
all right.
saw her.
Yeah.
Had a catch up. You know, I'll
Nice.
probably stop at some cousins' houses on the way back. So do the whole catch up thing. Kill 2 birds with one stone.
Mel had ace king into kings 11th.
Oh, unlucky. That is unlucky.
Decent turnout yesterday for the side event.
How many were they
Well, it was a
paying?
bounty, wasn't it? I'm not sure. There were about 60 runners, wasn't
11. That must be pretty near bubble.
there? Yeah, I think it
Are you playing tonight?
might have paid 8.
You coming to play Win the Button?
The Win the Button starts at 6. Win the Button, 6 p.m, 10,000 chips, 4:30-minute clock, and then a
Queens
25-minute
and
clock.
Ace 4 we've got here. Ace 4 suited.
Raise 10,000.
Sin will definitely be in here to. She's in position. That's interesting that Mark's keeping the pressure on. 3 betting to 10k from the small blind, so he's out of position, but he's just trying to use his stack. All in 40k. I don't think Mark can call this really. I mean, I know he has the chips, but it's such a strong move when he's already the initial raiser and he's out of position. And to do that against the big stack, it really is showing that he's got a strength. Yeah, he's passed. So I think he probably just dips back below the 200k mark, but.
So the next time we have a full table will be 72.
So that's nice. Is it Lewis or Louis?
Lewis.
Lewis. So it's nice. He's picked up a
Oh, they paid 7 last night.
increase by 25% there. His stack. 7 paid. So yeah. Very unlucky. You coming to Win the Button tonight, Mel?
The Win the Button starts at £610 in, 10,000 chips.
One re-entry.
Buying until 8:15.
I'll have that re-entry at 6:10.
No, you won't. Here we go. We're down to 72 by the looks of that.
So Macca's pocket 7s.
Raise 2.5.
Looks like we're down to 72 as you get a full table.
Oh God, that's made me feel really hungry. That what's it called?
The tablet.
The tablet. That I will make tonight, maybe tomorrow. I need to see what babysitting favours I can pull in. Oh. Well, I shall see you tomorrow. Hopefully see you tonight.
Yeah, call in anyway. Why not? So good to have you on board watching the live stream from Edinburgh, day 2. Day 2.
Oh, you've just yanked it.
That's all right.
No, I was going to have it with us. Oh. God, he'll come back and wreck you.
All in.
Breathe in.
Pictures for social. Got to be done.
3 hands here. Ace Jack, pocket 6s for Jeff, and Ace 10 suited for Abdul. So Jeff. Oh, Abdul's all in. Has there been a raise initially? Oh, okay. So Jeff's raised, and then Abdul's just moved all in. I think Jeff folds here. Yeah, he does fold. It's just too much for Jeff to call off of his stack, really, even though he had the better hand. Stack. He would have lost half his stack if he loses it.
It's free. free.
That's fine. You know where I put it. So we're down to 72. Full table of 9.
I always do that. When I go to tag you on something, I always put at tower. I start typing tower, and I'm like, oh no.
I'll have 2.
Actually, we should have got PK in it.
Who's
as
Sue
well,
taking selfies for? I want to know who she's sending them to. That's what I want to know. Our photographer's in situ, putting all the pictures on Facebook and Twitter, but she's sending selfies to somebody, and we want to know who.
I feel like you should
Yeah.
be here, so.
Yeah, she's done her hair. She's had it coloured. She's looking a bit raunchy. You got all the pictures on Facebook. But she's sending selfies to somebody, and it's not me.
Where's your badge? You've got it or not?
What's she got?
3.5.
This one's really sad. I put it on my coat yesterday just to get it off your coat. So I took it off. Put it on top.
So, how many pictures we got up so far, Sudi Ludi? Nah, not one that can multitask. how many pictures we got up to?
I'll just put some more on that.
Excellent. All on Facebook?
Facebook and Instagram.
Facebook and Instagram.
I'm not on Instagram.
Grosvenor
I feel
Poker
like this is,
on Facebook.
It's not new. I know it's not the new thing, but it's.
You should be, because
Yeah.
you're adding his golfing and his football and his
Do you know,
skiing
it's one
and his
thing at a time with
snowboarding
me.
and his... I tell you what, if he's not in the Olympics
I
by the
know.
time he's 20, I'm coming to look for you. He plays every sport going.
Yeah, he does.
He's got a golf coach who's on the European tour.
Yeah. They're going tomorrow to play with Max.
Yeah.
He's having a round. He
He finished 23rd in the Joburg Open, didn't he? Max?
Oh yeah, recently
Yes.
in South Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you know what? He was really poorly out there as well.
Was he?
He was really poorly. He was in hospital.
Max
Yeah.
Orin, we're talking about.
And
Got his green card last year.
week or this week, Max caddied for Jack.
Did he really?
Around the golf course.
I need to come down to see Max.
Yeah, and tomorrow they're playing. It's sons v dads. Max and Jack v Dean and Steve.
Awesome.
Yeah, so they're gonna love that. Gonna love it. They're off to Reading today, my boys.
The old football's on.
Yeah.
Good luck if you're going to spank the bookies. Anybody got any tips to chuck them into the chat box? We always like a bit of a gamble on a Saturday while we're trying to beat the bookies, watching the live stream. Good afternoon, Simon Priddis. Will Simon be down at the Student Championships next week? In the next couple of weeks down at Coventry. We'll be down there the whole week. We'll be down there Tuesday afternoon, setting up the feature table.
Where's this?
In Coventry, at the Rico Grosvenor Casino. The Student Championships. We'll be there. We're there for the whole week. 3-day ones on the main event. And then day 2 and the final day. The whole team will be down at the Rico for the Student Championships. Simon Priddis won the high roller 2 years on the trot.
Wow,
Not bad, that, is it?
Yeah.
Good effort.
When is this?
Student Championships starts I think we're down in, I think it's the 18th.
Of April.
Yes, just after Easter Monday. Easter Monday's the 17th, isn't it? And we start on the main event on the Wednesday. Yes. Nice one, Simon. We'll see you down at the Student Championships on Tuesday, setting up the feature table. And then we'll be there commentating on the whole event. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, day ones. Saturday, day 2, and the final on the Sunday. Get a load of students involved in the commentary as well. Really? 6th year playing the Student Championships. And I think he's casting all 5.
It's 2,500.
Great effort. Won the high roller 2 years running.
What's he studying to be?
That's it. You want to get a course that runs for 15 years the way you cash in that Student Championships. But we'll be down on the 19th or the 18th, setting up the superb feature table. And then the main event for us Wednesday to Sunday. 6th season playing the. Is that how long he's been going in the student championship? 6 years? Must be.
I've never played. I've never.
Have you ever student? Well, you've never student, have you?
Never been a student.
No.
No.
We're all students in life.
Yeah, and I think they're the best kind of ones.
Absolutely.
To be honest. So you're literally only allowed to play if you've got if you're
Within the
at
last
uni or
3
something.
years, you have to be an active student anywhere around the world.
My sister could have played that then
Yeah,
when she was doing her.
yeah. Looking super slim, by the way.
She's doing really well. Really well. She looks fantastic. Yeah. And it's hard as well for her because she's working full time. She's got a 1-year-old. It's
Yeah.
like, honestly, she's amazing. She's absolutely amazing. She's doing all her exercise things in the evening. My sister, doing really well. She's on, I can't remember what it is, whether it's
Drugs.
like is it Slimming World or Weight Watch? One, something like that. But
Nice one.
really doing well. She said something about they say to her apparently it takes 2 weeks for you to notice it when you've been dieting. It takes 2 weeks for you to notice, 8 weeks or 6 weeks for other people to start noticing. And I think she's been doing it 12 weeks now. 10 or 12 weeks. So
My diet's going well.
he was doing really well before they brought the tablet in. Now it's gone to pot.
Yeah, I Weight Watch every day.
Now they're nice, but they're not been in the fridge. Chocolate's got to be in the fridge.
Simon Priddich's Final Table, an event every single year is played. Tell you, get yourself a 10-year course somewhere.
What you mean you've just had a final table at some point in the year?
No, during the student championships. Yeah.
Just about to say I can join that club.
Yeah. I don't know if I can.
Very good, Simon.
It is pretty impressive.
Do a lot of the people that play the student one play the Goliath?
Yes.
Does it?
Yeah, a lot of them play, yeah.
Does it sort of link in? Yeah.
Lines up next hand, 6-12 as Yanis shouts through the door.
So Sin's got Queens on the button. Lovely. So Abdul in seat 2 has flat called with King 4.
As you do. He did that with Jackson, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think if you're going to flat call with King 4, you need to flat call with a plan. When he done it with the Jacks, he clearly had a plan. He was very proud.
He was expecting a raise and then he comes over the top.
When Sin's raised now on the button, you can't necessarily give her credit for having an actual hand. Certainly not as strong as Pocket Queens. So I'm surprised he just limp folded. I think if you do that too many times, you will bleed chips.
If you saw the chip stacks there, Mark has 200,000. Well, there's a lot of shouting and screaming around the room. What's that?
Oh, they're all
Ace
looking.
is cracked by Kings, or is it a royal flush? There's a lot of cheering.
That amount of cheering
that sounds
and
like a royal flush.
yelping has got to be more than just Aces v Kings, isn't it? That's just like it's a cooler, still
Yeah.
standard.
Good afternoon, Sam. Good result for the Red Men in the derby. See, Liverpool 3,
Hi,
Everton
Sam.
1. Yes, good win. Don't know where they are in the league. Are they 4th in the league now? 5th in the league? 5th, 4th? I don't know. Liverpool 3, Everton 1. And then a big day in Liverpool next week. It's the big Grand National thing. Next Saturday.
Who's
where
that?
everybody seems to have a flutter.
C1 GK. GK.
GK and C1.
Nice flop for the Queen Jack. GK. Abdul may stay in here because of having the straight draw and potential backdoor flush.
We bet 2.5.
He's led out.
He raises it up.
I'm not sure I'd be raising there, to be honest.
5.
Especially a min raise, that stinks of strength.
Is it an instant? Well, there's 2 clubs on the board. I've got to raise. That seems to be the case in most places.
Yeah, potentially, or because he's got not the best kicker. He also might, because Abdul's under the gun, he may be thinking he's got an ace and that he'll get the ace to call.
Yeah. Well, we don't see the turn because Abdul gets out of the way. Afternoon Fizz. Liverpool are 3rd in the league now. The big Merseyside derby, the Grand National next Saturday. Get your tips out.
Well, I wondered what you said then.
Well, it is Saturday.
A little early for all of that.
There are a couple that have already touched in the Grand National.
It's pretty sort of standard ABC poker at the moment, isn't it? No one's going crazy with mad bluffs or anything like that. It's pretty steady. Everyone seems to be deeper stacked now as well, with the blinds being an hour long. There's plenty of play. So GK has now got ace queen. I think Mark's the only one that potentially can get a bit out of line because he's got the stack to do it. When he loses a pot, he will rapidly recover the chips in the next hand. Or
His stack is twice as big as anybody else's. 195,000, 92 for Sin. Few stacks are building now. 50
when your
bigs for Lewis.
Sin's done well, she's got that right up from 30, like the first couple of
Horse
rounds.
that you should be
Or
backing
hour.
next week, Sam, because you're a Liverpool fan. And Fizz, his second favourite in the National. It's called Definitely Red. Anybody who's a Liverpool fan should be on Definitely Red next week. It's 12 to 1 at the minute. There's a massive chance in the Grand National. But the one I also fancy is Safia de Rue. Easy for you to say. And that's 25s at the minute. But Definitely Red has a great chance in the Grand National. Over the fences at Aintree, 60,000 people will be there. Including...
Are you going to bet it? I won't. So we've got Ace King v threes here. Ace King opens, threes flat calls. So I think Mark with the stack and the position on it, absolutely fine. And it actually prices in the blinds who both decide to call with sort of raggy cards. One of them suited.
Don't mind with the made hand with pocket threes, but you always set mine with threes, don't you?
They sort of all got something now though. I mean the 9's hit, the 10-4's hit, the ace king's hit, the 3's are still a bet. It's like, and it's just sort of checking round, the ace king will bet. I think the 3's will get out of the way. I think the rest of them will because they'll put him on the king and he'll pick up a pot. Quite a nice pot there where he's...
Good luck Coventry against Oxford at Wembley in the Checkatrade Trophy. That's easy to say, isn't it? Checkatrade.
That reminds me of that
Used to be
advert.
the Johnston Paint Trophy when Rotherham United won it back in 1996. Oh yes, we've got our name on the trophy. Coventry, Oxford, good luck to Coventry, who's going to win that one? Coventry, bottom of League One. Oxford flying high. Looking looking for promotion. And that's a big game for the lower leagues. You always used to watch that, the old Checker Trade, or Johnston Paint Trophy as it was.
So we can't
Back
see
in the
Macca's
day.
hand here.
Why not? What's Macca doing? He's
One
out.
in the box.
He's folded.
Soon's got pocket toes.
Razors. What's happened there? Razor 2.5. Folded all the way around. In order. I like to see a flop with Jack Queen
A
of
lot
diamonds.
of diamonds out. Ace 3 of diamonds has been folded. Another 2 diamonds folded there, so the Queen Jack's got less diamonds essentially hit, but got the 2 overs. So,
And it's come
Yeah.
Jack 8-5.
that's it. Sin's sure to continue.
Yeah, best 3. Is William thinking of a raise?
I think if
No,
flat,
just go.
yeah, it's not really that dangerous a board, really. And Sin's the sort of aggressive player that she'll keep betting. Maybe, I don't know whether he'll know that, but equally, if she hits a 2, it's so well disguised for her.
It is.
So he checks again. That's the only trouble. When you let someone else be the aggressor, you're running the risk that they will hit. He's just flat cold again, is he?
Yes. He checked the flop. There's now a check called the turn as well. Ah, that's not a bad card.
I'd love to see him check again here,
He does.
but she may check behind. Yeah, she's just going to check. If he bets there, he doesn't win anything anyway. At least it gives her the opportunity to potentially bluff, but she's too good for that. She's seen that a mile off.
Yeah, check called twice. The brakes were on.
I think even if he raises at any point, he's not going to get any more, so he's just taking the option of letting her.
Sam's give us a couple of tips for the Masters. That's the Masters next week as well. Busy week. Hello.
I saw that advertised actually on the telly because I know Dean and Jack will have that on.
Oh, they'll have it 4 days.
Permanent.
Absolutely. John Rahm is on fire. 22s. Adam Scott. I fancy Tyrrell Hatton, to be fair. He just needs to get his head sorted because he seems to be a right strop when he misses a putt or he misses a chip.
Was that the Spanish guy from
No.
last week? There was a 21-year-old or 22-year-old Spanish guy. I forget his name now, but he was playing and he honestly he had the worst sulks when he was slamming his
Tyrrell
club
Hatton does
down
exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Adam
I think they
Hadwin was
forget
won
that
twice.
they're being watched. You know, like I've got a little one who's watching and
Yeah.
you know, looking up to, or should be looking up to these people, thinking, "Oh, I want to be like him." But
To be fair, 3 of them 4 I would have backed myself. John Rahm, Tyrrell Hatton and Adam Hadwin. I think Adam Hadwin at 100 to 1 is a massive price. He's had a great start to 2017. Won twice. Canadian.
Dustin Johnson was the one I think that was playing the guy that I'm talking about, the Spanish guy that we had the shot
All right.
on. That,
Dustin's on fire. Played 3-1-3 this
He
year.
won, yeah, he won it, and the guy that was second.
Played 3-1-3 and got 3.4 mil.
Unbelievable.
It's crazy.
That's why I don't mind Jack keep doing it. He had his first birdie on a big long course last weekend. He chipped in for a birdie.
Pretty impressive.
9 years old. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not bad, is it? Yeah. So we've got top, and we've got a straight draw. Gut shot straight, but he's now turned to pair. Sorry, open-ended straight draw. He's got a 6 or a jack. He's putting the pressure on, really putting the pressure on. GK's now got a big decision for his tournament life. I love this play. Because although GK may be thinking that, you know, I've got top and I'm probably ahead, do you really want to call off your stack with just one pair? Just top pair, top kicker. You know that if you fold, you've still got plenty of chips to play.
That's fabulous pressure.
Really good pressure.
With the big stack.
Yeah. That's how the big stacks keep building their chips.
Yeah.
Got a number.
That is.
Yeah, and he's
pressure.
folded. I think he will hate seeing that, and he has to fold. But it's a shame we can't see what the card would have been on the
Yes.
river. I'd love there to be on one of the other telly programs. There was they used to have that, didn't they? A camera like they need to the next table needs to have a rabbit cam patch for what it would have been, just to wind everyone up, put everyone on tilt. And they see it in a half hour. Like, oh, I would have had 100k.
They didn't have to go to the match today, they could have just watched it on telly.
Who?
Your
The
lads.
wedding? Yeah, I know, but they haven't been able to go very often. Jack's match this morning, his own match, was at 11. So they were able to go up there, and he's taken a couple of friends as well. He's taken the twins. So
Nice one.
doing that. Sin's got queens again. Wow, she had some lovely hands. Ian's folding a lot of ace suited rags. He's a very solid player. Oh God, unfortunately William's got kings. So, and GK's got eights. Now the kings will raise here because, well, they should do, because obviously Sin's raised, you've got a flat caller, and then you've got the kings in the cut-off. You're not going to want to go three-way to a flop.
This could be a huge
So
hand.
yeah, so
in the
8.5.
tournament.
I like that bet. How much has he got behind? He's got 43 behind. I think Sin could potentially come over the top here.
This could be a huge
Yeah.
hand.
30,000.
Yeah, she's making the move to say I'm not going to be folding this. So Eva, let's get it in now.
Yeah.
I don't know what William's thinking about. He's not going to be folding, is he? All in, instant call. And a bit of a cooler, really.
Yeah, bit of a cooler for Sin. She's not going to be knocked out. She'll end up with about 25,000 if she loses. It looks that way.
Or she might hit a queen.
She might hit a queen. The lady might hit a lady.
Wow,
and hit
running really hot.
The monster.
That's what you need.
Well,
Oh, it's
more
still,
outs now. The jack.
Oh no, there is
Oh, no,
she's got full
queen's
house.
full. King. Queen's full.
King and only a king, 2 outs.
And
Or
it's
we
a 3.
lose a player. She's
Some
got-
of the board players were liking folding. We're liking to flopping a house.
So William's just unlucky there.
Yeah.
Just literally played it perfectly, didn't do anything wrong.
And just gets it quietly, doesn't she?
Yeah.
She's no fist pumping or anything like that.
No.
Realises that
Very
Williams just got
classy.
unlucky.
Big smiles. Building her stack really well. She's
Yes.
added about 100k to her stack since the start of day. I mean, obviously, yes, there is an element of luck to it, and people can see that. You run a hand.
Sometimes you make your own luck.
know,
Yeah.
But she doesn't mess about, and I do really strongly believe that had she lost that hand, she would have been building back up to her stack anyway.
Yep.
She wouldn't have. Wouldn't have waited about and messed about trying to wait for hand. She doesn't need a hand to play. You see that earlier when she's played the 5-3 and flopped the straight.
Yep.
But having played 5-3, I mean, it is nice when you do flop a straight and someone's turned trips and you
Absolutely.
get paid.
Absolutely.
You know, it's a combination of so many elements: the luck, the hands holding or sucking out on other people's hands. You know, you need every bit of that jigsaw puzzle to get to that final table and to be lifting a trophy.
$6.12 with the running ante of 100. $6.12 with 15. Oh no, it's 6,000, 12,000, isn't it? It was.
So you got 4, 5, 6.
When
so
it's 6,000,
since hit
12,000, it's running ante 15.
5. And the Jack 9's actually betting out. So now she's got 2 pair. Lovely check, especially when GK has she's check called the last one. He's going to be repping that ace all day long.
He was
not
aggressive
knowing,
play as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, not knowing that Sin sat there with 2 pair. And he's drawing completely dead. I mean, I like his attempt at it. He's not going to win the pot with Jack high, so he's, you know, gone for it, but then he's given up the river. Check behind. So Jeff's got just shy of 60k as well. That must be about average.
Yes, the average stack's built up. We'll
Yeah.
get the actual average.
Is it?
Still, it'll still be about
Yeah.
50 bigs the average stack.
Yeah.
So it always is early stages of day 2, 50 bigs and above. Fantastic structure on the GUKPT.
So we're starting to see now the characters around the table, how people play in. Obviously, Sin's been in a lot of pots. She's had a lot of hands. You're also seeing the guy next to her. I don't know his name, but he seems very solid, very tight. He's
Ian
folded
Swain.
a lot of ace
On the left,
hands.
yeah, Ian,
Yeah.
in C8.
Yeah. So he's obviously just maybe waiting for a spot. Waiting for a stronger holding, maybe. He's got position. So we've got 2 ace rags here.
Raise 7, 8.
Hijack and button, and where it's folded round, that adds a new dynamic as well, because it might look like just sort of getting to the point of stealing blinds.
Yeah. Macca on the
Hence why Macca's 3-bet, even though he's only got ace rag, he will know that's not a strong hand, but he will be thinking that Louis could potentially be opening with less of a holding because of the position of where they're sat. And he gets the fold from the better ace. So a nice strong play there. I'm not sure I like the fold with ace 10, if I'm honest. You're raising, your button could be easily have less of a holding than you, just to do a re-steal.
Yeah, Jeff's only really played one hand, and that was unfortunately for Katie Swift, the wrong one. He's been pretty quiet this
Yeah.
first level.
Yeah.
It's one of those, isn't it? You don't need to rush. Got himself.
There's so much play in it. It's
Yes.
an hour-long clock. It's the best structure. It's the, you know, we always say it's a great tour. It's the best structure comp. There is no need to panic. You know, this is why there is no need for the all in.
Yep.
You know, you've got
That's true.
plenty of play. I know people talk about big blinds, and I talk about like how many orbits round before you blind in a way, because you've got the antes as well. So it's not just necessarily big blinds. When you win a pot, the pots can get quite chunky with the antes involved as well. pick up a few of them, you're adding to your stack all the time.
Yes.
But Jeff's in a situation, he's on a table where actually it's quite active. Sin's been very active. We can see she's had a lot of hands. We can see here she's got ace king into queen jack, but they don't necessarily know that. And Jeff's the wrong side of that happening. He's on her right, so there is no need for him to start getting messy and involved when he's not getting any hands. So since free bet to 15k, what does Abdul do here? He hasn't got the stack. She's letting him know again. She's just shown that she's putting people's tournament lives at risk with.
Yeah, it's great bet sizing because he can't call.
He can't call. I can't see him going all in over top because he knows that she's got a snap call him. I think it's just a pass. But he's bleeding chips.
Yeah,
he's really leaking chips.
It's a great bet size.
And the thing is, he's bleeding chips in bad positions with bad cards. He's got queen jack off. He's short stacked. I'm not sure I'd be opening in that position. I mean, I know I opened with queen 10 earlier, but it's different dynamics now. At the time when I was doing it with queen 10, and I'm under the gun, I knew I'm going to be hitting the blinds soon. I know that the rest of the table actually only have 30k themselves in their stacks. They're not going to be wanting to lose chips themselves. He's now in a situation where he's got 20k stack and there's people on the table with 200k stacks.
Yep.
You can't be opening with queen jack second to act. This, yeah, +1. He's not liking it. He's probably feeling like Sin's 3-betting a lot. But we can see that she's getting hands. She's had some lovely cards, and she's letting him know, like, let's go. Let's get it in now.
Correct fold, Mr. Abdul.
Yeah.
Correct fold, sir. We're down to 14 bigs with the blinds at 6-12.
Yeah. And Sin's up to 155. And this is what I'm saying, the dynamic. He's got 14 beats. He's got what I had at the start of the day. However, the difference is massive because he's now got 2 very big chip stacks on his table that have got double the average and triple the average. He's also got other chip stacks at the table like Jeff, who, you know, has got position on him, who's been very patient and has got average chips. You can't be wanting to raise fold, unfortunately. If he's going to start opening with queen jack, he's got to take a point where he goes, do you know what, I'm not going to be 3-bet off of this hand, I'm going to go with it, and what will be will be. If I'd have been 3-bet with my queen 10 earlier, I would have been all in, I'd have gone for it.
Yeah.
And that's the difference of knowing what you're going to do next. You've got to be thinking. I think a lot of people are going to be raising, thinking they'll just happily pick up the blinds. They're not thinking about what if someone raises me back, what am I going to do?
Like the thinking. Like the thinking. Day 2. Edinburgh. Welcome along. Katie Swift with us. Unfortunately, 9s against 10s. All in pre. Was it 12 bigs? Very unlucky for Katie. Running to Jeff Kimber's pocket 10s.
Raise 25.
Two. Yeah, taking away the thought process. Queen Jack with 15 bigs is shuffled. Nah, I'm not too sure. I think Kate is in the mould that you can still raise fold with 15 bigs. He had live cards.
Yeah, you absolutely can raise fold with 15 bigs. You absolutely can, but he can't do that too many times. And what I'm getting at is that he's leaped away half his stack by doing that. He was on 30k, gone down to 25, then he's gone to 20. Now he's on 50. It's like at some point he's going to have to put, draw a line and say, do you know what? That's it. Let's go for it. You can't necessarily sit there and wait for hands, but to me, I would rather play 8-6 of clubs on the button or the cut-off than Queen Jack under the gun. That's how I would rather have that position. It's something that I've always been taught that that's what you would do. And if you're going to play Queen Jack, when you have an aggressive person that's on the button that 3-bets you, they're not necessarily going to have ace, king or queens. We know that Sin has had, but he doesn't necessarily know that. And I think he needs to be thinking that if he is playing in that under the gun or +1 position, when it gets round to Sin, who has that position and has that aggression in her game, he's going to always be up against that. He's never going to be just picking up the blinds very easily, because they're not going to let that happen, not with their stack sizes either. When he's doing that, he's actually doing that into the big blind, who's got 200k and the button's got 155k. So exactly, Sam. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. They are going to exploit the fact that he's leaking chips, where he's shown to raise fold at least 3-4 times now, and he's doing it in early position. So he definitely needs to, stem that bleed really in the game.
Danny says he shoved with 17 bigs earlier from the hijack with ace-7 suited. Called my aces. That's just unlucky. Are you waiting for a better spot there?
I don't see that you need to shove 17 bigs, if I'm honest. I think that you could raise in the hijack. I don't see that it's terrible either. I mean, I don't know the dynamic.
90% of the time he's getting 3-bet with the aces.
I think what everyone needs to understand is that the dynamics on the table play such a huge part, more than the actual holding of your cards. It's not necessarily whether you've got 17 bigs or if you're shoving with ace-7. It's how are the other people playing? Have they been playing very tight? Has that person who's got aces been folding where you could normally naturally pick up that blind? You're unlucky you've walked into aces, really unlucky. But I think it's also stack sizes. There's so many elements to the game that you need to be aware of. And, I've done it early. I'm out. I'm sat here. I'm out. It happens. You need every bit of the jigsaw puzzle to fit to make final tables and win trophies. That is the game. But if you're doing the right sort of things, you will get there. Get it in and hit the showers.
That's Mark's strategy. That's Mark's strategy with 70 bigs with ace king.
So Jeff's played ace-8 here from the small blind. He's playing it strong. GK's raised and Jeff's flat called, and now it's gone check, bet, raise. But GK obviously has the queen and has decided to call. So Jeff's play there hasn't worked, but I do like the play. I like the fact that, you know, he's finding out where he's at, and he's not just flat calling. When people just call, they never know where they're at. Unless they're really immensely strong and they know where they're at, where they want people to keep betting into them. But here he's made a move. He's got the stack to do it. I can't see him calling now. I think this will just be a straight fold because it's going to eat into his stack too much. And also, GK's stack behind being only 18,000. If you're calling off 10, you're going to have to call off 18 on the river. And Jeff's got ace high. He's not got anything. GK's made it very clear that he's strong. So that's, you know, a good fold.
Good old fizz. So level 2 of the day. Break in round about 25 minutes. Last time we saw there were 72 left. We know that's not the case now, so we've got an empty seat on our table. Give you a full update when we get to the break.
Always good being tagged in a post that you're on the feature table when you're not.
Has that just come through?
Yeah.
No, that was an hour, wasn't it? Was that an hour ago?
Even an hour ago.
Even an hour ago, that was close. Yeah. That was close. He was very unlucky.
Yeah, it's just one of them, wasn't it? One of them. It happens.
It does. It happens.
You can't sort of get. I don't get annoyed or emotional about it. People
You're just
do.
looking forward to the next game.
Yeah, just, you know.
Where's the next one? 6 o'clock. Right, I mean, which it is 6 o'clock. The sign event. 10,000 chips. Win the button event.
Have you seen that?
What's that?
Who's it? I'm hoping it's the right way round for me.
Jumbo, we love you. He just replied to the picture that Katie put up on the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page. The two of us. Yeah, 1 hour clock. Yeah, it's a fantastic structure. Like he said, 17 bigs. You look at the hindsight, he doesn't have ace king. You win with the ace 7, you double up, you're still in, then what?
could be. You'd say it in order, wouldn't you? Beauty and the Beast. I'll tune in at 3 p.m. when it turns into the football betting chat group.
Hey, we like to bash the bookies. Will Peters. What's that mean? Tootsie Mo Shekate. What's that? Is that a different language? What's that?
Tootsie Mo.
What's that mean? What's that?
No, it's from Towie, isn't it? Like,
Ace Queen against
that's where
King
it
Queen.
stands.
King Queen getting lucky and flopping 2. Oh, and then turns 2 pair. You give it to the player and then the dealer takes it away. How unlucky is that? Wow, Abdul gets it in. Under the gun +1 with King Queen of clubs. Against Sin Melling's Ace Queen, it flops King Queen. It's delicious for Abdul. And we turn an ace for Sin Melling, who knocks out another player. This is a good job. This one's not a bounty.
Gosh.
Sin Melling takes
She's
another out.
literally on fire.
Yeah.
She's doing really well.
170,000. Takes out Abdul. King Queen of clubs. Gets it all in
So
behind.
there he gets.
But had a lovely flop, but just got unlucky on the turn.
Unlucky. But he did like those picture cards, didn't he? Like them picture cards.
Yeah.
I didn't say because I was texting. But just organising dinner. And
Are you really? Okay, where are you going?
I think just there. I don't know. I think Kelly and Kerry are coming over, and then Dave.
Needs to be an early lunch if you're playing
Yeah,
at 6.
brutal flop of drink, hey?
Needs to be an early lunch if you're playing at 6.
Yeah. 5, gonna be. Ace, honestly, I've seen an ace king and hands a lot on this table, haven't I? So the shortest stack now is Ian with 18 bigs. Hey, I don't actually think I've seen Ian play a hand apart from his king 10 against me.
Jeff's been pretty quiet as well. Just been one of those days where
Jeff's got the stack
not
though
got
that he
involved.
can still make plays. He made that play, didn't he, with ace 8. I feel that Ian's rather like waiting for a hand. He's in a really difficult spot. He's stuck between 2 big stacks, and they're both aggressive big stacks as well. So he's now gone all in with a weak ace, and his big stack next to him has got a pocket pair. He won't mind seeing that though, because he's actually got 2 overs, even though he's got a weak ace. It's going to be the same as like. And he hits the 6, but not on the best flop, is it?
the 5s have got plenty of outs, so still needs to dodge a 3, an 8, and a 5. It's a
And
jack.
he does. Nice double up.
Like you said, Ian not played too many hands.
No, but he's just gone for the full double up, hasn't
Yeah.
he? He's not done any raising, or he's just literally gone all in. Either picks blind up or doubles. He'd be happy with that. Gets him straight back into it. Oh, we missed that one, Mark. Jeff raised with 5.
Price 3,000.
So it's probably not long now till the break, is it? We haven't got the screen. 15 minutes?
The break will be
Half hour,
15 minutes, yeah,
half-
3:30, or just after, because we started a couple of minutes late.
And it's 11:02.
Thank God you did. I was stuck in traffic. Oh, mind you, I'm still sat here, so it made no difference. So Jeff picks up ace king there and raises, gets it through.
Afternoon, Mr. Pete Whitehouse. What are you doing causing mayhem at a Michael Jackson tribute concert for? Did you really get ejected for filming it? Was that really the case? Like, really?
Just realised we're all in black today. All of us are all in black.
Yes, we are.
I've normally got colour on.
Race 28.
So 15 minutes to go until the, well, just over 15 minutes to go until the end of the session. New table will be with us for level 3 of the day. Macca, King Queen, defending the big blind. Nine, 10, 3. John in C3. Hits bottom pair. And gets there with the 3, even though he's in front all the way. But I prefer to be playing the King Queen to the Ace 3. I don't think anybody videoing a guy who's on stage should be illegal at all. All he's doing is advertising our goodies. Unless he's not very good and don't want the fact to be known. So 15 minutes to go until the end of the session.
Stand up.
We've changed quite a few players since the start of play. We're on 63, as we've got full quarter of 9 players on our table now. Get on the bike
Oh, God.
for charity. Go on.
What, in these
Go and
leather
do
trousers?
go and
That'd
do
be
some
nice.
bike riding for the Carers Trust in the casino. They've got 2 bikes. Get on it. Go and do 2 mile. I did 2 mile before we started.
No thanks.
I felt great.
No.
Might do it again.
I'll do it with you. You don't want to be on the
All for charity. All for the Carers Trust. They have a charity bike ride in the casino.
That would not be good. Leather trousers and 4-inch heels. Riding a bike.
So Mark still chip leader. Sin is the biggest mover today, up to 172. Excuse me.
And the thing is now as well, where people, if they have been watching, they'll have seen that she's been really active, but they've seen that she's done it with legitimate hands
Mm.
the whole time. So now she'll be able to take that to her next table
Yep.
and propel.
It's 10 for Mark under the gun. Chip leader on the table. 9s for Ayad. Comes to the table. Look at 9s. What are 9s like?
nine.
What do we do with these 9s?
Fold them. They're horrible. No, in all fairness, he's got many options here. He could flat, he could raise.
Yeah, he's just There's been an initial raise under the gun anyway.
He's got the whole table to go round after him. There isn't really a need to start inflating the pot. And he's got position on the original razor. I think his flat call stinks of strength. So
Set
I
mine
don't
in with
mind
2s.
that.
Lewis.
don't
Oh,
mind-
Macca's got
don't
6s.
mind that.
Look at this.
I don't mind Jeff's call.
Don't mind this
Don't
hand.
mind the whole, all of these. They've played it all.
Yep. 5 to the flop with legitimate hands.
Yeah, and all different. So be interesting. Oh, ace 9 deuce.
Set of 9s,
set of
set of 2s,
set of 9s,
oh,
and
no.
the ace 10 hits.
Who's got the
wow.
stacks?
And,
Lewis
and
is-
there's a flush draw for Jeff. Wow. I mean, if you could pick a flop, for these hands, honestly, who's the dealer?
Bring your own flops, Dave.
Wow. Set over set against the flush draw.
Says over set, top pair, the flush draw.
So
All we
you've
need
got.
is 6 on the turn.
Yeah, 6 of clubs. 6 of clubs. Mind you, that'd kill the action really, but. And then the river to pair with an ace. Oh.
You're sadistic,
Oh,
you
we
lot.
are mean.
You're
We are
sadistic, you
mean.
lot. 7.6 with a set of 9s. Trying to defend these 9s. Lewis just calls. Jeff. He folds the queen of clubs by a nose. He's drawing, I suppose. The 6s get out of the way. I think Mark will get out with the way.
I think when
his
Lewis flat calls, Jeff has to pass there. He knows his draw, potentially, is actually no good. Someone could easily have ace king with the king of clubs.
So heads up.
Yeah.
It could have been bigger.
That's a good pass
but it's
from the
ended up
ace.
as heads up to the turn. The jack of spades.
Changes nothing. I decides to check now. That's interesting.
Lewis with a set of 2s. That's 15,500
So bets half pot,
out of 47.
and it's a third of his stack. I don't feel that. Is it Avid? How do you pronounce his name?
Ayad.
Ayad?
Yeah.
I don't think he can flat now. I think if he flats, the only bet on the river is going to be an all-in. You may as well do that now. At least if you are beat with a flush, you've still got a card to come for the ball to pair. I think 9s are too strong to give up. Yeah,
Well,
I love that.
Yeah.
That is the correct move.
We've ended up with
And
an all-in and a
those
call on the
calls,
turn.
it's
Set of
gonna
9s,
hate
set of
seeing
2s.
Big
Lewis
huff and puff,
stands
yeah.
up to see the bad news. He is all in. He's drawing to a 2.
1 out.
1 out.
No.
It isn't. It looks like paint. It's another jack.
Yeah.
9's full. 2's full. Very, very unlucky.
Yeah,
Just
that
checking the
is
stacks.
unlucky.
Just checking the stacks, but we think he's got him covered.
Yeah, set under set.
Very unlucky for Lewis. Set over set. Even with the board, it's still pretty tough to get away from. So Ayad moves to the table and builds his stack up to nearly 150,000. 10 minutes to go until the end of the session. Win the button comp, 6 p.m.
Yeah, 4 lots of 30-minute blinds, and then goes down to a 25-minute clock. Starting stack 10k, £110, and you can have one re-entry.
Yeah. Late reg until
So
8:15.
yeah, 8:15 late reg.
Come down, play the side event, get yourself a trophy, stick it on the mantelpiece.
And to win the button you win as well.
Do they give you the button, do
They
they?
give you the button at the end of
Awesome.
it.
The free roll's tomorrow, Pete. The free roll is tomorrow at 6 p.m. We'll give out the password sometime in the afternoon tomorrow. The free roll is tomorrow.
Are you doing any comps today?
There'll be something on Facebook. Fill Your Boots was a huge success.
You're not doing that again
Thursday and
today?
Friday. Probably, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. The game show might come back, you never know. But the free roll, the live stream free roll is tomorrow at 6 p.m. Good afternoon, John. John's in Stockholm watching. It was 18 degrees one day, and then the day after it was -5. How does that work?
17,000.
T-shirts and shorts one day,
Stay in bed.
ski gear on the next.
Yeah. Ace 10 King Queen. Both suits covered. Same suits. So we've got a raise and a 3-bet, 4-bet. Strong, playing strong. GK plays, he does play his hand strong. He's not sort of just limping or it's not just calling raises. He's actually putting the pressure on, building his stack, which is good.
Because there's a break in this level, when you return back, you'll be on table 6. Same seats, leave the chips where they are.
Am I putting myself as a bounty? Well, we'll see if Ian Bryan's about. He's been the bounty for the last 2. I'm sure he got a bit excited last time. He was chip leader with 15 players left.
Yeah,
Yeah, first time ever.
I played one of them.
Not been to Ireland.
Oh, I see, yeah. Mark.
Yeah, I didn't go to Ireland. I went golfing in the Algarve. It's close. The Irish Open's on this weekend. Clashes with the GUKPT. First time it's not been run at Easter.
Yeah. Good numbers, though, still hit.
Yes, we smashed the guarantee. 227 in total. Well done, one and all. Good to see the guys up here turning out in force.
Yeah.
All the clubs putting on satellites, which
I
was
love
good to
the
see.
way that they're doing their satellites a
Excuse
lot
me?
earlier now.
Yes.
I think a lot of the Grosvenor casinos used to do them like, say, the month leading up to like a main event. Whereas now, I was talking to Mel yesterday, and every single Thursday night is satellite night in this particular casino. This is what their normal, regular schedule is,
Excellent.
which she said normally it's for a 25-25 seat.
Oh, right, okay,
but
yeah.
since about November, they've been building up and doing it for
Yeah.
this May,
Good
which
stuff.
is great. I mean, to support that and to be having so many locals entering from a satellite, I mean, it doesn't get better. It's great to see that. And obviously, you've also got the online satellites as well. So if you can't get into the actual club, you can go online and there's a certain number of guaranteed seats.
Yes.
And there seems to be satellites every single night of the week.
I like the satellites online as well.
Yeah,
satellites online for 25-25 and the Easter
Yeah.
Beast and the
they've got
GUKPT
loads. They'll
mains.
have the Goliath ones. They've got so many online, and you can do it in the step stages where you can literally satellite in from 25p
Yeah.
right up, or you can just buy into a higher one and grab a seat online. You know, they'll have like a 25-25 one night, and then they'll have a GUKPT main on I think Tuesday.
Have you tried qualifying for the Colossus yet?
I have.
Have you?
Yeah.
Any good?
I have.
Well,
But the
but-
dates clash with me, so I'm a bit.
Can't talk about the Colossus too much.
You can't.
No.
Why?
Storm bubbled.
Oh no.
I'm just talking about the satellites online.
Dear, I do have the same feeling. I was up there.
It was horrible.
Was up there with one of them, but the dates actually clash. We're out in Barcelona for
No, yeah, footballing.
Jack's football.
Tell him to take up golf.
Well, he has.
Well, yeah, that's true.
That's both.
Yeah, and hockey, and sledging.
Not hockey yet. Don't put ideas in his mind. No, we're enough with skiing, golf, football, pickleball. Have you heard of pickleball?
Ooh,
Pickleball. It's
Pickleball?
Like, so pickleball it's a combination of tennis, badminton, and table tennis. So it's played.
and eating.
It's played on
pickles.
a badminton court, the size of a badminton court, but with a low net that's
Yeah.
sort of similar to a
tennis.
net. And it's got paddles for bats, which are like a wooden paddle, bit like a table tennis bat, but bigger, slightly bigger. And it's got a
big's the
airflow
ball?
ball, is it? So it's the size of a tennis ball,
Oh,
but
right.
it's one of those airflow ones. It's like a plastic with the holes in it. Yeah, good.
What's that called?
It's pickleball. I think it originated in America, and it's just sort of coming over here, and it's fairly new. But Jack loves it, and he plays tennis. Obviously, we've got tennis at the cafe, but
We'll try and find out if
Is
Brian
that
Lau
moving
is
on
still
its
in at the break, Sam. Try and find out where he's sat. And we'll get you the chip count because we're
Jeff's got 9s now. You know how I just love pocket
we're
9s.
just about to go on a break. He's just been knocked out. Ah. Ace Queen against tens. The last time before the break, PK is relaying to us. Brian Lau is out. Anybody else you want to box, Sam?
I didn't get a video, but
Yes, Kate Swift commentating with us.
yeah. Hey.
Hey, hey, chin chin. All right, okay. You're back on.
Yeah.
That's the turf.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, my house is the most low maintenance house. I'm not into gardening. I don't like anything like that.
Can't beat it.
And there's no like animals either now. There's no ants or like nothing's attracted to the garden because it's just plastic.
What,
So it's
like
great.
like gardeners?
Yeah, it's fantastic. You just hoover it. So like, rather than lawn.
Yeah, we'll get your chip count on Paddy Doonan as well, Melanie.
Hoover it.
Good
Yeah,
afternoon,
you
Mel.
hoover your astroturf.
What were your dice? Yeah, we'll get a chip
I mean,
count
I
on
don't
Paddy.
do that very
I'm expecting Paddy to
Just
still be
that
in. He
it-
was chip
we
leader
don't
on
have
Thursday.
trays or anything, so there isn't really any like leaves or anything to hoover up that often. It's great.
So heading to the break, 15 minutes to wet the whistle. Round about now, after this hand, which means we'll be back at 10 to 4. "15 minutes and a change table, we will be back. Everybody gets out of the way, the last hand is over. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Time to get a quick coffee. We'll see you when the break is over and play resumes with a new table. Back in 15 minutes.
Same 6. Table 6, yeah. No, not this table. It will be first table. No, the other room, yeah.
First thing, Deal about the C3 now, yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Where's ID card?
Who?
ID card. It doesn't have ID card. Nah, who?
Okay. Nah, who?
Nah, who? Nah, who?
Are you okay? Are you? 8?
Wait.
Что, знаешь, как М и 8. Mate. Или как буквально, да? ХБХ М8. Знаешь, вот сокращение просто некуда. Да, еще сокращать, и так сокращенно. А у тебя фунты есть? До завтра.
В банке есть.
Ну, налик есть?
Налик у меня нет. А что вообще с собой? Трудно потратить.
Все, ясно, не продолжай.
Точно? Точно?
Все, хватит. А то я знаю, ты разойдешься еще. А нам еще работать. А началось-то все с того, что я спросил, есть ли фунты. А еще этот Майкл такой недовольный всегда. Я спрошу. Да? Я спрошу от себя и от тебя.
Yeah. All good?
All
Oh, you're moving the teacher, are you? Yeah. Yeah, boy.
It's not so many.
Can we move all the players in there? You shouldn't do that.
What, who should do what?
Louis,
You didn't wish a player good luck. That's not what you said.
like part of
You heard half of the conversation, Yanis.
I know, I'm just joking.
Oh, right. I was like, he didn't do that.
Here we go. It's evening jokes. Evening jokes on the way.
Louis,
Yeah.
table six.
Six.
this for Jeff, please? He's in. I think it's Jeff's anyway. Yeah. Is this bag from the other player?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Nice one. Back at 25 kilos. My bad. 25 kilos.
Always.
Chris is on right now.
That's fine, that's fine.
Will you get them in that room for me?
Yeah, in London.
The next table break. Huh?
In London.
In London.
Когда я спрашивал, но никто даже не ответил.
А мне никто не спрашивал.
Я запрыгнул, но я взял.
Да,
Может
блядь,
быть, поворот.
жопу. Мне надо еще.
Кого? 1000?
20,
I
25.
can give you 100. To is 3 stacks.
Не, 25.
That's it?
What?
Like a boss, yeah?
Already on it. We're already on it.
What?
Am I hearing this tune?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is customer announcement. All poker players, please return to the cartons. That's all poker players to the cartons. Thank you.
Nearly everything was moved, yeah? Nearly everything was moved. Yeah, I'm telling them. Yeah.
So, just about to start level number 3 of the day. Cheers, Fizz. Ian Swan, Tommy Lee, defending champ. Radoslav Liev, 85,000. Andy Hills, 71.
You're my protector, David.
Nick Viswanathan.
You're my drink protector.
Eric Check. Andrew Salami. Kevin Finney. They are the players on our table. Swanee has got the strongest handshake ever. Like ever. Ian Swanee, C1, has got the strongest handshake there is, let me tell you. Good luck when you go and play, Fizz.
Alright, mate. Alright.
Say hello to Roy.
So you follow me, yeah?
Thank you for following me.
16 with an M200.
Off we go.
That's okay.
You're on the button, yeah?
8.16
So anyway, I need
with a running 200. Off we go.
Ah, it's grim, mate, grim. Yeah, very grim.
8.16 running 2. Here we go. I think Kate's just gone off to have a bite to eat.
16,000, yeah?
I hope I see that. We'll get to that.
Cool. Race 41.
Nice answer.
So back comes Katie, joining us for the second session of the day. The players are there. Ian Swan, Tommy Lee. Tommy in seat number 2, defending champion.
I thought I'd lost my phone then, but it's... Oh, what seat's defending champion?
Seat 2 with the glasses.
Fine. What's his stack?
It's pretty decent actually. It's 61.
Mm-hmm. I was just looking at Andrew Hill.
Andy Hills, defending champion.
I haven't said Loki yet, actually.
We had defending champion and reigning champion on the same table on day 1A, didn't we? They were sat together then. And sat together again they are now.
4-6.
Aces for Tommy. Nice squeeze on the big blind, isn't it? Lovely squeeze. He's actually got a hand. The best. Ah, no action. Perfect squeeze. $107 chip lead on our table.
All sort of similar stacks though, 78
Mm.
plays. There's only
A lot of chips.
a couple that are lower.
A little bit different from the last one.
Yeah.
That's taking
One-
comedy timing to a new level. You'll be laughing at half an
Well,
hour.
a couple have got around the 40k, 38, 40k.
$60 players left. When we get a player coming into seat number 6, we'll be down to 54 because every 9 players means a table split. So the only time a table becomes full is when we have a denomination of 9. So 60 down to 54. 23 get paid.
46.
23 get the money.
How many do you think will be left at the end of the day? 12?
Actually, no. Will we be in the money at 23? Yes. I'm gonna go for.
I'm gonna go 16.
I was just about to say 15.
Oh, 12, 15, 16.
There we go. Min cash £1,020. You double your money for 23rd, paying exactly 10%. First prize,
32k up top.
£32,450. That's where the money's at. So a pretty decent amount up top. Here come the Christmas presents. Do you know they're the biggest selling
Yes, in our house.
sweets? I don't know if they're called
We're not living in our
sweets.
house, no.
The biggest selling confectionery in the United Kingdom are caramel wafers by Tunnocks, who make the tea cakes that we had yesterday. If I was Mr. Tunnock, I'd be a very wealthy man. How many they sell? It says on the back how many they sell per week.
What is it?
5 million.
Blimey.
5 million caramel bars every single
I
week.
reckon I eat a million of them.
So, the team are just about to eat an apple. Yeah? Ian's come too late. Oh, unlucky on him, unlucky him. There was only 3. What's that? No.
Dinner break.
That one, who wants it?
Apparently,
So you're lucky, it's because I declined it.
apparently David Blacklaw
I've
met
got
Mr.
banana.
Tunnock once.
It's because I knew you wanted it really, so. They need to do like bigger packs of them though, don't they? Pack of 4 don't really even last a day.
Not
does
when
it?
there's 6 of us,
Nah.
because I'm not sharing.
They are lush.
Oh, so choice.
Nothing much going on that board for the hands in play. The ace jack can find a bet if he takes it down. Just checked round. Oh no, he's got let the queen hit. So the queen 4 now goes ahead. I'm surprised the ace jack didn't find a bet there. Just check. Yeah.
Your hair's the same.
Is it?
Do you know you've got them there?
102,000.
Do you know you've got them?
We've got 2 Andrews on the table. Andy Hill's in seat 4 with 71, and Andrew Salami with 109. Andrew.
You had that the other day, 2 Andrews, didn't you?
Andrew's chip leader. Andy Hills is in seat 4 on about 70,000. Eight 16 with the 2, level 3 of the day, level 12 of the comp. Welcome one and all, Edinburgh Day 2. Hope everyone's well. 60 left, 23 get the money. And as you can see, first, second and third place prize money in the chat box.
You can do whatever you want. Yeah. 36, 37.
So blinds 8-16 with a 200 running ante. 60 players left. Our feature table for the next two levels will be entertaining us. Ian Swan in seat 1, Tommy Lee, defending champ, in seat 2. Vladislav Liev in seat 3, Andy Hills, Nikhil Viswanathan, Eric Check, Andy Salami, and Kevin Finney.
The King's Queen shots.
Something. You put this on chat.
9-8.
Yes, King for Ian, seat 1. Raising a 3-bet. Eric's got pocket 10s. Ian's stack size might be a jam with Ace King. The lot's in. Now then, the 10s. Eric Check, saw him playing yesterday.
36-4. 36-4.
It's half his stack, just about. And calls with the 10s. Ian Swan needs to hit to survive. Eric's got the 10s. Who wins? There's paint on the board, but it's the wrong kind. Jack 7-5. Turns a queen to give him a couple more outs. An ace, a king, or a 10. It's a king! There's the king on the river. Ian Swan survives, doubles himself up to 80,000. And Eric right down to 34 with the blinds at 8-16, so just over 20 bigs. Excuse me. Never moved, did Ian? Always sat there waiting and waiting. He knew it was coming.
Mate, I tell you, I've not been running that good the past few weeks. That's like I've seen win.
I wasn't feeling it for you in the floor.
I have lost a few flips lately, guys, I have to say. In many venues over the country, I've lost a few flips. But the law averages says at some point you need to win.
Hey, Mr. Nigel Dempsey. How we doing? How's Blackpool? Now you're back from the Algarve for good. Let us know. How is Blackpool? On my monitor it says it's raining. Whether it is or not, I'm not sure, because we're in sunny Edinburgh.
Race 3-3.
I came back with 71 in the pit, like, so less whatever I've lost in the last.
And Neil's starting the hand with 60, nearly 70,000. Andrew Salami in scene number 8.
Over here, sir.
I'm sure that's a nice block for your suited connectors, as we'll see in about half an hour's time, sir, yeah? I'm sure it's a nice block for your suited connectors, yeah? I'll play around if it's not. There you go.
Well, you know. Mine's a Guinness.
So Blackpool's where? That card's winning. No, found them. Yep.
In Blackpool, in like a gift shop.
Oh, in here?
Eh?
No, they brought them in here. We use them.
Right, how long till dinner? That banana is not a hit slot.
Well, dinner will be 5 o'clock with the girls before you sit down at 6 o'clock
Yeah.
playing Win the Button. How many times do you think you win the button?
I could keep count for you.
Yes, please.
Yeah?
Yeah. I like to ask Jeff, because Jeff Kimber won it, didn't he? In Manchester.
Yeah.
I wonder how many times he actually won the button.
Dane won it in London.
Could you win the comp with only winning the button less than 5 times?
No.
No?
No. No. Well, unless you were heads up. Unless it was like, no, you couldn't. You got to win it. Andy Purser won it. I think it was like 21 consecutive buttons he won or something.
Really?
He won it. And Dane done the same. When, particularly on that final table, when you go like 4-handed and 3-handed,
You gotta love
you
it.
keep winning that button. They're just doing their
Yeah.
stack.
You gotta love it.
I've been on the other side of it where I was constantly in the blinds. And I had a decent stack. I didn't mind at first, but at some point you've got to go. Enough's enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, because otherwise you're just doing too many blinds.
Mm.
But we won't give the secrets away for anyone else. Hey? Yeah. Yeah.
Bob's just told us the inevitable. Rotherham United get relegated today. That was looking like a long time ago. We'll not be playing Reading next year, so we can't get invited down next year. We're not in the same league anymore.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, we're bottom of Championship.
Oh.
Get relegated today to Rotherham United,
Oh, dear.
unfortunately.
Have they played them this year yet?
Probably. Lost twice, probably lost loads. I don't know if we played your place.
Oh, well, if you haven't, then...
Yeah.
I went to Reading a couple of months ago, actually.
Afternoon, Bob. Well, we keeping dry in very wet Blackpool.
What's the weather like here outside?
Very nice.
Is it?
Yeah, mild, sun shining, part cloudy. It's very,
Film 111.
it's very good. It is looking like League One for Rotherham United. 3 years in the Championship.
It's cold in here, isn't it? I'm going to get a coffee.
Oh, yeah, I'll have one of them.
Yeah, coffee.
Is that right?
Sunny in Preston, Mr. Gary Clark, how you doing? How you doing? We'll be in Preston next week for unfortunate circumstances with the passing of Mr. Derek Kavanagh. We will be there next Friday. Sad times indeed. Excuse me. This is Coffer do one.
You don't need to, mate. You're good enough.
Chelsea losing at home to Palace. Coop and Buster. They were like 1-3, weren't they?
Dave's got 3 lines.
Has he? Good old Dave. It is a bit of a Coop and Buster. We don't like Coop and Busters. Next week's the big one. We're not here for the big one. Next week is the Grand National next Saturday. Stick a pin in those 40 horses and find a winner. And then good luck. Ah, see. You shouldn't be back in 1 to 4 shots, to be fair. There shouldn't be a Coop and Buster at 1 to 4. Good afternoon, Alan. It is a celebration, mate. It is. Being told not to wear black. What do you wear? Celebration of life. The Cav would have hated everybody to be morbid. And yes, there'll be a lot of tears, but it is a celebration of his news. Celebration of the man that defied all logic for 2.5 years.
Two would have been interesting. Two gave me the straight and these 4.
So a celebration. We'll all get together next week on Friday in Preston. We'll be there. Sad news indeed, but a celebration of his life is what we will be doing. There will be a Guinness or two. The amount of pictures that were posted on Facebook, people holding a pint. We did our bit, didn't we, Nigel? Nigel says to me, he put a picture of us because I went to the Algarve last week and Nigel was actually still living in the Algarve before he come back to Blackpool, and he says, I'm going to put this picture on Facebook of us raising a glass. I says, yep, no problem. It ends up with something like 27 likes. He says, I never get more than 10. He never gets more than 10. Well, there you go, Nigel. Just shows.
Check. Bet 4, 5, call. Pass. Not mine. Check.
No, it's
Check. Check. 22. Up to you. It's up to you.
Hey,
ace made it easier to call a riverbed as well, mate, yeah? The extra ace. I didn't believe it the first time, but I definitely didn't believe it the second time. Thank you.
Two, yeah? One more.
So as soon as we get a player into seat number 6, we'll be down to 54. But at the moment, well, last time I saw we were on 60. Aye, aye, as we say that. Old Sharky's on his way, Mark James.
Pass.
Welcome back. How about this?
3-6. Pass. There is 8-8.
So I did ask for a flat coffee.
Yes, and ended up with
Froth.
with frothy. Yes.
Little bit.
Never mind.
I like the froth though. And I drink black coffee.
What do we
You
get in the
don't-
Palm Bay Cafe?
Either.
Either, see? Choices.
I mean, you've got
Choices
you've
in
got a
life.
machine that is the froth.
What you
but
need.
If someone said they didn't want it, then we'd hand make it and do it without. You know? But on black coffee, you don't usually get the froth. I like the froth, I just don't like milk. Right. Any action?
Oh, pretty nice and steady. Level 3 of the day. Andrew is on 111,000. The short stack is exactly 20 bigs. And that's Eric Chen.
And what are the blinds are?
The blinds are 816 with a running ante of 200.
Have you done that? Have you done that? So, how many runners do you think Win the Button will get?
40.
Okay. Yeah. See now, Mel said her, or not her ones, but the end of month comps here get really well supported.
Excellent.
They get, she said the Friday night and Saturday night, like, Fridays and Sundays are busier than the rest, but she said the end of month ones are very well supported and can get up to 100 runners.
All right.
So, how many did Bounty get last night?
50 odd, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for
Yeah,
over
it's a bit
40.
7. Yeah.
I'm gonna go over 40 for the Win the Button, because usually festival weeks for the locals are well supported, aren't
Yes.
they?
Yeah.
Saturday night, 6 o'clock, so it's an earlier start, so it's people will be thinking, oh, it won't be a really late finish. That'll be good.
That's true. Yeah.
Late reg till 8:15, so there's still people, you know, that've got kids that need to put them to bed first and all that.
Yep.
Still get done.
Like it.
I think it's a good time. That's what I was saying earlier. You know, I said about I got you a present.
I never got it.
I forgot it. But then, as soon as I said that, you started speaking about food, thinking it was going to be food.
Well, that's what we're talking about, because Mel fetched in all the...
That's
and then
right.
you had some of that tablet.
And then you made me have that disgusting stuff. Yeah.
I
I'll
know
have
you
to
did.
go to the gym for an hour to burn that off. Do you know
Get on the
that?
bike.
No.
Get on your bike in your levels and your high heels.
It's the wrong sort of bike.
Yeah. Sue's got a bike.
Sue
Our
has
photographer.
got a
Yes.
bike.
She loves a bike.
Yeah, so my present to you, which I'll get you next time, is goes in here
Yeah.
and it's a little square. It plugs in and you can fit 2 lots of headphones in it. It's
A splitter.
splitter.
Yes.
Yeah,
You're the best.
there you go. So potentially you could have 4 people wear all of an earphone.
We could.
Just to add to
That
the
might
confusion.
happen at the student championships because they love to get into
There you
in the
go,
commentary
and
box.
Goliath, yeah.
Yeah.
There
The
you go.
Goliath
You'll
as
be
well.
thanking me for it and going, that was really good and useful.
What's your plan for the Goliath?
I'll be there the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Starting the 25.50.
Yeah, the 27th of July is the start of the 25.50, which is basically a 25-25 but with a 50,000 guarantee.
Yeah. And I think that was really well attended.
Mm.
3-6.
Both years actually. In fact, the first year they done it as a 50-50, didn't they?
They did.
And
they catered for something like 400
Didn't
runners.
have enough
And they didn't have
chips.
enough chips because they ended up with 600 and something
Yeah.
runners. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy as it was.
you were there the whole time? And
Yes, we'll be down there on the Friday setting up the feature table for the day 1A, which starts on Saturday. And then 7 days of day ones.
is it going to be in the same spot?
It is exactly the same place. I think they signed a 3-year contract with the.
No, I mean the actual feature table.
I
where
don't
we're
actually
gonna
know. I
locate that.
think it's bang in the middle of the room
Yeah.
with
I
a
didn't
big
wanna say,
truss
'cause
round it. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's changed. Why do you know more than me?
It was mentioned last year. No, the only reason I'm saying is I didn't know whether to say or not because
All right.
I don't know whether it's actually happening. But last year it was mentioned about having the feature as a real feature in the room rather than just a feature online.
Yeah, yeah.
So, which I think would be great. I really think that would attract a lot of, you know, a lot of the recreational players don't get the opportunity to play on tables like this.
Yeah.
And it's a real buzz for them. And
True.
it's, you know, and it is a lovely feature to have set in the room,
Yeah.
rather than to one side. So I know it was mentioned last year. They've got the lovely drop-down screens, haven't they?
Yes.
Which are
Yeah.
quite beautiful in the room, and the atmosphere you can't beat it. So I think it will add to it.
Yeah.
I think it will only add to the atmosphere, and you could have like a rail on the outside. It would be better to have that where people can actually look.
Yeah, a rail on
You
an
know.
£100 event is totally different to a main event, isn't it? Where you get all the cheering and whooping and all that, with all the mates there and everything. So
Yeah, I think, and because
they had a loud rail a couple of years ago when somebody finished second. You know, that was well loud.
Do you want to hear,
Yeah.
do you want to hear the event that's happening in the break, in the dinner break?
Oh,
go
Should
on.
be good.
do I get a break or am I working?
No, you're not really working this. This is one Philly boots.
Okay. Right. What's happening during the break, Andy?
The charity bike ride.
Yes.
Yanis reckons he can do 3 miles before Ian can do 2.
Oh.
That is good.
Are they getting the shorts on or are they doing it in the
They're not
suits?
doing it in spandex.
Thankfully.
They're going to strip off their suit and just do it in their underwear or something. Not like that.
Would you really want them to do that?
No, but I'm just
Is there a
thinking
book?
they might get hot.
It's for charity. So it's
It is for charity.
donations into the bucket.
Yeah.
You're going to film it?
We will be Facebook Live in it.
Yeah.
Excellent. Can Yanis do 3 miles before Ian does 2?
What do you reckon in the chat box? Yes or no?
I think
Yanis is 38.
Yeah.
Ian is 51.
Stone. Oh, 51. Right.
Waist.
That's a good shout, that, by the way. That's a good effort.
Yanis runs marathons. Ian eats them.
Oh dear.
Well, that'll be the Facebook Live sorted for the dinner break.
Oh my god, that's going to be brilliant.
Yeah.
this is not good. I'm yawning.
Oh, bad news for Rotherham United. They've just conceded. We're now relegated. Oh, no. Game over. Game over. It's all happening. So Ian Bryant and Yanis for charity will be bike riding. One's doing 3 mile, one's doing 2. Who will be the victor? That'll be at the dinner break. The dinner break for us will be round about 5:50 p.m.
Did your pal sober up the other night? Have you seen him since?
Sorry?
Your pal sober up the other night. Have you seen him since?
Oh, the Abdul.
Is that up his name?
Yeah, the drum guy.
The one who was pissed in.
Yeah. He was playing yesterday. Yeah, but sober. Did you remember from...
I need to that.
I mean, he didn't remember the specifics, but he had a vague idea of what happened.
I remember spilling his food on the table and being told he had to leave. Yeah. Remember that bit, Kenny? If I weren't so annoyed, I'd have found it out quite funny, especially when he knocked out the aces.
Oh, the aces and kings both when decided slow play. Like up to the jack 7, and he raises over the capital. Are we talking about the same after? The guy who was playing.
So as you can see, a full table, which means we have 63 runners left. No, sorry, 54. 54 runners. We started the session with 60. We're now down to 54. 20. Excuse me. 23 get the money. And 32,000 up top.
Blinds 8 and 16, did you say? So
They
it's
are.
a flat call under the gun
8,
with ace
16
jack.
with a running ante of 2.
Next one, Kevin has got king jack. He's been flat call. So it's quite. Is it been a limpy table where they're just call?
Yep.
It shows the massive difference between tables. Your table draw is crucial because this table limping, you would never have got that in that first session.
No.
You didn't get limps. And if you did get,
I suppose
someone
the stack sizes should have a little bit to do with it as well.
Yeah.
Not much limping to do when all the tables got 30 bigs.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't want to give your chips away, do you?
Absolutely. And the difference with that table was it ended up where you had Sim with 155, Mark with 200, and then you had the extremes with someone who was 20. So there wasn't going to be a lot of limping, but the seat draw is crucial. Isn't it? You know, the King Queen, Andy, has now raised in the cut-off because why would he not? With all them limping going on, he must think if he's not good, he can at least steal it from it. Unfortunately, they've both called and they've both hit their ace. But he has still got a draw. I mean, the ace-jack don't want to hit 2 pair. And they both checked Andy, who continues. 9.5 has he bet? Yeah.
9.5, yep.
And the ace-8 fold, which is a really good fold because you've hit your top pair, but then why would you call the raise
hit,
fold?
fold. Yeah,
it's an odd strategy really to if you're going to be calling with ace-8 to then hit your ace. I'm not sure why you'd do that 5k.
Andy checks, or Andrew checks. Andrew Salami in scene number 8. Andy Hills.
Andy Hills has now got to work out if Andrew is really strong,
I think
has
I'd like to see a
hit,
free
or
river,
potentially
yeah,
got a draw.
Wouldn't you like to see a free river now Andrew's checked?
Potentially, but if you're putting your opponent on a heart draw, you might not want to give them a free card. So it doesn't look like a heart draw to me because of him being under the gun and limping and then flat calling away. So you can sort of take that, you can eliminate from that the range. So
yeah, just check.
It would have been interesting
And
to see if the
misses.
heart come with a.
It's surprising no value on the on the river from Andrew Salami.
Yeah.
Quite surprised there's no value bet. Yeah, check, you're an ace, and Neil says that wins and just folds his cards. Taps the table.
I think Andrew in C8 must have felt weak then because he didn't want to show his hand. So looking at from that aspect, he wasn't playing that check calling because he felt strong and was trapping. He wasn't actually trapping Andy. I think he did actually feel pretty weak and wanted to just go to showdown as cheap as possible.
Not now, you sure?
But yeah, his stack size is quite big, so he didn't play that particularly strong. Maybe he just, you know, wanted to win a little pot.
Nice little pots, as Andy just gave it
Sort
up.
of just chipping away, like
Yes.
some of the chip leaders do. Some of the chip leaders really use their stack aggressively.
Yeah, they play a lot. They play a lot more pots than
Yeah.
a short stack, but they still don't play as mad as what you'd expect
Yeah.
with all the chips. I've got all the chips. I'm
Some
just going to
do.
get. Oh,
Some
yeah,
are
absolutely.
really aggressive and they're 3-4 betting and they're stealing pots and they're scooping pots without any community cards
Yes.
being shown. But others are quite happy just to chip away a
Yep.
little bit here and there, take little pots and keep doing that. It's sort of whatever you naturally prefer. I'm never in that situation. I'm always short stack.
Good afternoon, Fafa. Sin, we changed tables. We changed
She's still
tables.
doing.
Yeah.
She's still doing well.
We
I'll go and
changed-
quickly have a little look for you.
We changed tables at the break. Every 2 levels we change tables. And Sin has moved to an outer table now.
Raise 4,200.
$120,000. Sin Mellin is an exact chip count right
Maybe
now.
110, 120. There's 2 rooms here. There's only 1 table left in the second room. So
It's
there's
ever
gonna
so
be-
quiet as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's
Can't
going to
hear
be
any
plenty
action.
of room for win the button tonight.
Can't hear any action. Not too
No.
much shouting going on that one table. I actually thought they were all in the other room.
No, still here. Okay, so suited cards all round. Diamonds, hearts, clubs.
Chance it comes 3 spades.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it probably comes spades. And rainbow. Oh, they've all got one.
So
They
10,
all
5,
got
4.
flush. All got
Kevin.
a backdoor flush draw.
Kevin, it's his 5.
Check. Check.
What was the action pre-flop here? Because I joined it after.
Raise from Kevin.
Bet.
Under the gun.
Okay.
Call.
And the others just flat?
Yep.
That's interesting.
The others made it up.
I mean, you understand the Queen Jack flatting. I mean, even the Ace Jack, you can understand. It's got so many to get round.
A bet of 5.4 from Tommy in seat 2.
Check.
Now
I
Andrew.
can understand that bit as well, because when they've then checked to him on that flop, they're showing no strength, so he's putting a bet out to try and win it there and then. It's a you know, a nice pot. Now he's hit.
Tommy
But
bets
so
5.
is Andrew.
Tommy bets 4.5. Andrew snap called. with the jack.
Yeah, he now thinks he's gone ahead. That's the trouble. But he's got kicker problems. Am I right in thinking Andrew was the one a minute ago that played Ace Jack fairly
Yep.
weak against Andy Hills, wasn't he? Yeah. So he's doing the same here. He's just doing the call, you know. But I think he probably thinks he's gone ahead by hitting a jack. Tommy bet that flop,
This one?
didn't he? It's interesting to see Queen High call.
No, she's not out. Cindy's not out. She's just moved tables. She has
Yeah, she's got about
120,000.
120.
That's you.
I'm going to know, it's a yawn.
Oh.
I'm going to last the night.
So I bet Andercourt folds from the ace 5. And he goes check, check. The 40k pot to the defending champion, Tommy Lee.
I've definitely done that before, check behind on the river.
So 54 left. As we know, we have a full table of 9. 23 get the money. Will we get in the money tonight? Everybody seems to think so.
Oh God, I'm stop.
Yeah, I've got two.
Reading are playing late today.
They're on TV. You might be able to watch it. They're on telly. Old Jack might run up pitch. He's led them out, hasn't he?
Yeah,
He's led them out and he's done the interviews and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 4 times he's been mascot and done all of that.
Really?
Yeah. And he's done the interviews and he's gone to the training, is it training pitch or training ground? Yeah. Done that a few times. I've done that.
Check.
I've been to the training ground.
Check.
Yeah, it's thrilling.
Would you like to tell the viewers what you did for Mother's Day?
3,600.
For Mother's Day,
Yeah.
I caddied around the golf course.
For a son.
He loved it. He thought it was great. He didn't realise that Mother's Day is like what the mum wants to do, and like he thinks it's, you know. But that's fine. I mean, he loved it. He got his first birdie, chipped him for a birdie, and he's only 9. I can't believe you're all good. Is that for your bike ride?
His bike riding 3 miles.
Oh.
His bike riding 3 miles at the
Are you going to
break.
strip your suit off? We'll be all hot and sweaty. Huh. That was Yanis just coming into the comms box to have a bit of that sugar, what's it called? Sugar
Tablet.
just before his bike. It's what?
It's pronounced Janet.
What tablet? What?
What tablet?
Janice.
Janet.
Janet.
It's
Oh,
Yarnis.
you meant tablet.
It's
Tablet
Yarny.
is pronounced Janet. Oh, honestly, I'm tired. Clearly.
Raise 3,500.
So Rad comes
When's
to the
your
table.
next golf trip then?
It won't be until May, I don't think. We've got a very busy April.
So you could take Jack and babysit him for a
I might
week.
come down. Have car will travel.
Yeah.
I might come down.
Yeah.
It's a lot drier down the southeast than
They've
it
got
is in the
some nice
northwest.
courses. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, I don't know much about golf, but apparently we've got some nice golf courses down our way. North Foreland is where he's a member, and he does his academy at Manston.
Brilliant.
But he likes to play Westgate as well. He's
I'm going to check them all out.
yeah, he's academy coach guy, whatever they're called. Runs another one as well, Chippingfield, is
All
it?
right, okay.
Something.
We'll check them out. We'll come down and see
Yeah.
Superstar Jack.
Check.
Sevens for Swanee.
Are you a fair weather golfer? Or do you do it all year? All year, even in the rain?
Yeah. I'd rather it not rain.
Yeah.
Bet. 4,500.
So Swanee, who's had a double up ace king against tens. Swanee in seat one.
Nice board for sevens, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fairly
You got to
easy.
stack up to
straightforward.
78,000.
The sevens have folded? No.
They did. Yep, that was a strange one.
No. Just see bet with Queen 10. Why am I not on these sort of tables where you can see bet with Queen 10 and get an overpair to fold?
200 antis, please.
Doing it all wrong. Doing it all wrong. I'm not getting the best table draw, seat draw. I think if you're calling with pocket sevens pre-flop and the flop comes 6 high, oh dear, that was funny.
I'm missing it because I'm in Amsterdam, so I'm the ball. Can't be shite on your shite. There's no point in playing with shite.
I know.
Why do I like to play against the reigning champions with shite?
137, Andrew
I don't like to do that.
Salami. 112, Tommy Lee. A decent stack. Looking for back-to-back finals from Tommy Lee.
3 on the table with less than 20 bigs, so not that that's short, but it's nice that there's, rather than one short stack,
Yes.
having multiple ones actually eases it a bit for them. Another dynamic.
Why a table? Why a table?
Why is there a bit of a card? Yeah.
Snap.
Raised 3,300.
Is that one of the feature cards? Why do they have a tendency to do that then?
It's 10 for Eric. Eric check. Not been involved too much. Andy Hills, King Queen again.
Oh, right. Do you have to change the whole deck, or do you just literally have a spare deck and you pull one out and yeah.
In my head, it's old.
Is that beeping?
Oh,
Is it in here? I can hear it, or is it in here? Ace 10, King Queen under the gun, and Ace 10 still early position, +3, or mid position. And the Ace hits. There's not really anything out there for the King Queen either. There's no backdraw flushes or any sort of thing. He might try and rep the ace because he's under the gun and he has raised pre-flop. And Eric's only flattered, so he might test the water here.
Bet 4,000.
Yeah, which he does, 4,000, so
Call.
nothing wrong there. I think now we'll put the brakes on.
Slam the anchors on.
He
This King
hasn't-
Queen's not working for Andy Hills at the
No, he
minute.
hasn't really got the stack now to be...
Only got 30,000, 20 bigs at 8.16.
The other thing is that Eric's only got 19,000, so if Andy does another bet now into a pot of nearly 19,000, if he bets, you know, he's going to be committing himself to Eric's stack. So Eric hasn't shown any strength by raising, but sometimes that's strong because he's letting Andy do the betting. Andy is cutting chips, isn't he?
Bet 6,700.
So he has bet, I'm wrong. He has gone for the bet. I actually thought he would put the brakes on there. I think Eric now needs to decide whether he's going to commit his stack or not. He's thinking, I mean, he can still think, has Andy got a bigger kicker? He's only got a 10 kicker. It's not the best. He hasn't even got a backup of the board having higher cards where they could potentially have a split pot. His kicker would play. You know, if Andy had ace jack, ace queen, ace king, kickers do play.
And he was the aggressor pre as well.
Yes, he was, and he's under the gun, so he could easily have a bigger ace. However, it goes back to my thought process of if you're going to be calling with ace 10 pre-flop, hitting your ace on the flop and calling the bet of 4k on the flop,
Yeah.
you then see a 9 on the turn. Are you now going to be folding? You know, I think it needs to be an all-in or a fold. I don't think he can really call off 6.7 from his 19k.
Yeah, it leaves. Well, he's just called. He has just called. We're just leaving 12,000 behind the line. And what, 7 bigs? That's a good card for the 10.
It kind of is. It's kind of still irrelevant though because
Andy moves all in.
wow, he's really putting pressure on.
Andy moves all in.
I mean, it's a great play by Andy. He knows Eric hasn't shown any strength in the hand, and if anything, doing all of that sort of,
Call.
you know, oh, not liking it.
Swear you had me at kick.
Eric's just stated there that he swears Andy had him out kicked, so he actually knew he had kicker problems throughout. He knew. That's exactly what I said. He hadn't shown any strength, and if anything, it wasn't the fact he hadn't shown strength. He'd actually shown, you know, that he knew he had kicker problems, and he was worried about it throughout the whole thing. He was hoping that Andy would check at some point. Andy's not that sort of player. He would keep the pressure on, knowing that Eric had kicker problems. He's unlucky there. He's gone for it.
Yeah, decent call in the end. Decent
The
call.
3 made it easier for him to call.
It did. So big call with the ace 10. It was a big call with his stack size, and the Hills down to what, 6, 7 bigs?
7 bigs, yeah.
Raise to 3,700. Call.
Swanee this time, ace queen, calls the raise by Andrews Salami.
And the other dynamic now is that Andy Hill's got 7 blinds left, and because he was under the gun last hand, with that hand where he lost it, he's straight in the big blind. Wow.
Just quads. I'll just flop quads.
Trouble is, Ian hasn't flopped anything, so
How do we get paid? We lead out. Swanee's not calling
the
this.
thing is, I've done this before.
Swanee's pretty ABC, to be fair. Yes, he's got the back door to the... Oh, he has called. He's got the back door flush draw, I suppose.
I love that lead out. Other people will say you should check to disguise it, and oh, you've got such a strong hand, why would you want to scare your opponent away?
Now we can check the turn.
And make out it was just a C-bet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If Swanee was actually thinking, well, he's only C-betting anyway.
That's where I wouldn't bet. I wouldn't C-bet. I wouldn't bet the turn, sorry. I'd C-bet the flop because naturally you do that. If you're the razor pre-flop, you're not going to all of a sudden check the flop when that comes down. You're going to... But I wouldn't check the turn to try and let the other person take away. Or at least give them a chance to check behind and hit something on the river.
Yeah.
You know. Did he show as well? Not sure. So the dynamic with Andy is that where he was under the gun, he was then in big blind, so he's lost the blind there. Now he's small blind, so he's going to be needing to get a hand to push with in the next 3-4 hands, you know. Maybe this all a bit. If anyone can build back up from a short stack, it's Andy.
Of course it was.
He'll know all of his stats and all the what he should be doing, what he should be pushing with, what he shouldn't be pushing with. What, you know, he will know all of that.
My legs are long, but they're not that long.
12,000 was good enough, mate.
Right, when you had that, I was just checking.
The rest of the table as well will be aware of Andy being so short now that when they raise, they need to be doing it with a hand because potentially Andy's going to go over the top and they will be forced to call and show down their hand. So they won't want to be showing the table that they're raising with junk in early position. So Tommy's now in the cut-off with a suited ace. I expect to raise here. So I think the blinds are up now to 1-2. 1,000, 2,000. And he has raised to 4.2. Wow, the button's got pocket kings after, so that's just a lovely hand to have on the button. That re-raise is going to look like just a button still, and he's got an ace here. He may be tempted to put... No, he has folded, he's read it right. And the ace-8 folds. Good fold by the ace-8, but I think once you've raised to 4.2, I think I might peel a flop, especially a suited ace. You could out-flop him. And being on the button, he doesn't necessarily have to have such a strong holding as kings. That was a good fold by Andy there. He had ace-4 off.
Ace-4.
Cut off raised with ace-8 halves.
Oh, right, okay.
Button looks down at pocket kings, re-raises to 9.5. Andy looks down at ace-4 off and folds. And then the ace-8 folds. I think it's the fact that when you're out of position against the button, it's like what you're going to do on the flop. If you don't connect, you've then lost 9.5k rather than 4k.
Yeah.
It's just that little bit more.
Afternoon, Amanda. Amanda Williams. How are you doing?
Hi, Amanda.
I'm training, are you? Is she training? I think she's training. On training somewhere nowadays. A bit too far to come and see us this weekend. Might see you down in Reading at the end of May. You never know. Might come and
Walsall?
say hello.
Walsall's
Nah, Walsall's too far north.
Is it?
Aye,
Oh, there's nowhere too far north.
that's
for
true.
us lot.
That is true.
Check.
Okay, so King Jack calls and hits.
Bet 4,000. Call. Check. Check.
Check on the turn with the queen that comes because it feels like there's an over. The second queen now on the river probably
6,500.
makes him feel more comfortable that his jack's still good, especially that Andrew checks so quickly behind on the turn. So that seemed pretty standard as well. Adds like a comfort blanket, doesn't it, when
It does.
another one comes along. So Andy's down to 4 bigs now. He's got Mark that's got 9 bigs, Kevin 15 bigs.
Excuse me.
So pretty much now, whatever hand Andy ships with, he's going to be called by one of the larger stacks, I would imagine. He'll know that. He'll know that he's going to be called. And as each hand goes, he's getting further out of position.
Yeah, he is.
This is the trouble.
So blinds 1, 2. 1,000, 2,000.
I said,
So 1, 2 with a 2.
Right, 4,200.
One, 2 with a 2. Look at this.
Ace King, V Queen.
But 2 decent stacks as
Yeah.
well. So it all depends how the betting goes pre, to be fair.
Love that flat call with the Queens actually. I really like that. He's got position on him and he's just, you know, understands he doesn't need to inflate the pot, and he's so well disguised his hand now.
Big cards, you need to be careful when you look at your cards.
Maybe someone's just seen a card or something's happened.
Heads up.
Oh, delicious.
Lovely, and it's not going to think that he's got a queen because he's just flatted behind. It's almost perfect. It hasn't hit the ace king. This is the trouble. But sometimes people do feel like their ace high is good.
Well, Tommy's
they
not
will
C-bet.
continue, but he
Yeah.
hasn't. He hasn't C-bet. I love the check behind. That's
Oh,
It's
the
like a
check behind
dream
is
turn.
perfect. It's
Dream
the third spade,
turn.
unfortunately.
I just don't see that that's going to make a difference to this hand. They haven't inflated the pot, so the queens aren't going to be thinking, oh, it's going to be for my tournament life. You know, the ace king's not going to love the fact it's a third spade either. You know, he hasn't got the backup of a king spade.
Well,
Is that the
that'll kill it.
fourth spade?
That'll kill it.
Oh, that will.
You'll go check now,
Yeah.
right? They're happy to take it down with 25k in the
Yeah,
pot with
they're-
queens. 2 red
There
queens on a
can't
4
really be
spade
a
board.
further bet. That's the only trouble. He's so big on the turn, but it's still a nice pot. Can he find value bet here? I just don't think.
Okay, show them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on check.
Yeah. The trouble with if he bets, what does he do if he gets raised? You can't call then. So you're better off just thinking I'll either win that small pot or it's, you know, that 25k pot. Yeah.
Let's check them all.
Yeah, just when you're just be very careful.
Yeah, I think you're feeling it up. It's liable, just so this. I mean, that 100 quid a buy. Because the lead one's got to make the trip in it.
I think what they're saying at the moment is the cards for the feature table, they're slightly thicker. They have a chip inside
There's
them.
only one way. There's only one way you shouldn't pick up the cards. And I know you're not supposed to tell the players how to pick up the cards, but if you peel them lengthways like that,
They
and
will
then
snap.
peel them, because of where the chip is, it has a tendency to
Yeah.
weaken the card. If you pick them up normally,
Yeah.
then
So that's what they're just saying
Yeah.
on the table there. They've just had to bring a new deck in because they've had a snapped card. You wouldn't get that with a normal pack, but it's because they've got a chip inside them, this pack. So, just so
yeah, pick them up
be
long ways.
careful. Yeah.
You ever watch them pick them up when they're playing baccarat and punk up on that baccarat when you in all the Chinese games when you go to Asia and stuff like that? Have you ever seen them pick up like that? Oh my word, you want to see that? That
I
is
find
weird.
it hard with Omaha.
Well,
My
they
hands are so small, I can't cope with more than.
Yeah, like a fan.
So we've got ace, king, ace, 6.
Raise 4,500. Raise players all in.
What comp is that? £24p. 24p.
77.
Ace, king, and queens again here. And ace, 6.
Ah, Andy's now all in and that. I would like a double up, please.
Yeah.
Champion in Manchester, passport winner.
That is the sort of hand you want to be finding
He's
when
got
you've got
a
4
bind
bigs.
to average UKPT event this season, and he's already won one of them.
And the thing is here, the ace king has got one less ace to hit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's got every chance for a double up. He might even get a triple up here because the ace 6 might want a flat as well behind. The ace king may raise or may go all in over the top because he's he has flatted. I think if I had the ace king there, I may go all in myself with my 27k stack. But he's actually enticed the ace 6 to come in as well. So Andy could actually treble up, more than treble up, because with the blinds and antes.
Yeah. Andy Hill's champion in Manchester is all
He
in.
would be quite happy with this.
Well, the 6 has hit, so he needs to dodge a few. Backdoor spades. Is it one of these where we're just going
This
to
should
check
go
it down?
check. It should do. But the ace 6 may feel like it's outdrawn an ace king hand, so we might bet to
So the
push
6
off the other.
bets 4,500. Rad in seat 3. That's 4,500. Kevin in seat 9. Into a dry pot. He's thinking, why are you batting into a dry pot?
Kevin's in a difficult situation here because he hasn't got a big chip stack himself, and I think the way to play the ace king pre-flop against a short stack all in would have been to be all in over the top himself.
Yeah.
Because now he's in a situation where he hasn't connected with the board. He's now wasted chips pre-flop, and he can't really call 4,500 when someone's leading out into him, especially on that sort of board.
Yeah.
He clearly doesn't want to fold because he's got a strong hand, but he hasn't got the chips to be calling. I'm not sure how Andy would be feeling at this time because
When the ace king gets out of the way,
it may look like
he's not too happy about the bet, but you can see he's behind.
Only because when someone bets into a dry side pot, it looks so strong. It
Yes.
could already be a straight, or it could even be a set.
Andy Hills
on that
needs to
board.
fade to treble up. A 6 or an ace. Oh, the king is hit the turn. The king is hit the turn. Ace.
We heard the reaction.
The reaction
Yeah.
was one of a guy that's just passed a king. Hey, Kel.
I'm stuck.
Oh.
You also
Oh.
so I will be exposing your hand.
Starving, yes,
Ace king exposed. Oh, we folded the king. Folded the king. The bet on the.
Chance, ace king I had. I should have ripped it better.
Nice hand.
He rips it pre, then gets it through. And the king would have taken out Andy Hills. The king would have taken out Andy Hills. But as it is, Andy's back up to 27,000 and still in. Are you off for tea, Chuck? Off for tea, nice to see you, Cal.
These girls are nightmares.
Oh yeah, I can see the arm
Never
being
go-
right shoved
never
right
go
up your
there.
back. Are you coming? Are you coming? No, I don't know. There was none of that, was there? Go and enjoy
Not
yourself.
for drinking, for food. I'm interested in
Go and
the
enjoy
food
yourself,
part.
and we'll see you.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're going to go and win a few buttons.
Excellent. Go win some
Got
money.
any empties
Let
you
me
want me to
know.
take?
Let me know how many you win.
I will try my best to keep track, yeah. I will do that. Right.
KJ.
Bye guys in the chat box.
here.
Right, see you later.
Why?
I'm hungry. I'm
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so.
So Kate has just left us. She's going to play the window button. We'll bite to eat first with the girls.
Mr. Brown's bottling out.
Hmm?
Mr. Brown's bottling out.
Why?
No, we can't. We've already announced it.
Yeah, we've announced it. It's on his Facebook page and everything. It's on Grosvenor Facebook page. You can't bottle out. So Katie's just gone to play window button after a bite to eat. Anybody else want to play window button? It starts at 6 p.m. 10,000 chips. Every time you win a hand, you win the button. So if you fancy it, starts at £610 buying.
Hello.
Andy Hill's still in on 27,000. There's Kevin Finney, folded ace king to a bet on a flop of 4-5-6 that kept Andy Hills in the tournament. King on the turn would have done it. So I'll just quickly check the numbers and the average stack at this moment in time. See if this hand materialises to anything. If it doesn't, just look for a quick check of the clock.
Players all in.
And is all in for 27,000. And it looks like a winner. Andrew Salami on the button with 9-4. I'm not sure if he's checked his card yet, but not doing much with 9-4. Neither is King 9 and neither is Jack 4. Quick check of the clock. Uno minito.
Shows a screen. Prestige.
Yeah, every 20 minutes. The Manchester taxi's got to be paid. Wow.
I think it did.
So that was,
I'll see it in half an hour.
Yeah. You might not know. I was playing cash about 2 months ago in Manchester and I was like, you know the tick box?
Yeah.
Where they put it down. Flicked one and it went straight down the tick box.
How much was it? Like, was it £5?
Yeah, picked it.
Still, good shot.
Why would you do that? Impossible to do it.
Yeah, you couldn't do it if you tried, no.
You tried it 1,000 times, you couldn't do it.
Did you get it back? Or was this
3,800.
Race 4,000.
3,000, oh 4,000, yes, sorry. I keep doing that. I'm a level behind.
Cool. Heads up. Okay. 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 Yeah. Show them.
Nice sign, Andrew.
Thank you, sir. I was calling any better. I can only check calling that position when I've got second pair with a big kicker. I know you
So 46 left. Average is 100,000. When we get a player in seat 9, you'll know there's 45 left. $145 for Andrew, chip leader. Andy's down to 12 bigs, well up to 12 bigs because he was all in. Mark's on 13. Not really done much, Sharky. In seat 6. Tommy Lee, defending champ, still in. In seat number 2.
Race players all in. Queen's 26.9, I'll double check that. 26.9. Race players all in.
Mark's all in. First action he's done for a while. Mark.
5 shot.
Ah.
Queens.
Queens against Ace Queen. Sharky would have liked live cards. Andy Hills folds pocket 5s.
All the way to the river.
Mark is all in. Needs to hit the ace. The Queen's just about dead. Hit the call button. 7, 7, 3, 4. He now needs an ace to survive. And Mark James is off to the side event. Queens win. Good luck, Nige. See you soon. Check in. Don't forget we've got a free roll tomorrow. A live stream free roll. Grosvenor Poker tomorrow at 6 p.m.
See, Newcastle boy, eh? Newcastle boy. I saw him in Newcastle a couple of times.
What did he call him? Sprugs? What did he call him?
sure. I saw him twice down in Newcastle. Saw him a couple of places.
He was in Manchester last year.
Aye.
He was unlucky last year.
Was it?
He bubbled to last month.
In Newcastle.
Where? Where we've got chips. As we all are.
As we all are, my friend, yes. Some bit or another.
Technology. Technology these days. All the pictures from Grosvenor Poker going on Instagram. All the pictures from the GUKPT. Do you hashtag them GUKPT?
Yes.
Yes. Because obviously
They go
Grosvenor Poker is now just one big unit, isn't it?
Yeah.
But the GUKPT is separate and still special. And still the biggest tour in Britain.
So they're going on at regular intervals throughout the
Good
next
stuff.
48 hours.
Good stuff.
That's good. Lines and antes, please.
So just over 30 minutes to go until the end of this session. We'll return after the 45-minute dinner break, which is in just over half an hour. It's just gone 6:30 for more of the same. 46 players left.
Cool.
When we get to 45, we'll have new players coming to our table to fill the two empty seats. One of them just being vacated by Mark James.
Raise. 7,000 total.
The same hand, one of them being an aggressor, Eric Chen.
That's good.
Eric
Lines and
Check
antes, please.
being the aggressor. The Win the Button comp starts at 6 PM as well. Anybody wanting to play a side event has until 8:15 to get in. £110, Win the Button comp. Every time you win a hand, you win the button.
Raise 4,000.
Tommy Holmes to 4K.
Cool. Cool.
It's called by Nickel with 9-10. It's called by Eric with 8-9 suited. And Andrew on the big blind. Calls as well.
4 players.
So 4 to the flop. King 8-3.
Check. Check. Check.
Checked all the way around.
Check. 8,000.
Ten on the turn. Does it make a difference to the betting? Eric didn't bet the flop, and he is now behind. A bet of 8,000 from Andrew Salami with a gut shot. Tommy Coles with an up and down straight draw. Nickel gets out of the way, so too does Eric. The guys who had hands have just folded.
Check.
Oh, the 10.
Check. Showdown.
The 10 on the river goes check, check.
Ace high.
Ace high is good.
What's his chance again? Hopes an exploit.
So incoming, Kevin Finney has just moved seats, that's all. And now, the cheap leader from overnight, Mark Frith, also comes back to the table. Which means we're down to 45 players with just less than half an hour to go of this session. 30 minutes to go until the end of the session.
Lines and answers, please. Answer, please.
So we have a full table.
Raise 5,000.
A full table of 9, which means we're on 45 runners. Andrew in the small blind wakes up with ace jack suited.
Go.
You to play, sir.
Heads up. Player check, stop.
So raise on the button and the call. Just a call with ace jack. It comes ace jack 6.
Check. Check off. Bet 5,000.
I bet. Pretty standard C bet from Eric. Should just be a flat, I reckon, with ace jack. See what he does on the turn.
Raise 15,000.
Nah, I know the clubs are there, but has he always got 2 clubs in that spot? I think he gave away a bit of value there by raising it up. It doesn't always instantly hit the flush draw. Ace jack top 2. Yes, we can see the cards, I know all that. But a flat was as good as a raise. He was always expecting a C bet, to be fair.
Race 4,500. Cool.
Rad raises to 4.5.
Cool. Free close. Check. 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 Bet 7,500. Raise 17,000.
What, we were talking about the hand? Oh, you have to do it. You have to show it. Okay, yeah. If it were me, I would have just read it. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Yeah, oh, so you forced to call.
20 minutes left at this level with a tank. After a raise, Ian Swan gets rid of the best hand. So does Ian Rad, gets rid of his ace 10. And Nickel, with the pressure, takes a nice pot.
You had every option.
I was going to ask, I thought. That's what I was surprised at. Like, why would you? Because I went to shop and I thought I can't. So I'm the reason I bought
Small, big one.
Yeah, but then you got a call. You got a call because you've got two overs. You've got two overs in the spades there. But anyway, never mind. It's only have to come any you can't. Came on the turn.
Yeah, at least he's
Came on the turn. Marginal. Decision. 52, 28.
Race 4,500. Cool.
So oh, excuse me. Apologise about this cough, ladies and peeps. Do apologise about this cough. It's driving me nuts. Very dry. Nothing happens. Just lose breath and choke. That's about it, really. No else going on.
Bet 6,100.
Very quiet in the room as the guys are all on their dinner break. We're on this break at 10 to 6 in 18 minutes' time. I'll just have to... and a 45-minute dinner break, which brings us just after 6:30. Thanks for coming on board the GUKPT train, live streaming the final 45 players as it stands right now, with 23 getting paid. So it's a bit tense. Slowed down a little. The blinds are very small. 50 bigs is average stack. 50 big blinds is average stack.
Race players all in.
All in announced.
Especially big step forward.
Tommy, 100k, ace. Hits the ace. Eric is going to double up. Unless an ace hits the river. Eric win 8-9. Hits the 9 on the turn. Perfect turn card. And there is the double up. Very nice indeed.
I thought you had the 9. Ace 9. I think if you had ace king, you could have fought. Racing there. Ace 9. Good spot to do, except when he has the 9. Yeah, I know. I think it's very good. You have to get lucky doing that. That's like, I can take the whole thing. You have to get lucky. Yeah, well, 75 and 25 on that case.
Cool. Cool. Option.
So just a limp in the hijack. Tommy makes up the small blind. Rad with 8-6 will love to see a free flop.
Free plays.
Which he does. Nine, Jack, 2.
Check. Yeah, 4,500.
Looking at that, the first bet will win. Tommy
Mr. Wu, how are you?
and Rad both get out of the way.
Nice 4-5.
Chip leader takes the pot.
Raise 4,300.
So I think makes it 4.3 with ace 10 off. I don't think Andrew's calling. The queen 5. Mark stack is still pretty decent. Maybe it's out of the way as well. Everybody folding in turn. Andy Hills.
Cool.
Ace 4. With a stack of 20,000 real. I wants to see a flop. If it flops him happy. The Manchester champion.
Check.
Well, 737. Ace 10. Looking like a C-bet coming in. And he'll get out of the way with ace 4.
Bet 7,000.
Real think about it. And a fold. So heading towards the break, we have just over 10 minutes to go until the end of the session. 45 players at the moment. Excuse me. Wow.
Raise 5,000. Cool. Cool.
Fives for Andrew in C8, raised to 5k. Mark in C9 wants to see a flop with a pair of 2s.
Cool. 4 players. Check. Check. Check.
One of the worst flops you can ever get for 2s and 5s. Ace, Jack, Queen. Swanee bets out. Might get a bit of action from Nickel in seat 5 with a flush draw.
Cool. Heads up. Check.
Nickel checks with the flush draw, so too does Swanee with 2 pair. Could easily go check again this. Unless Nickel tries to get a little bit giddy. The only way he can win a hand is by betting out. A bit busted flush draw.
Yeah, 14,500.
And he does, he bets 14,000. And a snap call from Swanee. Nice hand, Swanee.
Nice hand, Ian. You might as well show it to us. We're going to see.
Shows the cards, no. He had a jack.
Very safe pocket 5 that was.
Andrew?
One of the cards was a jack. Cup of tea, please, my friend.
Yeah, guys, there's a 45-minute dinner break at the end of this level. When you return, you back on table 2.
Answer, please.
Go back to very happy.
So heading towards the break, 7 or 8 minutes to go until that break, and then 45 minutes to 6:30, and that'll be us trying to grab a bite to eat upstairs with the complimentary buffet.
Raise 5,000. That's good. Blunt and answers, please.
Thank you, sir.
So a nice steady session, heading towards the 45-minute dinner break for all the players. Defending champion still in, Tommy Lee.
Cool.
Chip leader overnight, starting seat 9, Mark Frith.
Option.
Andy Hills, Manchester, GUKPT winner, still in.
Raise 7,000 total. Cool. Heads up.
7,000 was 664.
Okay.
And raised to 10,000 by Eric. Should be a C-bet coming in and a win. Big call that, with the blinds at 1-2. Big call from Kevin, we 8-9.
There's an 8.
shows an ace and it's a winner. The break is on its way. Excuse me, straight into the microphone. God dear, 8-0. Proper ill me, you know. Fighting through me. Fighting on. Last couple of hands of this session. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gents. Heading towards the dinner break. I'm not sure if the bike ride went off. Ian, Brian and Yanis were supposed to have been doing the old bike ride, so I have to check when we get outside whether they've done it or not. I don't know if the Facebook lived it. I've not seen it myself, but then I'm not on Facebook, so.
Cool. Player check.
10-9-8 is the flop.
Yeah,
Mark in a commanding position, so that's 6,000. Andrew gets out of the way.
Ace jack. Button's good. Lines and answers, please.
Yeah, yeah, because if I had a jack, I'd probably obviously that's just too straight. Anyway, hypothetical check. I think I'm always going to check more check anywhere with the check. Really has been, yeah.
Raise 4,500. Okay, after this hand, guys, if you're no longer in the hand, you will now be on the break.
45-minute break, as we've just been announced, is after the hand. Everybody leaves. Everybody departs, which means we're back at 6:35 with more of the same. Been a good session, nice and steady. Thanks to Katie for joining us. We'll give you updates of the Win the Button comp. Ace Jack for Rad. Andrew wants to see a flop with 4-5. Last hand of this session. Excellent, last hand, and then we're off for the complimentary buffet. All the players will be up there. 9-7-3. There he goes, check, check.
Bet 5,700.
Rad in seat number 3 bets 5.2. I think that'll be it. And it is the final hand, back at 6:35, ladies and gentlemen, with more of the same. See you then.
Just make it red like that. Chris will be blushing.
Right.
That was on somewhat there. It's like more greenish.
That is way too bright. That's even
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention please? All players registered in today's fantasy tournament. Your seating is now on the screens. That's all players in today's tournament.
Christian, do you suffer from epilepsy by any chance?
Thank you.
Huh? I will in like a few minutes. When it starts clicking, you know.
Why should I close it at sevens? I don't know what.
Yeah, mate. Probably should have.
Still got it from half fucking.
Welcome back, one and all. Just about ready to do some more damage. Afternoon, Drew. Good afternoon, Drew. Hope you're well. On our table, Alan Brown, 82,000. I had Shahani, 77. James White, not the Sky Sports reporter, is it? James White, or Jimbo, 43,000. Peter King, 114. Gary Bertram, 152. Richard Sinclair, 108. Colin Wu, 27. David Weeks, 14. And David McAlpine on 65. David McAlpine, the man with the monster hand yesterday. Kings and Queens and Jacks. A Jack Queen flop and a King on the river.
Guys, one very important thing. Once you receive the cards, put it in the box. So they can register what you have, and then you can have
Couple of seconds in the box. Nice one, dealer. Thank you very much. If you've not been on the table before. Good afternoon, one and all. Hope everybody is well. Back from the dinner break. Let's do some it. 43 at the break. 4 and 3, 43. 4 and 5, 45. 43. So, here we go. Next level. Let's do it.
2 levels. 2 levels. Yeah.
So blind is 12.24, running 93. Is it? think so, isn't it? Running 9300. Nice to see. Drew is all good on this Saturday evening. Hope everybody else is too. The next session just about to start. So on we go, 12.24 with a 3. Let's go. The next session. C1 Alan Brown. I had Shana in seat 2. James White, Peter King, Gary Bertram, Richard Sinclair, McDaddy, Daddy Mac, Colin Wu, David Weeks and David McAlpine.
Race 4,800. Plus. 48.
So only David Weeks with 14,000 is a real short stack. James White has just under 20 bigs.
Check. Check. Bet 6,600. Call.
Ace 2, Queen 10-8. River in a straight. Check the flop with the Queen. Gary bit out, Alan called. And Gary getting lucky on the river.
Bet 14,600.
And about 14.6.
Call. Showdown, please.
Hull Bernard. What a great picture. The picture of Kez. Calls with Queen. Calls with the Queen. Big hand for Gary. Getting added value there with the call. Alan Brown calls with the Queen. Hull Bernard. One of the best pictures on the left hand side. The picture of Casper. Billy Casper. In the film Kess. Here Kess. Here Kess.
300, please.
Where's the bloke that runs this place? Who would you like to see?
Raise all in.
First all in, and it's the short stack. David Weeks.
13,500.
I had. No, how do we play these bullets? Does he just call? Does he just call to try and get the blinds involved? Yeah, he does indeed. Unfortunately for him, the blinds had no hands. So David needs to hit. Aces against Jack, Queen. Ace, 9, 10. Set of aces. Up and down straight draw. Oh, there's the straight. That'll do nicely. It's the old standard, put the hat and the jacket on and out the door with 1 foot. David Weeks doubles himself up. First card is an ace, set of aces, and still wins. Top 5 places in the money when we eventually get there. 5.9 for 5th. £32,450 up top.
Raised 5,000.
At the break, Chris Gordon was chip leader. It says here, Colin Wool's got 277,000. He has. I read it as 27. Colin Wool's flying. Jim McLean 240, Martin Frith 188, Paul Green 164. Down the bottom, we've just seen David Weeks double up. Andy Hills 19, Paul Johnson 20, and John McLean 34, with the buys at 12.24. So former runner-up, Mr. Colin Wool, flying with 280,000 chips. Colin, the winner of the Summer Sizzler last year in Dundee. Cashed in the Goliath. Also cashed in the Summer Sizzler in Edinburgh. Okay. And 2 years ago, runner-up of the main event. The winner being James Mitchell, Irish Open winner as well, Mr. James Mitchell. Not seen Todd Cairns this week. Todd normally plays all the events up here, doesn't he? Was he? Andy Teng, former winner. Cash 2 years on the trot.
Thank you.
Some good stacks are building with the blinds at 12.24. 50 bigs is 120,000, and there's 10 stacks over.
Heads up. Check.
Flop of Queen 2-2.
Check. Bet 10,300. Pass.
So full table of 9, if you're just joining us, welcome to Edinburgh Day 2, level number 5 of the day, level 14 of the comp. Blinds are 12.24, running ante of 300.
Raised 5,200. Call.
Hope everybody's well this Saturday evening. If you're just tuning in to nip out on a Saturday night, then have a good night.
Raise all in.
If you're with us all evening, it'll be just past midnight, around about a quarter past midnight, when we close for the end of play.
Call. Showdown, please.
So the all in with the ace queen. Doubles up. Short stack. David Weeks. He's done it again. He's not short stack anymore. Colin Wu. Ace 10 of hearts. David Weeks. Ace queen. So Colin loses at about 35,000 plus. Still on a decent stack of 240, but Alan Weeks, who was walking out the door, David Weeks, sorry, walking out the door 5 minutes ago, hat and coat was on. He's now up to 70,000. David Weeks has chunks in his eyes.
Raised 5,000. Pass. Pass, pass. Pass. 5,000 to play. Raise, all in.
Alan.
Do you know him? It's a picture, why is it blue?
Alan Brown, ace queen. Pocket tens for Aid is all in. Well, it's not, it's past the tens. Colin gets out of the way. Alan's massive jam is good. Tens get out of the way. Tough spot for the tens. What's in the phone now? So Colin chip leader, 265,000 on the table. When I came to the table, I thought he got 27,000. We missed a note off. Runner up 2 years ago to James Mitchell, winner of the Summer Sizzler. Colin Wu. Not afraid to gamble.
Pass. Pass. Pass, pass. Raise, 6,000.
So Alan raises it up, and it is good. Short stack on 17 bigs, James White C3. Full quarter of players on our table. Started this session with 43 players. 23 get the money, so just about half the field to be eliminated to get in the money.
Great. 6,500. Pass, pass, pass. Pass, pass. 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 And pass.
Just had a report that Paddy Doonan, chip leader from day 1A, has been eliminated. So over 140,000, unfortunately, dusted off. Don't know how it happened, but unfortunately, for Paddy, not the best day at the office.
King says she's keeping no witness 3 so far.
Okay. Katie Swift has won 3 buttons in Win the Button. The numbers were alright, weren't they? 30 earlier. There's more now. It was 30 about half an hour ago. and win the button. It was 30. Did you do your bike ride, Yanis? It's pulled out. Can't believe it. Why is that then?
That's 5,500.
So Edinburgh, 43 to 23 is the next one. As the players fight it out. 23 is a min cash of £1,020, so double your money. The winner, 32,450 with £21,220 for second.
Price 48.
And 13,280. Hi Fafa. When is Sin Melin on again? I'm not sure. Normally have different tables. It's all about getting different tables on at different times.
Check, check. Check, check. Okay, 7,500 plus.
So wherever you are in the country, wherever you are in Britain or around the world, not had Derek Pennington on this week, and Derek always watches. I hope he's safe. He was in Vietnam last time we saw Mr. Derek Pennington. He was in Vietnam. I hope he's well. He just might be in a place with no internet. Usually watches the live stream. So Colin dropped down a few, not too much. He was on 277 when he started this session. Best of luck to Daddy Mike, says Valerie. Mr. Richie Sinclair. on the feature in the red hat. Can we watch the other tables? No. What happens is we have one table as a fixed table. What happens is every break, different players come to the different to our feature table. So basically, we swap table for table at the end of every session, which is 2 hours of play. We have a 15-minute break every 2 hours. And what happens is when we get to the next break, which will be around about 8:30. Then a new table will come in for the start of the next session. So only one table on the feature. So 2 hours and then a swap. 2 hours and then a swap. So we have 4 different tables during the day. Sometimes players move on to tables so you get to see them more than once. If you want a chip count off anybody, you want to know how they're doing, what we'll do is ask our intrepid reporter, Mr. PK, to get us a live update. So if anybody does want a chip count and it's not on the blog, let us know and we'll get it. Andy Booth will be running around with his pen and paper. That was the quickest answer you've ever done. Oh, whoa, whoa, sweating. So yeah, if you do want to chip count off anybody, and it's not on the blog, let us know, and we'll get it to you as quick as we can.
Raise 12,700. Plus 12,700.
Excuse me, Gary. Initially raised. Aye, Mr. Bryant.
3 miles on my line.
You've never done it, have you? Congratulations.
Thank you.
You could have told us. We could have Facebook lived it and everything. We were advertising. We were doing it.
You were nowhere near that bike.
He's not doing it. He's not doing it.
You want to go see my name on the thing?
He's wrote it on by mistake.
You want to go see my name on the thing?
Not panting now.
Have you really done
And
it?
you're not sweating either, so stop rubbing your brow.
Good man.
Go see, go and have a look, see my name on there.
Did you do it with the Anis or not?
No.
All right.
I'm not racing. What, it's charity, isn't it? You should get on.
I have. I was first. I was on before I started work today.
I'm going to do it now, actually.
Good luck, Ian. All for charity. They do have a couple of bikes in the place. They'll have the bikes on. It's all in charge of Carers Trust. A couple of bikes in the front of the casino, raising money for charity. I did a couple of miles just before we started today. Yeah, Ian, it says he's going to do 3. So if he does it, and we see it, then we might even Facebook live it.
Raise 4,800.
Do we know how many chips Sin's got?
48 to play.
We'll get an updated chip count on Sin Melling. She was up to 180,000 earlier on today, but she's not on that many now.
4-8.
It's not happening very much so far, let me tell you.
Okay, 4 blinds.
Sin has got 140,000 chips with the average stack at about 110. So going along nicely.
Call. Any raise big blinds? Check.
Stevie table and Titans everybody else.
Heads up.
So David McAlpine in seat number 9 gets involved for the first time since he sat down on the feature with 8-5. Just making up the small blind.
Well, 18.
So Sin going along nicely, 140,000. 43 left. 23 get the money. Min cash will be £1,020 when we get there.
Raise 5,000. Raise all in.
Sometimes it helps. Yeah, get your hand.
Raise all in.
So David moves all in to 63,000. And the blinds are 12.24. 30 minutes already gone by of this first session. Halfway through level number 14 of the tournament. Bournemouth missed the penalty.
Raised 12,000.
Alright, I see the other hand, she can tell you. She tells you what you have.
So Ian Bryant is cycling away. Good old Ian, doing his bit for charity. Doing his little bit for charity. He's going to need a respirator and a new shirt by the time he finishes. If you walk in the Maybury Casino, right in the front of the reception, the 2 exercise bikes, and Ian's on one. Doing a bit for charity, Carers Trust. Raising money for Carers Trust. Look at them legs pumping away.
He'll have a heart attack if he's not careful.
He'll be home at 8.
How long has he been on it for?
2 minutes. Good old Ian, doing his bit for charity. 12.24 running ante of 300.
Raise all in.
King Queen all in 41,000. 41,000. With the blinds at 12.24. Yeah, that's very good. Good old Ian doing his bit.
Raise 5,000. Raise all in.
All in announced. The best hand. All in for 30,000 is James. James White.
Call. Showdown, please.
And a call. I had calls with King Queen and as in crushed. Do we survive with the Queen Jack? We hit the Jack, but the King has also been hit. A 10 for a chop. A Jack for a win. Aces and Kings beat Aces and Jacks. We have just lost James White in seat 3. Very unlucky.
There's a lot for you in this. Yeah, and then you can be she's good, like. Running really good. Really good.
So we lose one.
Takes a back go. No other guy next to him.
James White eliminated.
I have red ones.
Raised 5,500. Cool.
Calling on the big blind with Ace King. Standard raise on the button. call with ace king. Ace a6, delicious flop. Colin checks, Gary won't put him on an ace. So we'll probably c-bet.
5,500.
Gary Bertram, one of the biggest stacks as well. That's 5.5. Colin in the tank.
Raise 13,500.
Raises to 13.5. Now if they played together, he won't instantly put Colin on an ace. And because Colin only called pre, he's disguised the ace very well. So he does get a call. Wow, now he can't put him on an ace really. Colin will check again. And Gary with a full house. Is he picking up chips to bet? With him only calling pre, it's very hard to put him on any sevens, eights he's going to be raising. Tens will be raising. Any ace you'll be thinking Colin will be 3-betting pre. So better 13,500 just with the quads. And a call. Now if this card is a 4, a 5, a 3, that's a queen. Now does it save Gary? If that had been a low card, then he's 6. There could have been trouble ahead. So Colin will bet, I'm guessing just above half pot size. I'm going to try and make it round about 40. It's a sizable one. That looks pot size, doesn't it?
74.
It is just more than pot. It's 74,000. Trying to turn his hand into a bluff. We do it. Gary reads into it and folds. And he'll be thinking if that queen doesn't come, I'll probably win the hand. You can see he wasn't. Yeah, he said he had a full house. Ian? I can imagine. Has he? He'll be going home.
Some miles on it when he got on it. I don't think he's done 12.
He said he's done 12. Small blind, please.
He hasn't.
They're at Carlisle at the
See you in a bit.
Raised 4,800.
Still on the bike, is Ian? Are you going to give us an update? Are you going to give us an update?
Raise 13 and a half.
So race of 4.8 with King Jack suited. 3 bets of 13,500 with Queens. Peter.
13 and a half to play.
And the King Jack have a decision. The decision from David McAlpine is call. Ace 4-4. You don't like to see the ace, do you? Check, check.
Check.
10 of diamonds on the turn. Done check, check.
6.3.
Good man.
6.3 mile.
Good man.
Very good.
Two pair.
So he's checked all the way down with the ace on the flop. Well done. Take your jacket off. Go and get a glass of water.
No, I'm in my jacket.
Good man. I hope they were putting money into that bucket while you were giving it some. Yeah.
24, please.
I believe you did it with your jacket.
Yeah, man. Number of people who've...
You ever tried riding a bike with a bin bag on?
No.
Underneath a t-shirt?
No, I bet it's really...
You sweat about 2 pints of water.
I can imagine.
You do. I know.
Raise 5,000.
That's the exercise for April done.
Yeah.
And we're only up first. Well done. Raising money for charity. Well done, Mr. Ian Brown.
Check. Bet 5,500. Raise all in.
So ace king for Gary. David McAlpine up and down with 8-6, defending the big blind with 8-6. It's all gone in the middle. It has all gone in the middle. David McAlpine, who had the monster hand yesterday of kings against queens against jacks. On a jack-queen flop, he rivered a king for a 110k pot. He is now drawing to an 8, a 4 or a 9, and it's a 5. 8s and 5s are no good. Gary Bertram, ace king, takes him out, kings and 5s. Lost one. David McAlpine, chasing straights and flushes always means you go home on buses. Lost one. McAlpine is out.
You're just representing 5 and then as well, so that initially you're not sure if you've won or not. You're like, those cards are not good, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, just give me a paint card and it's like load, I'm like, fuck.
Did I win on that?
That's the only low card that's good for me.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh.
Ante, please.
Just 10 I've raised, raised ace king, he's called the big blind with 8-6. He's flopped an up and straight draw now at the king. Right. He's missed his draw.
Big blind all with this hand.
7-5 and 4, he had 8-6 with an up. I bet he shoved it all in.
That's why I say, give me patience.
Pass. Pass. Raised 5.5. Pass. Call.
Floor, please. Table 3.
Pass 5.5. Full. 3 players. Check. Bet 7,300. Call. Call. Check.
So a couple of empty spaces on our table. When we get a full resume of players, means we'll be down to 36 in the club. Chris Gordon was leading the way with the chip counts at the start of level 5 of the day, level 14 of the comp. Some nice stacks of building now. Gary 236, Gary Bertram. Colin Wood 267. Peter King 126.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Anyway, be me.
Raise 5,500.
What did you have for your raise?
Call. Excuse me, sir. Can't much.
He still doesn't believe you. Even though you've sworn on your life, he still doesn't believe you. To be honest, I believe you. Definitely believe you.
Check. 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 Pair of 4s. 6. 10.
Excuse me. Good evening, welcome to Edinburgh. Day 2 well underway. How many's in the side, Mr. Paul? 39. I said there'd be 40 in the side event.
You're out.
I'm out by 1. I said there'd be 70 on day 1 here. On Wednesday. There was 70. I said there'd be 150 for day 1B. There was 157. Not bad this week. The Winder Button has attracted 39 players. Later edge for another 45 minutes. So that'll increase. Side event well underway. Main event is heading towards the money. We're on 40 players. 36 will mean we get a full quarter of players on our table. 23 get the Wonga. Ian's still sweating.
I haven't stopped sweating yet.
Well done, Ian.
Thank you. I
Well
don't
done.
know what I'm going to be like tomorrow.
Well done, mate. Well done. What was it? 6 mile?
6.3 mile.
Why stop then?
Because the young lad that was on before me was 19, did 6.1. And even though he didn't know it, I was racing, but not
You
racing,
wanted
but I
to
wanted
beat him.
So a young lad behind the bar was 19, I'm like, I've just beat you. He's like, I didn't know we were racing. I said, what you do now? It's always best to tell them after it's happening, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's a long way to charity.
It's a long way. I think I walked about that. I think I cycled about that much on the map.
6 miles, yeah. It's from here to hotel.
Well, how long's Blackpool South Shore down to the North Shore?
4 mile.
Yeah, so it's south to North Shore and half
A
back
little
up
bit
again.
further.
It's alright, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Yanis was like, well, why didn't you come and tell me? So that's why I didn't come and tell you.
Yanis has to do it though.
Oh, yes, yeah, absolutely. I think we all should.
I've done it.
Well,
I was first.
You know. Yeah, but you did a mile, didn't you?
2.
2?
Yeah, she wanted me to do a mile to start proceedings, and I did 2.
When I was shuffling, that one of the guys like feels very weird.
Peter King in seat number 4. Peter King in seat number 4 came up to us last night and said, my picture's not on the blog. Right at the end of the night. I've not had my picture on the blog yet, he says. Well, there he is in seat number 4. Sat playing the main event. Fame at last. Are you playing the free roll tomorrow? The live stream free roll?
Yes, yes, because obviously after last month's, where I just dumped my chips because I didn't want to humiliate everybody.
Is that what you call it?
Was I not chip leader?
You were with 15 left.
Chip leader, all the way down to 12, and I just dumped my chips because I didn't want to embarrass all these poker players.
Ian Bryan will be.
So if they want to be humiliated again,
yeah,
bring it on.
We'll stick a bounty on his head.
Or a topic.
Or a picnic.
Or
We've got a picnic
bar.
or a
Or
Mars
Mars
bar. Yeah. We will. We'll stick a bounty on your head, young man. Tomorrow, for the live stream free roll at 6 p.m. Ian will be waiting from 3 o'clock. His laptop will be on. He'll have registered.
Yeah.
He'll be waiting.
What's the password?
We don't know yet.
Oh. Right, when do we give the password out then?
Start the proceedings tomorrow.
Right, I'll be there.
So
I'll be there.
Sat waiting, watching the stream.
I'll be there.
I was thinking that.
I'm hyping, I must be all the adrenaline.
Yeah, I'll give you in a minute.
I could go 50 rounds with sliced along.
Oh, Andy Hills has sat. What's Andy Hills doing? What are you doing, young man?
Busy not doing it all.
Oh, man. Andy Hill's passport winner. Free entry and expenses to every tournament this season. Managed to well, to be fair, it took him 2 comps to win it, to win one of them. Didn't do anything in London, won Manchester. Very nice indeed. Andy, have a minute.
Oh.
Come and have a minute. Tell us what happened.
I have to excuse my voice. I'm
Oh
losing
yes,
my voice at the moment,
yes.
so.
It's all that karaoke last night.
Yeah, that'll be it. It's not been I haven't had loads of really interesting hands today. I've had a lot of short stack play. You know, I've jammed a few hands and 3-bet jammed a few hands, and so at the end I just had 11 big blinds. I jammed 9s. Someone had queens. Only sort of maybe interesting hand, I suppose. While I was on the feature table, I managed to bluff up most of my chips. So. Tried to get, like a newer guy had top pair. I thought I'll try and get him to fold it. He didn't.
He didn't fold.
In fact, he actually had an even worse top pair than I thought he did. And
yeah, the ace 10.
He decided to be a hero. So he was right. He was right. He was ahead. So,
yeah.
Good for him.
What have you done since Manchester?
Well, I play a lot online, so I've been playing my regular games online.
Yeah.
I played one of the 25-25 series tournaments. Huddersfield, I think it was.
Yeah.
So I like playing the 25-25. So I go to all the ones that are local for me.
Yes. You'll be in Bolton next Friday.
I'll be there.
Next week, we're in Bolton for the 25-25. Well, I suppose it's Bolton or Southend, so I'm guessing Bolton.
I'm going to go for Bolton.
One's 10 miles away, the other one's 310 miles away.
I go for the local one. So I'm not paid to say this. I would recommend the 25-25s to anybody.
Yeah.
They're superb tournaments. I love them. So I try and play as many as I can.
And you've won one of those as well?
Yeah, it's getting boring, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, I won Blackpool last year. So it's quite a big one as well. So.
It is. One of the few people to win a main event and the 25-25. Yep. The next one.
Of the other ones being
big blind.
Mikey Clark, indeed. No, he ain't won 25-25. He won the mini main. He won the mini main, didn't he? So that's not.
He's won a 500.
That's the main event.
Yeah.
He won the 25-25.
Oh, yeah, he's saying he didn't win the 25.
He won the mini main.
GUKPT main and a mini main.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so
It's still
which is nearly a 25-25.
Well, I mean, they are bigger. The 25-25 that the mini one was probably as big as a 25-25.
Absolutely.
And it's a similar structure. They're almost the same tournament.
Yeah.
So yeah.
They're just there on GUKPT week inside the same club rather than having to travel to your local or a casino near you. So Bolton is next for you, sir. And then, of course, Walsall with the passport.
I'll be there. I'm going to play. Almost certainly play all the mains.
Yeah.
I mean,
have you tried satelliting in for the Colossus? On Grosvenor?
Oh, the one in Las
Vegas, yeah.
The Vegas one. No. Vegas, like Las Vegas, is kind of conditional for me. If I make a certain amount of money, I might go to Vegas.
Okay.
I'm not going all the way to play.
You just made chunks in Manchester.
Yeah. Well, you know, call me greedy, but I'd like to make more.
Forget money management. Forget bankroll management. Just get out there.
Get out there. Baller it up.
What you've got to realise is that at this moment in time, with the pouncing being so bad, every time you go over there and you cash,
Indeed.
it's like getting a pay rise.
Yep,
That's the way you've got to think about it.
Yep,
Not that everything's twice as expensive as what it used to be, which it is. But
no, think of it as an opportunity. Sure.
Yes, absolutely. Bing Bolton, then you'll think about it, I suppose.
Well, that could swing it. That could be the thing.
Yeah. Is Alan Pearce still in?
He is. He's grinding a shorter stack than he had. I think he lost quite a big pot, but I haven't read the details of it. I think he's messaged me the hand. I haven't read the details of it yet, but he's been doing very well in general. He's had an average stack for quite a while, over 100k. Good, very comfortable cruising.
Alan's
very good, Al.
Also a main event winner, Stockton.
Yeah, indeed.
Stockton, all those years ago.
Yep. I'm going to confess I had main event trophy envy for quite a while.
You have one now.
Yep.
Hopefully pride of place on the mantelpiece.
Yep.
Look at it and think, good achievement that.
Yep.
And it is. It is. It's one of the best, one of the biggest achievements there is in British poker. It really is.
I mean, I got into poker by watching the GUKPTs on TV about 10 years ago.
It was that, exactly right.
When it used to be sponsored by Blue Square, when that was a thing.
Yeah. Channel 4 put it online on the TV and brought it into prominence. obviously the boom of the internet as well had just taken over, hasn't it?
Yep.
In 2005, 6, 7. So 2007 was huge. I think 2007 is still the biggest main event field.
Right.
I do think. That was when... Was it Jamie Gold, 2007? I think it was. I think it was.
Couldn't tell you that, but I do remember.
It was before November 9. I know that much.
Yeah, for sure. And all the loads of now well-known people won GUKPT mains that year.
Yes.
A load of them are now household, like poker household names.
Yes.
As well.
They are. That's right.
04 was Raymer. 05 was Hashem.
Yeah.
06 was Jamie Gold.
Was it 6? Was it?
Was 06 Jerry Young?
No, Jerry Young was later.
So 06 was.
Shall we try and find out without looking on the internet?
06 was Jamie Gold.
I
7 was.
I thought Jamie Gold. I thought Jamie Gold was 2007. I must admit.
Might be right.
No, oh, you're right. Bang on. Bang on, Mr. Andy Booth. Joe Hatcher in 2005. Jamie Gold 2006. And Jerry Yang 2007. I thought Jamie Gold was 2007. But obviously not. Because they had that discrepancy over the money, didn't they? And he said, I'm going to give you half. He borrowed a hat. That was the story, wasn't it?
No.
6.5. Was it not? Didn't he borrow a hat off a player? And he said, I'll give you half my winnings.
No. It was supposed to be. It was supposed to be something to do with the guy. The guy had been in town with Lesser or something his name was, and he'd been. This is a story I heard, but he'd been commissioned to round up some pros to wear some specific branding that the TV cameras would go on them, so if you could get a couple of celebs, B or C list celebrities to sit in the game with this branding on, that it would and he just couldn't find anyone. Apparently he was chatting with Jamie Gold, who was from the industry, you know, the entertainment industry, and from that conversation they struck up a deal that if he won, he would give him half his winnings. I don't know what the actual. I don't know how much truth's in that.
Anything he won, it was going to give him half. I know it was about a hat. So obviously the merchandise.
Well, probably the hat came into the merchandise
Yes.
somewhere
Yes.
along the way. But I don't know, to be honest. I don't even know if that's true, or if I've got it all wrong. Somebody will know the truth of it.
But obviously the discrepancy came because the guy. I thought the guy who was.
I thought he ended up giving him half the money.
He did, but the problem is that the guy who he gave him half to wasn't American.
So he had to pay tax.
So because Jamie Gold paid tax,
he ended up with less.
He ended up with less than the guy that he gave half to, and that's when he went to court.
Didn't he take him to court?
Yeah, that's
when
when
he sat loads of court.
That's when he went to court, and he ended up giving him half.
What's he doing now, Jamie Gold?
Don't know.
He played a comp and won it, didn't he, recently?
Did
he played a comp and got a big run, didn't he? He got a second or third in like a WBT or something. Have a look at his Hendon mob. Or as Charlie Denson would say, his Henson mob.
Henson mob?
That's what he says.
Is that a Muppets reference?
That's what he always says. Think of his Henson mob.
That could be for really bad poker players, couldn't it?
Hendon, and he goes, yeah, okay, whatever. Henson mob. Sure, he had a deep ball recently.
I didn't know he still played.
I think he had a big sabbatical, didn't he?
There you go. Main event of the WSOP circuit in Los Angeles came second for 140,000. This guy knows everything. Fifth in a bracelet event in 2 years ago.
It's a respectable result.
So in the last,
he only played once in 2006.
In 15 and 16, he's had a total of 10, 130.
Enough.
$270,000.
Yeah. And that's Jamie Gold. Yeah. That's interesting. Because he's not, I mean, not being mean about him, but out of all the main event winners, he's not one that's renowned as the great of the game or anything like that.
I disagree. I think his final table, I think he played some of the best all round with tables on each and getting people's heads, also
Oh, for
playing
sure,
well.
that's
I think it was a showcase for the final thing. Might not have been the most ethically correct, but he got the job done.
Sure, well, yes,
I think he
indeed.
knocked something like, didn't he knock something like 6 out of the 8 players out or something? He knocked them out. Wow. It's something ridiculous.
So 2006 must have been the first November 9 then.
2006.
Because 2005 was when John Kalmar finalled, and it wasn't November 9. I think John Kalmar.
Well, are you talking about
the main event?
Not as in the break.
Yes.
Or are you talking about the move from Binions?
No, the break.
Because was the year where they moved from Binions but didn't do the break?
No, yeah, 2005.
So that would have been the year
that was when John Kalmar final table.
Yeah,
came
it was still in. That was still in the Rio.
Yes,
but there was no break.
It was the first time in the Rio, and I'm sure Jamie Gold must have been the first one. We might be wrong. Could be completely wrong.
It's happened before.
It has it. Heading to the money here in Edinburgh. 36 players left. As you can see, Dean Lyle came to our table. Maka Hussain was the last one. Lee Wilshire, thanks, buddy. 2008 was the first.
Oh,
November
there's the enemy.
Oh, yeah, the enemy.
Oh.
Your name is Mud, my friend.
Mud.
Mud. Dirt. Filth.
Mud.
If you don't know why,
ask.
If you don't know why, just ask. But ask nicely. Probably see it in Manchester League for the APAC tournament that's going to be at Berrynoo Road, Grosvenor Casino, Berrynoo Road. It'll be busy.
Well, 6.5.
What have I done? Let me just tell you, and then I'll start the story, and somebody else can finish the story. You won a Vegas package on Grosvenor Poker last week with Queen 6. Let me just get the guy to finish the story.
What do you want to know?
What happened with the Queen 6?
Well, some unsuspecting guy was sitting in the big blind with Queen 8.
Mm-hmm.
This is 3-handed with 2 packages.
Yeah.
On a Queen 5-7 flop.
Oh yeah, listen to this.
And guess what plonked in on the river?
Queen 5-7 is the board. A player's got Queen 6. A player's got Queen 8. They're all in. Elimination is nothing. Winner gets a Vegas package.
Plonk. 6 on the river.
The Queen 8 is up against Queen 6 and needs to fade one of 3 cards to get to Las Vegas. Guess who binked the 6?
Someone extremely lucky.
Lee Wilshire is on his way to Vegas. And Andy Booth
is on my way to Wavertree.
will be stuck in Wavertree watching updates of the Colossus.
Are you going to go to Vegas anyway? Are you going to go to Vegas?
Yeah, he's going to watch the Colossus and rail Lee Wiltshire. You don't have enemies, Lee. You don't have enemies.
No.
To be fair, he's not really spoke about it since.
Not really.
Much.
There's no arms left on me teddy.
Looks like Al's chipped up.
Has he?
Alan Pearce.
Alan Pearce.
Back to 100k.
100,000. Oh. Excuse me. Alan Pearce still in with 36 players left. and 100,000. Average is about 140. So not too bad.
Yep.
Not too bad. The blinds are 1,500, 3,000.
If the stars align, maybe he will make the final tomorrow. My voice will recover a little bit, and then I can come and criticise his play.
Are you a yin and yang man? Are you into the old feng shui?
Oh, you mean like in terms of kind of bringing on the luck?
Absolutely.
That kind of, not superstitious per se, but I don't think it's bad to have routines and things.
Not at all.
You know, like sort of getting to the right mental place before playing.
Right mental place.
Like what, before playing, during
Oh,
playing?
before play?
Yeah. Oh, not before. Nothing to do with foreplay. Like before playing. I'll put a bigger gap between my words to resolve ambiguity.
We've seen your videos on Facebook. Oh no, I'm yeah, he might have passed on that one. Right.
6-8 is a very respectable hand.
6-8's a great hand to bust kings, to be fair.
There's a lot of ways of winning with 6-8. Very respectable.
To be fair.
He didn't mention it because of, like, he was being modest. You know? He didn't want to go on about hands he's won.
Yeah, 6-8, Queen 8, yeah, Queen 6, you know, just...
8 high like
they're
a boss.
They're just the same hands.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That was left out of the original
You know,
story.
you're living in the past. You've got to move on.
Doesn't feel like you bluffed him off his kings. That's my poker read on this. Doesn't feel like you bluffed him.
Oh dear. Excuse me.
Check. Check. Showdown, please.
Yeah, that actually wasn't against Lee, but obviously if you were, did you have the 6-8, and then you must have doubled up or something. Can't remember.
Yeah, but I had the 6-8, but it was low. I only had, well, Kimber tells me afterwards I had 20 big blinds.
All right, okay.
And
Sounds very technical.
And just open shoved with 6-8. But I think I might have had my glasses on. I might as well have had 8s.
Well,
or
obviously,
6s.
you made the move. He can fold kings. You made the move. You can fold kings in that position.
Near a satellite bubble, yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Kings.
Absolutely. Satellite bubble, right? Colossus bubble. I'm folding kings. Yeah, they are super satellites and they're great value. Next one's tomorrow night. £2,500 packages guaranteed tomorrow. Yeah, you're right. If you win another one, Lee, I'll come with you. I am available. Anybody needs any filming in Vegas, I am available. I'm sure the Grosvenor staff need a media team to cover the guys that are going out to the Colossus. Just surmising. Just surmising.
Did they send any last year, or is this a new thing?
Shh.
Did I say the wrong thing?
No. They should always need media staff in Vegas, especially when we're available.
I actually meant, like, did they send players last year?
There was there 20 players, something like that? 20 players for the Colossus last year.
Trifle Tower was there.
That's good.
Yeah, Trifle.
No, missed it.
Oh,
Aye.
Alright,
Mr. Mark James unfortunately ran his ace queen into queens.
What's happening, son?
Just the usual stuff, mate.
Usual.
Have you played the side?
Yes, just bust out that.
Baroni.
Just old geezer decides to calm down with his 4 for 5k. Unfortunately, my pocket tools didn't hold up.
Oh, the twos. The old twos.
How are we getting on here? Who's doing the
business on the...
Yeah, so as well as the free roll tomorrow night on Grosvenor Poker, we've got the Vegas packages. Absolutely, Lee. I'm totally with you on that. Live updating of the welcome party is an absolute must. I totally agree with you. Totally agree.
Could have been a contender, surely. Yeah. But this one has just been the week before.
So great value tomorrow on Grosvenor Poker. Loads of satellites for the 25-25s, the GUKPTs. The Vegas packages are on there as well. And most importantly, there's a live stream free roll worth £100. Or £200. £200. £200, £100 to the winner, and then 30, 30 and 5s for the finalists.
I'm on player points. Because I played
36 players left in the main, 23 get the money.
which was 24p, but I didn't mind to use player points. Because I've only got 30p me now.
Has Colin been swinging up and down? Like I noticed, I looked at the screen at one point and he had 300k, then I looked and he had 240. And
yeah,
I mean, his swings are bigger than my stack has ever been. Like, but I mean, I only played with him a little bit 2 years ago, but he played very aggressively. So I felt like he might be someone who has the nature of his playing is that he swings.
Yeah, well, that's his lowest stack he's had since we joined the feature table, so he was up to 310, I think he was.
Yeah, and there was two, always two packages. Two Vegas packages, 2.5 packages. And I went third. Just been talking to legal, so we got it. We got the Queen 6 against me. Against what? Queen 8, yeah, Queen 6.
This is just the final day, so...
So plenty going on.
But a couple of hands before, I was all in with 6-8 against Kings, and here's a 6 and an 8.
Plenty going on. Plenty going on tomorrow on the online as well as live. The side event is going on here, the Win the Button. A little bit of a different comp, Win the Button. You win a hand, you win the button. Which means the players to your left are on the blinds. Which means if you win 3 hands on the trot, the guys on the left are in the blinds 3 hands on the trot. The record for winning hands consecutively in a Win the Button tournament held by Grosvenor Casino is 21.
Wow. I wonder how many of those hands were won due to position, due to having the button, versus one due to having the best hand. I wonder how many of them went to showdown. I feel like whoever compiled that statistic should have written down how many went to showdown as well.
Yeah.
Like I'm a little bit frustrated now.
I'll try and text him.
Yeah, thank you. Easy.
Fancy winning 21 hands on the trot.
That's greedy. Imagine if it was heads up. Because the Win the Button also continues to apply heads up.
Just imagine if it was Win the Button bounty comp. Oh, that'd be juicy.
Well, it is. I mean, it is amazing when you get on the bubble of those. If you have short stacks on your left, and because they're often quite small fields, some of the side events have been small fields. So I played the one in London, and we were on a short-handed table. There was about 12 players there, 13 left, something like that. So I several times in a row. I don't. This is pretty poor compared with your statistic of 21 hands, but. It did get folded to me several times, and I just had a short stack on my left. And so you've not only got the bubble pressure, but also, you could jam a lot wider than normal.
Yeah.
They can't call, and if you get it through, they're in it. They're in it the next hand again. So I think it almost becomes correct for them to make almost like what would normally be a bad call, because they're only going to lose more chips anyway if they fold. So they can get out of their sort of quagmire by making a marginal call, maybe getting the double up, which stops you from jamming them on every hand. So it's kind of an interesting game. And of course, the Win the Button aspect continues heads up as well. It's not entirely obvious. So I watched in January.
Well, you're always in the blinds, aren't you? But you can always be the small blind.
Oh, you mean in the heads up?
Yeah.
So you could keep being the small blind, over and over and over.
Am I going to play some stuff in Manchester? Yes, I am. I've not actually worked out what, but I will be in Manchester at some point. I've got a couple of commitments during the tournament. I'm not sure if the main is on the menu, but I will be over to Bury New Road at some point, Lee. We'll definitely be playing a side or two. I've just not committed myself to anything as yet. I've still got the full fixture list at home. But yes, I'll be over to Bury New Road. Come and see you. I'm not too sure if the side events are full, because they're always capped, aren't they?
Two of them in there.
Can't quite see the screen properly. Is that David Doherty?
No, that's
someone else.
That's David Weeks in C8. The man with the hat. David Doherty was actually sat in C8.
Oh, he was?
Yesterday. On the feature table.
I was basically just going off the baseball cap. It reminded me of his.
Yeah, it's the kind of hat.
Can't really see from here.
It is the kind of hat.
Who's got a colossal stack then? Anyone we know of, or anyone who's?
Well, Colin was chip leader.
Yep.
At the Chris Gordon.
Oh, really? Yeah, I know Chris.
Chris Gordon was chip leader at the dinner at the start of the dinner break.
Nice.
So play continues, heading towards the money.
Check. Bet 12,000.
Did you? It's good. You'll see it anyway, so I can't lie to you.
I probably won't watch it all fairness.
Same.
Not much you can do about it after the event.
Yeah.
Raise 6,000. Raise 16.5.
So back to the game. 34 left. Everything is okay. Everything is capped. That should be okay from day one, an hour before each tournament to Reggie Bay New Road. Nice one, Lee. I will definitely see you at some point, young man. We will definitely be at Bury New Road at some point.
Raise 7,000.
Under the gun, raising to 7. Alright, what happened there? Ace King against Ace King. Hopefully this just plays out into a... Well, the stack size is so we're going to get some proper poker, doesn't it? 3 bet to 25,000. All in? 25,000. I'm all in for 160. Wow. That's a move.
How busy has Peter been at this table, do you know?
He hasn't.
I was going to say, it's kind of a slightly... Like he's totally fine to flat your ace-king pre-flop. He's got quite a lot of big blinds in. When you 3-bet out of the big blind against under the gun, you're kind of almost over-representing your hand. You're kind of saying you have a... It kind of looks like you have the nuts.
You're not doing that with aces. You'd be surprised if you do it with kings.
You could do. But it's quite a good play when you have that many chips to flat all of the hands you continue with. It's not, you know, there are different ways to play it, but flatting with aces, flatting with ace king, flatting with queens, they're all very fine things to do.
Yeah, because your head's up anyway.
Yeah, exactly. You've got an underrepresented hand. It protects some of the other hands in your range. People defend very wide these days, so if you've got things like 7-6 suited,
nice, well,
your range, like if you flat with ace king, you get the ace high board, someone might, with an itchy trigger finger, might try and blast away, and you can just go call.
Well, he made Cameron fold his ace king.
He 3-bet folded it, did he?
He did.
That's one of the problems with that 3-betting it. You sort of, I mean, it's not like a totally terrible play, but I don't think I would ever do that. I try not to put myself in a position where I'm 3-betting ace king as a bluff.
It could also be the image of Peter who's not played that many hands. He's over 35. He'll have a monster.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you have ace king, it's a little bit less likely your opponent's got aces and kings. So there's always a risk you are throwing away the best hand when you do that.
Mr. Piers, is it?
Hello. Is this good or is this bad?
Good afternoon, Bob. Mr. Bob Tate, Bob the Kilted Shark. Is he in mid-sea? Are you in mid-sea, or are you at the Irish Open? I know you've been working, but are you on board now, or are you in your favourite place? I had calls ace 7. Alan is all in seat number 1. Alan Brown with queen 8. Needs to hit to survive. Six, Jack. King on the turn, he needs a queen or an 8. It's a 5. The ace plays. Alan Brown has been eliminated. We've lost one. We're down to 33. All good over here, Bob. Hope you're well too, sir. Hope you are well too. Saturday evening, heading towards the money in Edinburgh. He's stuck in the dry dock in Birkenhead. Here's Bob. The accent is in Birkenhead is harder than the one in Blackpool. Stuck in a dry dock for a week. Why are you stuck in dry dock for a week? It's a long time. Must mean you can get out and see the sights of Liverpool, doesn't it? Superb city. Get yourself out. Get to Leo's. Start playing some poker for a week. When's Leo's 25-25? Do you know when it is?
No, we won it last year.
No, won it last year?
Well, if you use nicknames, see if you can remember.
Go on then.
Sponge Gum.
Sponge Gum. I don't know who that is.
Terry Owens.
Is it? Terry Owens, champion in Liverpool. There you go, you're going to miss it. The 1st till the 4th of June.
Oh, what?
Well, when are you going to Vegas?
Not then. Not then. I'll be home then, unless I win a package for the...
Yes, the Colossus. That's when the Colossus, isn't it? The 2nd of June or something like that.
Should have been going, I've told you this morning. It should have been me.
Yeah, Liverpool. The 25-25 is the first weekend in June.
Race 6.5.
Always busy. Always busy.
Top.
Oh.
What's that?
That's a dry dock in Birkenhead.
What's the red bit?
That's the bottom. Bottom of the boat.
Oh, I see.
Obviously,
Well, why is he stuck? Why can't he? Surely he can get off.
obviously having repairs.
Where's home for this guy?
Bob, I think he lives in Northern Ireland, I think. Or it might be Southern Ireland. I'm not.
Surely he can get off the boat.
Bob the Kilted Shark. He's obviously Scottish.
Maybe he can.
But he's stuck in Birkenhead. Well, it's a long time to wait for the Liverpool 25-25, which is the first week in June. We're in the first week in April. I'd like.
Race 6.5.
Bob the Kilted Shark, he missed the Goliath last year. The year before he came in with the bagpipes, all blurting away. He had the full regalia on, and he got marched in with the bagpipes. That was awesome to listen to. And he's in Vegas June the 13th to the 29th. Well, the Goliath is the 29th of August until the 29th of July until the 6th of August.
Hang on a sec. Did you say he's Northern Irish?
No, I think he lives in Northern Ireland.
Where's he from?
Scotland.
Right, I was going to say, it's a bit of a weird to be Northern Irish and to be coming in a kilt with us.
Well, I think he lives in Ireland. Anyways, he'll tell us. I'm sure he lives in Ireland somewhere. Bob the man works the boats to and fro Birkenhead to Ireland on a regular basis. That's his job. And Bob will be down at the Goliath.
Check.
29th is day 1A. If you want to play the 25-50, it's the 27th of July.
6.5. Hop. 10. It's 10. Short hop.
He's near Killarney. That's Southern Ireland, isn't it? Yes. Supposed to be amazing. Supposed to be amazing, Killarney. I also heard Galway is supposed to be really nice as well. I fancy taking the car over and putting the clubs in the boot and doing a tour and drive and have a game of golf. around Ireland. That'd be nice.
Raised 6.5.
Ah, great courses in Killarney. Irish Open has been there. We might be booking. It is supposed to be amazing. I've only been, to be fair, I've only been to Dublin and the surroundings. I've not been anywhere else. Obviously the Irish Open is the main destination, but I've been to Dublin on other occasions as well. Maybe I should just get the car and the boat and then travel over. Hello, Sody Lodi.
Hello, darling.
How many photos we put up today, Chuck? On Facebook, Grosvenor Poker.
Well, we're going to go for a little bit of a different style.
Whoa.
This
What we
leg.
have? I like the man with the hat, with the shiny hat and the black and white t-shirt.
We're going to have more of
That's
these
pretty
kind
impressive.
of quirky kind of pictures.
I'm impressed with that.
Anchoring on a different style, so we're going to try it and see what people think. And yeah, they can pass their comments, and if they like them, then I'll do more of them kind of photos.
They look good.
Yeah, bit quirky, bit arty. We're going for this time.
Plenty of photos.
Yeah. So they're probably not going to be as many as in bulk, but there'll be a lot of more, you know, a few different ones. Yeah.
I like the man with the hat.
Man in the hat.
Yes.
You like.
I used to wear one of those. That's when I play golf in the winter. Kept your ears warm.
Yeah, I wear them on
I
roads.
don't really know why you'd want to wear one at a poker table, but
No, what they're called? Deer stalker hats or something.
you know, it's like a deer stalker, but it's a woolly one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sheep stalker.
What? That's a woolly one, is it? It's not a deer stalker, a sheep stalker. We have. Oh, you're the bestest. Thank you. Oh, looked after yet again by the Valley staff here in Edinburgh. They're just the bestest. Thank you. Look at that, one for each hand.
Thank you.
Well done, Andrew.
Keep it down out there, please.
Registration is closed for the side event. We'll give you the numbers for the side event shortly and how many played it. Checkity check. Queen wins. We've got it. 33 players left. 265 and 260,000. Gary, Bertram and Colin Wu. Woo!
Sorry, thank you.
All in and out from David Weeks, down to 45,000, and it's a winner. Yes, Donny Mac sat in seat number 6, Richie Sinclair. Blinds up. Got blinds up. Alright. So 15 minutes to go until the end of this session and then a brand new table. We're down to 33. $15 minutes to go until the end of the session, and then a new table will come to us for level 16.
Raised 6.5.
Here's Queen for Gary. Raises to 6.5 under the gun. Yeah.
I can come and join whenever.
Half an hour.
Yeah. Perfect.
Eight, 9, 5. Gary with a stack of 265,000. Colin with a stack of 240,000. He bets 12.5 after hitting the 8. And Gary doesn't want to tangle. They have a lot of chips between them. So Yanni's just telling the guys that in 10 minutes time, when the break is on, and they'll be moving tables, and we'll have a new table for the start of level 7 of the day. 3 levels of poker to play, plus the breaks. Finish around about midnight midnight on the live stream.
Check. Call. Check. Check. That's aggressive. 7. Big blind, please. Raise all in.
Just get back to the table. So see David Weeks all in again for 50,000 this time. Peter has a stack to call, but does he really want to ace 10? No. He decides against it.
You know what I mean? So you hit your head, flip. You hit your head. You hit your head. Here's the next hit. It happens every single day. No, I know.
Raise to 6.5.
Flop time, ace 10 for Peter. Colin calls with ace jack. Checked on a 2-2-6 flop.
Each ten of diamonds, I had the last time. Breaks in like 4 minutes. Do you know the breaks in 4 minutes? I'm alright. Yeah, just to make sure you know that.
So standing raise with the blind at 15-3, make it 6.5.
Check. Bet. 4,000.
So a flop of king, king, 4. I've had bets 4,000. Iron's got 7s. Colin raises to 10.5. With the worst of the 3 hands. It's a lovely play. David Weeks gets out of the way.
Bet. 23,000.
Colin now leads out for 23 and it's a winner. Making the best hand pass. Nice player, Colin. Colin Wu putting the aggression on. Up to 320,000. Look at that. Got it. So heading towards the break as people start standing up, the last stand of the level. 15 minutes break is on the way, which means we'll be back at 8:55 with more of the same. Thanks for tuning in, peeps. And we'll be back at 8:55 after this hand. Everybody else has stood up and changing tables. New players coming back. 15 minutes at the end of this level, including Alan Pears and Jeff Kimber, who's a short stack. Paul Green, who's one of the big stacks, and so too Mr. Jim McLean. Colin has a redraw with a diamond. Gary has now picked up a pair. Two big stacks colliding again. Gary checks.
24,000.
Colin with the aggression yet again. He's got a gut shot and a flush draw. He's got to decide whether his jack's in front. Well, he gets out of the way. Colin wins another and moves to one of the chip leaders. Back in 15 minutes.
Nice hand. Oh my God.
The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else really in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's just like, it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are.
Wrong by one there. He doesn't have ID card as well. Yes, you can. And where's Ant? Ant will register you. And one more entry for the side. No. Take all the equipment with you, please. Yeah? You start unracking them. Rolling buttons. Don't touch seat 7, seat 9. I'll do some tolerance. And you can really take one today, and you can get the chips out as well.
How long is that? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. What are the clocks?
Just 8, please. So he's going to chip up 7 and 9, I think. So just 8. It's only going to take me a second anyways. Giannis, 7 and 9 that you're chipping up, yeah?
No, don't take it out.
Yeah, that's what I was checking. Yeah.
And 8 is 7 as well.
Yeah, 7 and 9, yeah.
Try not to be really careful, don't mix them up. Please don't. If you do like this, you will mix them up. Be extra careful when you get the chips out of the director, please. Mark, can you, you'll get the chips stacks from there.
They should have done an exact count for this one, for the stream. PK, do you have the count for this? You have the chip counts, yeah?
50K.
Yeah.
What? How did you move?
You're moving, sir.
Which table you played? So seat 3 on the same table you started? Yeah, no.
Playing on the same seat?
Huh?
Playing on the same seat?
Yeah, you're exactly the same seats.
That's the new stack. I was like, just stack me.
So you didn't listen when I told you you're moving?
Yeah, we heard, but we didn't hear which seats, so...
Yeah, same seats. You can't move different seats.
Alright.
40K. You have to have the same seats, guys.
Still stuck in. 24.
This is high. So what do we have to do there?
When I deal you your hand, if you just put it in this box for 3 or 4 seconds before you, yeah.
Okay, just put it.
They can be on top of each other, just any way you like. Just as long as in the box for a few seconds. Thanks.
I'm struggling to lost my foot.
Over there.
Is it? Yeah.
Can you just check this with me?
I feel like I'm...
20, 30, 43. Yep. It's going to be 2,000, 4,000 with a 400 end.
Database of all this money and who owns what.
And we chipped 50,000 up with you.
Checking all this out. Keep like a few little sheets. I've never heard of it.
In case you bumped any more towers.
Okay, please, give us the main event.
400 onions, please.
It's not that.
Yeah.
So we don't have people coming on the door at 9 AM. He has to get them on it.
400 onions, and you'll sort this, Jeff. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's, you know, you're not banned from the shop then, eh? You know, you get on at 12 to 1, it was 16 to 1 in the morning, it was at 8 to 1, then hopefully you're alright.
Right.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Here we go. Mr. Andy Hills has come. He hasn't. Well, he's come to commentate and he's come to help us out and come to analyse stuff because his best friend, his travelling partner, his bosom buddy, Mr. Alan Pearce, is sat in seat 2. So, what did you say at the break? Did he have a rundown of what he'd done in the last 2 levels?
Yeah, he told me some of the swings he's had. It's been up and down. He's been down to, I don't know, 40 or 60k, I think.
All right, okay.
He's been back up to 100. Yeah, he's been all over the show.
Ah, but still in.
Yeah, some interesting hands. I think there was a limp and he raised with Ace King, and someone just flatted with 10s on a relatively short stack.
Yeah,
and he made top pair top kicker, so he lost a pal there. So it's a bit of an unusual hand because of the guy just flatting the 10s, and obviously ridiculously brutal flop, given how much was in the pot. But he's made a bit of a comeback. So they've got his name slightly wrong. It's Alan with 2 L's.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I better tell him.
It's all right. Al's terrible at spelling. He won't even notice.
Raise to 11. Call.
Now, which seat is Jim?
Call.
So, we're down to 31. $27 will mean a full table. There's obviously do his now. We need 2 chairs, like Ali Malou style. Ali Malou always has 2 chairs. He does.
He's only a little guy as well.
Everywhere,
He's not.
everywhere he goes, Ali Malou always has 2 chairs.
Everyone hates jacks, and that's why.
Yeah, queen high flop. He's normally a king or an ace.
You raise with what's basically the nuts.
Yeah. Steve outflops him in seat 4. Steve Sharp on the table at 100,000. Jeff Kimber, the short stack on the table with 42. A bit of 25,000. Tough spot for the jacks, even though we have chunks of chips.
It's a very conservative fold. I mean, there are players that are honest enough where you can just trivially, check fold your under pair to the queen because you don't think they're bluffing, or you can get a feel read. It's definitely, in general, okay to check call a bet. It's quite hard for somebody to keep bluffing. Like someone with Queen Jack is probably, unless they really don't know what they're doing, they're probably not going to keep betting the turn. So you might get to the river for one bet.
Done.
Interesting whether the Queen Jack comes along if Jim hasn't already come along. Like Jim likes to play a few hands. I played with him in this and at the side event as well. Like he likes to see flops. So I wonder if Jim hadn't called the 10-9 suited, whether the Queen Jack comes along on the button. It's certainly a very debatable call. So he's got a bit unlucky really that Queen Jack.
Is that the same Jim McLean that won the UKPT? Or is that another Jim McLean? There was two, wasn't there? Thinking Jim McLean had whiter hair.
It's nice, guys, in the gym. It's fun.
I think it's a different one. I mean, it's a different one. That's what I'm guessing. But Jim McLean starting seat number 9 at 200,000 chips. Jan Luigi, who was on our first feature table on Thursday.
Is that seat 1? Wow.
So you're defending your big blind, the 6-3, and it comes 6-6 Jack.
Of course it does.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. He's not going to win loads of money anywhere here. I mean, this is one of the problems about those silly hands is even when you flop a really strong hand, you don't necessarily get paid with it. It's a rainbow board.
It is a rainbow board, and his stack size is 241, and it's 22.6 to call. Is there any point in raising?
No, you should never.
You should flat this, or does flatting even should just show just as much strength on the big blind? You're defending your big blind. Excuse me.
Thing is, if you raise your 6-3 on this flop, like I'm not saying it would never be good to do. If you had a read that someone liked their hand, you know, if he's bet faster, more confidently, for some reason more strongly than usual, I certainly wouldn't hate going with that read. But broadly speaking, there's no real need to raise with your 6. You've got to say that the hands that are capable of calling a raise on this flop are often going to keep putting more chips in anyway.
Yeah.
On the next street.
Well, they did raise. Did Paul Green. Jan Luigi got out of the way with the 9s.
It's not terrible to do that. I mean,
it probably smells of a jack more than a 6. But
I mean, there's a bunch of hands like 9s that probably aren't going to put many more chips in the pot because it's a rainbow flop. So when you get called, when you bet 9s on a jack 6-6 flop and get called, especially by the big blind, he's got jacks and 6s in his range. So
yeah.
You should be very wary of putting more chips in.
Yeah, we're losing Jim. Jim's going to balance the tables, which means there are 28 players left, and 4 tables are 7. Jim's on his way to balance the tables. When we're on 28, when the players come back in, we'll be on 27, 3 tables and 9, and very close to the money.
Really?
All in for 40,000 the blinds.
Is that a mistake, or is he really limped in with 6-2?
I think he has just limped in. Has he limped in? Did it? No. Did it? He must have. Well, that's leaking chips. If ever you've seen a hand that you're going to be leaking chips with.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there, and maybe he just got the graphics wrong. It will be a particularly unusual hand to limp. Sometimes when people are a little bit chip drunk, you know, when they've got 300,000 and they've got everybody covered, they start playing some silly hands. But it'd be unusual to do that off 100k. Unless this is just his favourite hand, or his lucky hand.
Raise to 11.
Ooh, big raise.
Excuse me.
Call.
Oh. That's interesting.
Tens just calling the small blind.
It was a very big raise, so it just depends what he thinks that means. I mean, some people... He did flat very quickly. He didn't seem to think about 3-betting. I mean, with 25 big blinds... I mean, OK, it was an under-the-gun one raise, but it's definitely not bad to call with tens there. Nobody likes it, but the sixes are always going to win here.
Yeah, very, very hard for the tens to call on an ace queen 9 flop. So 28 left, 23 get the money. We have a couple of short stacks at our table, including seat 3, Mr. Jeff Kimber, who is a short stack in the tournament on 42,000. David Weeks on 48, Paul Johnson on 50. Here are the chip counts at the break.
Raise to 11.
Which is Steve? I'm just trying to get my head around
Steve
this.
is seat 4.
Seat 4.
With the
Sitting back with his phone
greyish
there,
hoodie on, yeah. So we continue 4 tables of 7 and 28 players. When we get to players into seats 5 and 9, will be 3 tables of 9 and 27 runners. Excuse me, very dry cough.
Raise 10-8.
Raised to 10,800.
Interesting.
On the button. Well, the small blind gets out of the way. The big blind could come along here. Oh no, where's it gone? Where's the 10-8? There we go, 9-3 in the cut-off. Alan folded the button.
How do we pronounce this guy's name? Gianluigi?
Gianluigi. Steve comes along on the big with Queen 10.
If only he knew what the guy had raised.
Well, the flop of 6, 7, 8.
Wow.
is as good as it gets.
Bet 11.5.
He bets out 11.5. Do we call with the overs and a gut shot?
I think he's normally going to call one bet here.
No.
No? Okay.
He decides against it. I think even I called him. 172,000, 11.5 to call. Gut shot on the overs.
Most people call a bet there. Without even getting into the sort of the technicalities of what your plan might be in the hand or what range you shouldn't call. Most people psychologically, having called with Queen 10, get a flop that just doesn't look that bad for Queen 10. So most people do continue against a single bet there. There's obviously situational stuff. If you know somebody barrels a lot, then it's more marginal to call with those sort of gut shotty overcardy hands. Like you're not going to get to showdown with the best hand often enough. You might say that the type of person who raises 9-3 off in the cutoff might be the kind of guy who just starts blasting on a board where he's got a bit of something. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think most people would have peeled that and just seen it turn. You can always get out of the way on the turn for 11,000 under a stack of 175. Jeff moves all in with ace-6. And no action. Would have been unlucky to run into a hand.
Raise to 11.
So 300k chip leader, Paul Green.
Do you know anything about Paul?
Don't know much about Paul Green.
I haven't heard his name before. It's a good stack.
It is a very good stack. Paul is 63rd in the Scotland all-time money list. He likes his little events. He's had a few wins. The Grand Prix Mini in Glasgow, won for 7,000.
Raise to 10.
This could get messy. 10-9 suited as limp the cut-off. Most people don't fold after limping, so they're usually limp calling. And he has a stack where he can sort of afford to, but what a lot of people don't think about is how strong the range is of the guy that's made the isolation raise. He's only playing about 20 big blinds, so this is exactly the problem about limp calling 10-9 against someone who's relatively shallow. You're not going to get away from this. Most people check jam here. It's not ridiculous to check call, but a lot of people are going to check jam here, and this is exactly what you don't want to happen when you have 10-9. A very pretty hand pre-flop, but when you only make top pair, you've always got a kicker problem. And there we go. And assuming the guy who's made the isolation raise isn't like really out of line, he's going to have you dominated a lot more than vice versa. Did Steve have a plan when he check raised this flop? Did he check raise knowing he was going to call off a jam? Did he check raise hoping it would just get a fold, and now he doesn't like his hand that much? The guy did jam over his check raise very quickly. But you are getting a lot of odds there. It'd be a big mistake to fold 10-9 if you knew your opponent had Queen Jack or something like that.
$48,000 to call out of a stack of 144 with the blinds at 2-4.
Most important thing is that the fact there's 124k in the pot, and it's getting a lot of odds. But I don't know how many hands that you're beating. It's still quite hard to fold when you've done your check raise with top pair. You have to be pretty sure that your opponent would never jam with a worse hand.
Still in the tank with top pair, average kicker.
My prediction is he's going to call. Interesting.
No, folds top pair.
He's made a. I mean, he has actually made a, in inverted commas, a good fold. He was crushed. Check raise is kind of questionable. If you're going to check raise with top pair and fold to a jam, you might as well have not had any hand at all.
No.
You might as well have just had, you know, ace 3.
I'm trying to nick you with ace 3 and then you just fold when you miss. Oh, player standing up. Is that elimination? So 28 players left, 23 getting the money. Jeff keeps standing up because he says it's a little bit warm. He's not going to have to do anything else. He's just a little bit warm in the room, which is a very warm poker room. So he wants to stand next to the blower. So he's behind the table, just about 10 yards further back. Oh yeah, it looks like players are on the move. And new players coming in. 27 left. 23 get the money. It's getting tense in Edinburgh. 10 cents, tense.
8,000. Lovely, yeah?
So players coming in as Paul picks up Ace King on the button. Raising the hijack of John McGlynn with Ace 9.
32.
3 bets to 32,000. That's chip leader Chris Gordon, I do believe. So the Ace 9 gets out of the way.
You can't tell me off before it starts.
Oh yes, I can. You get extra degree. You get 3 more. You know I'm only joking.
So a full quarter of players as we're down to 27, 23 get the money. The team will be out and ready to film the bubble being burst if it's not on the feature. We will be right there with it, bringing you all the action live. You won't miss a thing.
Is that the red cap that just opened that hand? Gajanthan?
Yep.
You say that?
Gajanthan, indeed, in seat 7 with the 2 chairs. So we call him 2 chairs.
Gajanthan a regular on the circuit?
No, he's a local player. A lot more local players up in Edinburgh than normal.
Yeah.
Around about 95% of the field, I think, are local to the casino.
Yeah, I didn't recognise his name.
So one of the chip leaders, Paul Green, raises to 11.
Oh, did he do that with
Yeah, he's
31?
good.
Oh no, 314k back.
Yes.
I imagined it being 31.4k. That would be unusual.
He wouldn't be a chip leader with 31.4.
I actually spent most of the tournament having 31k. I dreamt of having.
We started
300.
today, our table that started the first session today, for day 2, the chip leader was 37,000 on the table. The start
the
of today.
first feature table, you
Yeah,
mean?
the first feature.
Wow. That's not even the average stack, was it?
No.
The average was nearly 50 or something?
Yeah, the big stack was 37.
Wow. Still quite a lot of big blinds. Still 37 big blinds.
Oh,
on the first
absolutely, yeah,
level,
yeah.
so.
When you look at the...
But certainly short compared with everyone else.
It was a weird situation.
Well, I can't see the guy that... What? The guy that open raises the 9-3 off is now open folding the 9-8 of hearts. Interesting.
Alan gets involved. And the re-raise all in by Jeff.
Well,
Alan's stack means it's a bit more of a problem with pocket fours than it would be if he had 201.
A lot of people snap this off, but Jeff did rip quite quickly here. It's not quite as obvious a call as a lot of people might think it is. A lot of people don't really fold a small pair for, a 12 big blind, 13 big blind jam.
So would Alan think he's doing it, that he is actually doing it as light as that?
I wouldn't have expected Jeff to just snap rip. I mean, it's all a bit of a levelling war because, when people are aware of the concept of having a reshove stack, meaning when you raise, they have a stack that's where you have a very good risk-reward ratio to jam it over your raise and take down the pot because they can make you fold a lot of the time, fold lots of your steals.
You're 100% right, Lee. You don't need chips for a good setup for a good feature table. That is true. We were just saying that 37,000 was the chip leader when the average was 50,000 on the first table today. So we quite weird out. A lot of the just below average stacks were all on the same table. Yeah, you're right, David. As you know, yesterday morning we had a few problems and just had to lower it a touch to make sure that the stream runs 100% until the end of the tournament, and the guys will be on the case with the main computer and the motherboard and all that. But it is slightly down, not too much, but just slightly. And touching wood, fingers crossed and all that like it. We have had no problems whatsoever today bringing the live stream with the hole cards and all the graphics as well.
I noticed also you've got a screen in the casino where people who are seeing the feature table live,
yes,
without the 30-minute delay.
Yeah.
You can actually see what's going on. Like I think is that an improvement on Manchester? It felt like in Manchester you couldn't tell what was going on the feature table unless you were, like it was up on a stage. So
it was, yes, it was a little bit different in Manchester.
It didn't have the screen wasn't showing graphics, so you couldn't see what the action was.
That's new.
That is new. That's a great improvement. That's a really good improvement.
That is new for the people that are watching it live.
Yeah, that's especially an improvement in one of the venues where it's quite hard to rail the main table.
Thanks, Rob. Rob Frank says if it helps us guys, the guy in seat 7 gets called GK. That would do for us.
Ah.
Because his name on Scrabble is worth about 320 points.
That's.
Thanks for that, Rob. Robert Franks. We'll call him from now on GK.
You could span a couple of triple word scores with that, couldn't you?
It sounds Sri Lankan, doesn't it? I don't know if he is.
Something like that.
It sounds Sri Lankan. But thanks for that, Mr. Franks. It certainly does make it easier. GK is in seat 7.
You just can't predict this guy. Gianluigi. Open raises the 9-3 off. Open folds the 9-8 suited. Now raises, I don't even know how many times the big blind that is. Many times the big blind with ace king. Well, the queens should just... Wow, he only calls with queens? What?
This could have been an absolute monster. Especially with the stack size of Gianluigi as well.
I think... I don't understand why... GK, is that what we're calling him?
Yep.
I really don't understand why he didn't jam pre-flop. So he's up against a guy who's made a really big open raise from 20 big blinds, but it's very rare that someone who makes that huge raise has aces. So the queens are in very good shape against the range of hands. So, and most people don't do that giant steal off that stack, 20 big blinds. Most people aren't going to raise so many times the big blind with ace 4 off or something like that. So I'm looking at queens pre-flop and thinking this is beating the guy's range, and I don't think he's folding. I'm going to expect him to turn up with a lot of ace king and jacks and nines and things like that. So I'm just going to put it in pre-flop with queens, make it look as weak as possible.
Yeah,
just jam.
Well, GK made it 40,000, and Gianluigi snap folded.
And he had 233k. It's not as though he was trying to. Most people with that many chips are not looking at queens and thinking, I'll just see a safe flop before committing my chips. That's not normally what people do when they've got plenty of chips. They're normally going to. What you should be thinking about is like, what's the way to make the most money out of my opponent's range? But I can understand some amateur players that might look at queens and think, because it's so near the money, they might want to take less risk. They might, if they feel like that raise to 14.5k is very, very specific hands like ace king and things like that.
Yeah.
They might think they want to avoid the flip with ace king, so they might just see the flop that they think they want and then commit their chips. So I could understand how a lot of amateur players might do that with queens if their stack was at risk. But against a shorter stack, I'm struggling to think of an argument for doing anything other than shoving pre-flop. The worst thing is if your opponent's done that really big raise with the jacks or the tens or whatever, you get a king high flop. And it's not so much that you fear the king beating you per se, it's more that it's a scare card to your opponent. If your opponent's got jacks or tens, they're probably not folding to a jam pre-flop. So you want to get the chips in pre-flop before the scare card comes.
Yeah, and also we can see that GK would have got a call with against the queens. So it would have been that race.
Yeah, it would have been a race, and the guy would have got to see, assuming he calls. I mean, in live poker you do see stranger things than people folding ace king, but most people who raised a 14.5k with less than 70k back or whatever it was, most people don't fold having raised that big.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the ace king has avoided a flip, but queens has avoided a flip. In the long term, it's better just to put your queens in and hope your opponent has one of the typical hands that people have. They typically show up with things like jacks and tens, and if he's got ace king, so be it. You have to flip with it. But for the sake of stacking his jacks, stacking his tens, maybe even nines or worse, much better to get it in pre.
Steve under the gun plus 3 in seat 4 makes it 11.5. And a call. Guzman comes to seat number 9 and calls as well. Ten, 10, 3 is the flop.
This was raised to 11k, wasn't it?
It was.
And Paul, remind me which one's Paul?
Paul is in seat number 8, and Usman is in seat number 9. Steve is the original raiser in seat 4.
Don't like the call with ace 2. It's not a good hand to call in the small blind. It wasn't even a small raise as well. He's made it 11k pre-flop, I think. Was it 11, 11 and a half?
11.5, yeah.
You really shouldn't call ace-2. I mean, I don't know what his thought process there was. He thought maybe he thinks he knows something about Steve. Maybe he thinks he'll play honestly post-flop or something. The problem about ace-2 is you often get, when you call in the small blind, you often get overcalled by the big blind. And ace-2 doesn't play well three-way. The suitedness of that hand is just overrated. You only flop a flush draw 11% of the time. So ace-2 suited is just a really horrible hand to play out of position in what's often going to be a three-way pot. And you're up against someone who's raised in early position. And Steve has been playing sensible hands. You know, ace-2 is going to be dominated a lot. I wouldn't even call in the big blind all the time. Against an 11k raise, we're still on the 4k level, yeah? So I'm not playing ace-2 very often out of position. It's fine versus a small raise in the big blind.
So a raise, a bet by Steve, a raise, and a fold. Husband putting on the pressure.
Wow.
Nice hand, sir. Unfortunately for Fafa, Sin is on table number 2 to the left hand side, so we'll not get a chance to watch unless she moves tables. Eight-3, King Jack for Jeff. Too early for the short stack to get it in. Chris in 5, chip leader.
Get it?
Yeah.
You want it so bad, we should get it.
So Chris raises to 9, and blinds at 2,000, 4,000.
That's Chris Gordon right in the middle, yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Chip leader. Three bets to 30,000. Nice active play at Usman.
No, I like this. See, this is what, if you're ever going to play one of these bad hands in the small blind, you should do it for a raise, not a call. It's going to win a lot against someone who's stealing a lot.
Well, it won that one. Good afternoon, Andy. Any online game associated with watching the live stream? There is a live stream free roll tomorrow at 6 PM. There's also satellites for the 25-25s, the GUKPT mains, and Las Vegas packages as well. Grosvenor Poker tomorrow is a busy site. Where we have a free roll while you're watching the final at 6 p.m. £200 in the pot, £100 to the winner, two £30 tokens and then £5 tokens for the finalists. So GK with King Jack suited. It's 20,000 to call. The same hand. Paul 3 bets to 32. And a call. 9, 10, 6. The King Jack free rolling. The King Jack of clubs. I'm guessing there's a bet coming from Paul in seat number 8. The thing is, with the King Jack of Diamonds, we've got the overs, but do we call for the gut shot? A bet of 25,000. Stack of 207,000. GK. Calls. Pairs of 10.
Diamond would have been more interesting.
A diamond would have been very interesting, yeah. There goes check, check. The 7 of diamonds on the river. That's GK just about giving up on the hand. We've got a split pot if we get down to showdown. And now we're going to fire out on the river. Check called the flop, they check the turn, and a bet of 50,000 on the river. Paul has missed all his draws.
You can't call this with King
It's
High.
very tough to call with King High.
I don't know exactly what he's thinking about.
Yeah, he has to fold. Nice bet from GK. Still on 27. Good evening, Chris. Chris Iton. All is well in the commentary box. Sat with Andy Hills. We're on 27. 23 get the money. £1,020 will be locked up when we get to the money of 23. At the moment, 27. Jeff Kimber short stack in seat 3. I think he's on the big blind now, isn't he? He is. He's on the big blind. Started today with 85 runners, we're down to 27. Level 7 of the day.
This is interesting. Steve has raised a little bit smaller than usual. Wow, Gran Luigi flats the nines. Interesting. Not really a normal thing to do. You're a little bit shallow for flatting this hand. Steve hasn't been a nit. He has raised from under the gun, and he has raised from about 26 bigs.
Flop of 10-7-3.
You can never be quite sure what people are thinking in these spots, because some people are flatting these hands for different reasons. Some people are trying to avoid variance. They're kind of trying to see. You see this a lot in live poker. People kind of want to see a safe flop to continue with a hand. They want to see the flop that they think is the flop that is good for their hand. When you play online, people are a little bit more gung-ho. They're a little bit more happy to get their chips in with the hand they think is beating their opponent's range. They'll just shove their nines. Is a lot more common play. Obviously, keeping your variance down does have some merit when you get nearer the bubble. It's definitely, I can see why people do it. Just a little bit on the shallow side for flatting nines. The problem is, you get bluffed a lot. I think we saw before Steve raised sixes in early position, I think, and got flatted by tens. And he beats tens by betting on an ace-queen X flop. So not only do you win when you actually have the best hand, or when you make a set or whatever, but you also win just by having a load of other hands in your range that, you know, are strong in certain boards. So when you raise sixes, you can forget about the fact you have sixes. If it comes ace queen X and someone hasn't shoved on you, you kind of know they don't have ace king usually. So you'll get a lot of folds by C betting, and often the worst hand wins, which is the beauty of being the aggressor. So that's one of the problems about flatting a raise with nines when you've got shallow stack. You're putting a load of chips in a pot, and you're sometimes just going to get bluffed off the best hand by a hand that would have folded, so a shove pre-flop.
If only Alan could see the cards, eh? GK raises to 11. In fact, the all-in triangle from Alan has ace jack, it's all in.
And this is what happens when you get near tournament bubbles. It's a lot of tournaments where nobody folds nines there. The spot where the guy folded his nines.
91-7.
Tough spot for Jeff when he's got nines. Short stack. So close to the money. He's got a raise and a jam in front of him. Neil Wolfie won at golf today. Nice one, Neil. Who's left? There's 27 players left. Impossible to get the counts while we're concentrating on the feature table. We'll get as many as we can. There's a GUKPT blog running. PK is running the blog. There's 27 players left. We have a chip count. We have a chip count under everybody's name on the feature, so you can see the chip counts of the 9 players that are on the feature table. There will be as many chip counts going up as possible. I'm sure PK will be out there getting them. But as we're getting close to the bubble, he'll also be there with the camera filming the bubble if it's not on the feature table, so we don't miss it. All in Jeff with 10-9 on the button. Not getting any action.
Yep, he's going to get that through.
Next to blinds and the antes.
Even though he did make a very nitty fold with pocket nines before, which I'm not going to say, you know, it's really good or really bad or anything like that. It is quite situational. It depends how strong he thought Alan's shove was. And like if he hasn't played with Alan before, he might give Alan a bit too much credit for having a strong range to do that. He doesn't have to have a hand as strong as he could have pairs worse than nines, but I can still see why he would. I'm just surprised he snap folded it. That's what he seemed to fold it pretty quickly anyway. But it is, as we've just seen, it's a lot more preferable when you have when you're in a bubble or near a bubble. It's much more preferable to get your chips in first.
Yes,
instead of calling
absolutely.
off with nines, and you guaranteed to have to win a showdown. It's
Yeah,
much more preferable to.
He doesn't know what the original raiser is going to do.
Yep, that's another issue.
The original raiser can definitely have a proper hand.
Yep. So, and like as we've sort of seen, he just shoved the button with 10-9 suited, and just got two people behind him. Did not have hands that could call. Just easy.
Jacks for GK. Right round to the chip leader, Chris Gordon. So still on 27.
Al dodged a bullet there, by the way. Like he jammed the ace jack over the raise, and I got that tank fold a couple of hands ago. But he got ace jack again when GK had opened the jacks, and Al threw his ace jack away. And I don't like obviously
spider senses.
I know. I mean, I don't know exactly why. Obviously sometimes you see something when you're at the table that you can't really see. From the booth. Sometimes people do things like they vary the size of the raise, or how quickly they raise. Things like that can be little clues. Also, sometimes we call it game flow. The idea that whether someone looks stronger or possibly weaker by doing it two hands in a row. You think about how previous hands, how they bear on the strength of their range for opening again the next hand. Some people are more likely to be not bluffing if they raise two hands in a row. Some people could be the other way around.
I don't play two hands an hour. Aces for Chris. GK calls the initial raise with ace jack. C-bet, pretty standard C-bet. Check call.
Most people are not folding ace jack here. It's very reasonable to call.
8-3-7 is the flop.
This could go check, check. Yep, that's not surprising at all for it to go check, check. When you have the aces here, you'd want to, not only do you want to pot control the times the guys that defended a 7, that's a very minor reason for checking, but another reason is often the guy who's called the flop has got something very marginal that can't call two bets. So you can induce, like if someone's floated with, like the 10-6 or the 9-jack or whatever, the gut shot draws and all those things, or a couple of spades, you want them to bluff the river. So if you check back the turn as though you have nothing, you might get him to lead into you on the river. So there's a lot of good things to say about checking back your aces on that turn.
$16 bigs, Mr. Kimber. Short stack, 18 bigs, Jan Luigi.
waiting to see if anyone has anything even remotely close to a call. Yeah.
Lines up next hand. Jeff moves all in with ace queen.
Nobody's had anything resembling a decision here. Like ace, the guy in the big blind has got the thing that is closest to a decision, but it is a fold against a 16 big blind jam on the bubble or near the bubble. Jeff's not been out of line at all. Yeah. I don't even think ace 10 is a call there. It's very debatable.
Yeah, at the minute, you bang on Drew. Jeff only has one move. He's bang up to 18 bigs.
Want me to tell you an interesting fact?
Yes, please. Interesting fact number 1 of the day is...
Jeff Kimber never made the money and not gone on to make the final.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Well,
So
there
if
you
he
go.
gets through this bubble, he has to final table to keep that record.
Well, if Jeff Kimber makes the money, he's never made the money and then not made the final table.
Not in the main event.
Nice one. That's it. Interesting fact number 1 of the day.
I love the chat box. I love the chat box.
That's what we're here for. So blinds are up now, 2,500, 5,000 running into your 500. 27 players left. Good evening, Nick. Hope you're well set.
Good evening, Nick. I'll try and keep my imbecilic comments to a minimum. I'll try and tone it down with the idiocy.
Small blind, Mr. Paul Green raises it up to 14.5. The blind's at 2.5, 5. And a call by husband, who's come to the table and is a bit of a game changer. He does like to make the moves. A flop of ace, 7, 6. Check, check. 10 on the turn.
Tommy. It's more flattering when you photograph me from that angle as well.
Paul checks. Back down to husband. He decides to check as well. 4 of hearts on the river. The queen plays if we get to showdown. Yeah, well, I've got a queen. Well, I've got a jack. Paul Johnson has been eliminated on one of the outer tables, and so too has Bartosz Jastrzębski, meaning we're down to 25 and 2 off the money. The blinds are now 2.5, 5 with a 5.
14,000. 14, 1, 4.
We are 2 off the money. 2.
Please.
So 25 players left. 2 off the money. 23 get paid. All in and out from Jeff with 7s. For 71.9 with the blinds at 2.5, 5.
Again, no decisions. Nothing close to a decision.
Not at all.
It's such a relief when you shove those hands and
Wins
get it
more
through.
than 10% of his stack.
You don't normally want to call when you shove those hands. It's not. That doesn't mean the shove isn't good, but you're always thinking when you have 7s, please fold, please fold, please fold, please fold.
5 stacks of 20 big blinds or less.
I always think, like, if that's the case, why you don't really want to have 7s, do you?
Well, the thing is, the hands that are going to call you are things like, depending on positions, ace, king, ace, queen. So there's a bunch of hands where you're a slight favourite. So if you look at a hand against the range of hands that calls you, yeah, 7s is actually not too bad. If you shove, obviously, if you shove a nut hand like ace, king, you can get called by a worse hand. You've got a more valuable hand. You still don't. You're quite happy to get folds when you have ace, king, because some of the hands that call you are going to be pairs, and you're going to be bubbling more than half the time. But unless you have one of the very high pairs, you're always actually reasonably happy to get folds.
GK raises again to 11,000. Paul has him dominated. And calls. Jeff's got 8s. Does he want to see a flop? I don't think it's a bad thing to see a flop with pocket 8s. You never know what happens.
I could see him peeling this. Yeah, that's not a bad play. He's getting kind of quite marginal odds for minding for a set, but he's got to question his fold equity if he shoves 8s pre-flop. It's debatable whether he's going to get 2 folds. The open, I don't know if we're still on the 4K level, but the open, if it is still a 4K, oh, it is to 5K. Okay, so the raise wasn't that big. Okay, but yeah, with certainly okay to flat there.
So the bet from GK.
You're getting some pot odds and
yeah,
some implied odds. The implied odds actually are kind of marginal. There's a lot of flops where people, even when you flop your set, they might not stack off. I mean, it's different if someone raises a really strong hand like kings or whatever. There's a much higher chance.
The weird thing there, if Jeff had jammed, well, I don't think he's ever jamming 18 bigs, to be fair. But,
it wouldn't be terrible. It depends how often you think the opener
if
is
he had
opening.
a jam to get called by the ace jack on that flop, he's then favourite, isn't he? Big favourite.
Oh, on the flop, right? Yeah. I mean, pre-flop, if you shove the 8s pre, I mean, ace jack. When he's got ace jack, he shouldn't be loving life. Against those hands, he should get folds when he's got 8s. But
11.
So big chip leader Chris Gordon, GK, trying to catch him up. He's got some super towers in front of him as a GK. So 25 players left, 23 get the money. All cagey stuff. All in announced by Gianluigi in. Well, it's not Gianluigi in seat 1, it's Gianluigi, it's Jeff with ace king. And stacks him in again by the looks of that, it does indeed. Good evening if you just joined us, Edinburgh calling. We're down to 25 in the main event from 85 that started day 2. 25 and 2 off the money. 23 lock up £1,020. 32,000 up top. 10 stuff. 2 off the money.
This is interesting. Now, what's going on here is Chris has limped the ace-5. Now, is he doing it as a trap, or is he doing it because he thinks the guy on his left is kind of predictable and isn't going to jam a worse hand ever? Sometimes when people limp ace-5 against a shallow stack, they're doing it as sort of an induce. They're actually trying to look weak. There's certain stack sizes when you've got like 25 big blinds where sometimes the most profitable thing to do is to limp.
Well, it is called.
It's
called for the 100k.
Okay, it's not objectively bad. I mean, it looks bad because he's running to ace king, but a lot of people do shove aggressively over limps when the small blind limps, because a lot of people limp so wide in the small blind. Some people will limp 6-3 suited, or even worse than that. So you are actually going to get a bunch of folds by jamming over a limp. So you can. It isn't a terrible play to call the ace-5. Now, the bubble dynamic. Ooh. Oh no, that's a 6.
It needs to fade a 5 to survive. Either side. So we get a double up for John McGlynn in seat number 6.
Like, it's a bit hard to be objective about this hand. We don't know what John's tendencies are, how aggressively he would shove. Would he ever show up with ace-2 off or king 9 off or something like that? Some people would shove those hands over a limp, but we don't know what Chris knows about John. That's the most important thing. So it's a bit hard to be objective about that. Like, there's a lot of players where that is an okay thing to do.
So Chris under 300,000 now. 250,000 back in the pack.
Even though he was a very big favourite with his ace-king, it still feels like a big sweat on the bubble, doesn't it? Or one off the bubble, or whatever it is. One off? Or on the bubble?
No, one off, 25.
One off.
25, 23 get the money. If we do lose one on the outer tables, we'll hear Yanis shouting, "We are now hand for hand." We'll try and get Sin's chip count for you as soon as possible. All in from Steve with pocket 2s in seat 4.
we get this through. 3 days.
And it's a winner.
I mean, what you said before, Andy, is accurate in that jamming 7s is the same as jamming, almost the same as jamming 2s. When you get called, you don't normally get called by 6s when you shove over a certain amount, so you're crushed by all the same hands that you're crushed by, regardless of whether you have 7s or 2s. It's only when you get up to like 8s and 9s where it starts to become plausible to, you know, shove 10 bigs or whatever and actually get called by a worse hand, like a hand that you crush. You still get a lot of folds.
Yeah. $25 players left, 23 get the money. We'll let you know when we go hand for hand. You'll probably hear Yanis in the background shouting. Usman raises to 10 with pocket 5. So the blinds. The bet is 10,000. And the blinds at 2.5, 5.
It's quite hard to put your ace jack in there. Even if you think the guy's stealing a lot, it's quite difficult to do with the whole table behind you, and you don't know how light the guy's going to call you. And
well, it's all the way around to the small blind. GK, King Jack suited. Does he want to see a flop? He's got 300,000, it's 7.5 to call. Yes, please.
I'm not surprised to see him call here. I'm not. It's okay.
And Paul comes along for the ride with 8-6.
We've seen worse hands than 8-6 smash flops in this, haven't we? We had a 6-3.
Well, there's a 6.
Yep.
5, 7, 6. Set of 5s for Usman.
Oh wow.
Up and down straight draw with a pair for Paul.
Well, the 8-6 is going to lose some chips here unless he gets quite lucky. He might just end up calling one bet and slowing down, and just check folding the turn. That's actually what's going to happen an awful lot here. It's on a lot of brick turns. It's going to go check, bet, fold.
So a check call from Paul on the flop for 15,000. Paul checks his option. And a bet of 25 with a set of 5s.
We're about to find out how suspicious Paul is, because 8-6 can be winning here. It can be the best hand, and you've got the straight draws, the backup, you know, the fallback option if you're wrong and you're behind. So you can make a case for calling this, but the bubble makes it harder. You might see more folds than usual, but it could go both ways. You see that I can't criticise this call, even though we can see he's smashed. Oh,
well, we get there.
Wow,
Paul Green. It's a terrible river card for Usman.
He's either going to check back or he'll make a small value bet. Maybe I don't think he's going to make a big value bet.
I've got a feeling he might just check back.
Yeah, it's very plausible.
Paul check called the flop, check called the turn.
An 8 is a big part of the guy's range, but it's not. He doesn't have to have an 8, so I couldn't fault Usman making a value bet here.
Well, he's put one in.
And he's just going to get called, I think.
38,000.
I don't see any merit in raising here. I don't see that you can have many bluffs.
I'm just counting it out. I'm not sure if he's counting out a raise.
It just doesn't look like you're
Well, it says
bluffing.
call. I have the 8.
It just doesn't look like you're bluffing very often if you raise there, so I think it's fine to just call.
Very unlucky for Usman. Played it well, just got unlucky on the river.
You move the button. It will be him then. You saw it, alright.
depending on your opponent, there is something to be said for, even though we see he just sort of put a load of chips in on the river with a worst hand, that doesn't mean it was a bad play. On the bubble, or near the bubble, you've got to be aware of the dynamic where you might look like you're bluffing more. If you've got a reasonable size stack, people might think that you're just going to go, there's 4 to a straight on the board, I can get you off a bunch of hands by betting again. So you can represent a lot of bluffs when you go bet on that river, and you could get called by a lot of, like, people in the big blind have all sorts of marginal hands. You could have some 2-pair hands as well, and he's got some 10x in his range as well. When he check calls that flop, there's some straight draws that make a top pair on the turn. So a lot of people are going to hero the river with a 10 in their hand, thinking, right, you can't push me around because it's a bubble. So I like the value bet. We've already seen this guy do some good player stuff. Like, we saw him do the 3-bet with ace-4 before in the small blind. I like that play.
We've just seen Usman change seats because we are now hand for hand and the bubble. David Weeks was out in 25th on table number 3. We are now on 24 players and 23 get the money. Usman has gone to balance the tables. Liked his play.
That's a shame. I was enjoying watching him play. He obviously had enough chips to sort of do some stuff, to play some hands, and I like the fact that he went for that value bet on the river. I mean, you might be something you could debate or say it doesn't get paid off by worse hands, and there could be a debate over it, but I like that I always respect people who go for thin value bets in those situations. I think I might be able to get paid by a worse hand, and the fact that the guy had check called the turn. Now, we don't know if he was literally just calling to make his straight, but you certainly can make a case for heroing, thinking your 6 is sometimes good. A pair of 6s can be winning. Someone could be barreling with like King Jack of Hearts or something like that. Just made a flush draw on the turn. So you can be winning with just the pair of 6s.
So 11 bigs for Gianluigi, who's in danger on the bubble. 57,000. We have 3 or 4 stacks under 20 bigs. And then some decent stacks are building, but there are 3 tables left, all with 8 players on the table. We are hand for the money. We play hand for hand, and we all pause so that every table starts at the same time, so there's no advantage. If we get an all in the call on any table, cards will be kept face down, so nobody gets an advantage on seeing how other tables play out. And then when all cards and hands are finished on each table, if we do have an all in the call situation, we then see the cards. And if this person all in survives, we carry on.
11.
If the person who is at risk loses, everybody else is in the money. And at the moment, 24 left. 24th gets nothing. 23rd and above are locking up £1,020. We're on the bubble in Edinburgh. So we wait for our other tables to finish. Just let you know the next event on the GUKPT circuit is Walsall. 4 weeks today, at the end of the month. We'll be down in Walsall bringing you action live from Junction 10. Before that, 25-25s next week in Bolton and in Southend. The week after that, as well as the Easter Beast that will go on in regions. We have the APAT World Championships at Grosvenor Casino in Manchester, Berrynoon Road. And then the 18th to the 23rd of April is the main event for the Student Championships, where we'll be down bringing the action from their event that's on in Coventry. We are hand for hand. Action was on the hour tables, but no eliminations, no all in or calls. Chris Gordon raises to 11. It's called by GK in the hijack with King 10. Flop of 8, 2, 3. Chris check calls. So Chris check calls. It's checked on the turn. A bet of 26 from GK. And a pretty quick call with the Queen of Clubs. No raising involved, just a call. I'll take the hand with the Queen of Clubs, even though it was in front all the way along. Chris Gordon just called. No need to get tricky, no need to raise it up. What happens if he does have the King 10 with the King of Clubs? So Chris scoops in a few, still on the bubble. Please deal one more hand. Our table have the action on that go. Joan Luigi, 10 bigs. Jeff, 14. Steve, 17. And Alan, 17 bigs. Are those 4 players at risk?
Raise 11.
Three to the flop this time, with Jeff calling in the small, Steve calling in the big. Chris initially raised with 7s, flop 2, 3, 4. Now Mr. Kimber, we're on the bubble. You're at pocket 9s.
$16,800.
Jeff checks with nines. And he just has to get out of the way.
So Chris raised and Jeff flatted in the small, yeah?
He was on the small, from the, yeah, and the big blind came along as well.
So it must have been 7.5k for him to call.
So Chris Gordon adds to his stack 330. Bit of a tough one with nines in that spot with two players behind you. 2, 3, 4, very small board, but it is that bubble that makes it a little bit different. So no action the very next hand. Still hand for hand if you just joined us. Good evening. Welcome to Edinburgh. GUKPT. Hitting the guarantee and then some. £113,500 in the prize pool. 32,000 and a bit of change for the winner. £1,020 locked up for the after the next person gets eliminated. All players are standing up. There is no action on our table at the moment, as you can see. So players are standing up, but there is no action. If anything does happen, we will let you know. So players looking round, no action on our table, all the hand is finished. We are still on the bubble.
Oh, what? Now it's you. Where's this one, eh? Oh, shit.
Double up.
Just for once.
I don't think I can call it something.
It happens, I suppose. I suppose sometimes it has to land a probability the best hand occasionally wins.
What are the chances? Like you and
500. Maybe get lucky, you will get a 5 for this 4.
That's on the basis I'm still sitting here.
It's 25 minutes.
Ages. We'll get at least 3 more hands.
Yeah, if it's plays through anyway. To the final. I mean,
we
even
one more.
You play through the bubble anyway. I don't think you get a break until the bubble's lost.
No, you're done. You see who played to the final? Say again? You see who played to the final? No, you played into every level 18 or final.
But we don't get the final.
We never get the final.
Yes.
So the very next hand, as all the action was on the hour tables, nothing came to fruition. Aces for Paul in C8. He is. GK is sat on 2 chairs. He wants to be a little bit higher up.
Well,
flop time.
Lots
John
of-
defends
lots of-
his big blind with King Queen.
It's one of those sets of hands where there's potential for danger.
Well,
Oh, he's actually flopped a lot of equity. Wow. So the ways this goes really badly wrong, or if it comes specifically a queen or a king, the other cards are okay.
That aren't a spade, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't know whether your spades are good, but Paul's probably not going to blast away if it comes a spade.
I think we get a call as well, to be fair. John checks, Paul bets 16 and a call. It is paint. It is an offsuit queen.
Oh,
It
this
is
the
an
worst
offsuit.
case scenario for him. The worst case scenario for him.
Oh, and it's gone check, check.
That's quite a good check. I mean,
You went
I would
check,
be-
check.
I don't think I would snap check back aces on that river. I think I would be considering value betting it. It's quite situational, but it definitely merits some thought about whether to value bet it. I mean, maybe he'd already planned earlier in the hand that he didn't think he'd be able to get 3 streets from a worse hand, but it doesn't seem like a check to me at first sight.
So, very next hand, still on the bubble. I'm guessing if we get to the stage where we go past the break time, I don't know if we do or not, or what happens, but if the bubble hasn't burst and the clock strikes 0, we carry on, and the break will be after that, when the bubble bursts, because we don't go for a break on the bubble. We'll just carry straight through. The blinds will increase as normal, and then we'll just carry on and then take the break when the bubble bursts, because the break is imminent. Action on the outer tables again. If you're just joining us and you're seeing no action, it's because we're on the money bubble. So still on the bubble. Excuse me. Apologies for the very dry cough that one has had for about 3 weeks. Good evening, James. How are you, young man? How was the week's betting gone for you?
And when will we see you next? And what's your tip for the Grand National for next week? You betting superstar, you saw you at Cheltenham in the ITV studios, looking all suave. What did you think about the ITV coverage? How did you compare it to the Channel 4 coverage over the last 2 or 3 years at Cheltenham? Hey, Dodgy. Now, as you know, we had a major shortage yesterday morning. We are not as good as HD, you know that. But the live stream is up and running. There's not been one glitch today, so we do have a stream. We were down for a couple of hours yesterday, as you know. But the whole cards are there. All the action is there as normal. But not as HD quality as you like you've just said. But it ain't bad. We have the live stream up and running. And we are now on the bubble for the money. It was definitely better on the Thursday, as you say. But the guys worked overnight to make sure the live stream was up and running. Yeah, absolutely. They worked overnight. And last night, PK, Andy and Andrew, the tech guy, were here until 4 AM, making sure that the pictures were still here. We have the live stream. We have the whole cards. We have all the graphics. So we're bringing you the best coverage as humanly possible with the problems that the guys had IT wise. And we're on the bubble. We are on the money bubble. 24 players left, 23 get the money. Gianluigi 10 bigs, Jeff 11, Steve 14 and Alan 17 bigs. The next hand is out. The absolutely dodgy. Absolutely. The show must go on, as Freddie Mercury once sang. Or with me in the car park underneath an umbrella. James Sims back fourth in the Lincoln, first, second and fifth and last. Oh, you're back four in the Lincoln, first, second, fifth and last. Wow. Well done, sir. First and second. Not seen any results, unfortunately. Not been in touch with the first day of the flat season. Still on the bubble.
pretty impressive to back first and last. That is pretty impressive.
11.
So the very next hand. Yes, we will be in Walsall, young man. If you, I don't know when you're coming up, but we'll be there Wednesday afternoon. We will be there Wednesday afternoon until Sunday evening. We will be in Walsall on the Wednesday before the main event starts on the Thursday. So the team will be in Walsall on the 26th of April. The full festival starts on the 23rd until the 30th. We'll be there on the 26th. The main event is 27, 28, 29 and 30th of April. So we are still on the bubble. It's been nearly an hour, I think. Must be heading towards the end of the level. As soon as play finishes on the outer tables, we will then start again. One more hand. Short stacks, John Luigi and Jeff Kimber on our table. Chris Gordon, one of the chip leaders, gets out of the way. It's
folded all the way around to GK, who raises to 12,000 with 9-7. Paul gets rid of 9-7. Gianluigi has jack 5. He gets rid of it with his 8 bigs. Alan Pears moves all in. The first all in we've seen on the feature table. 71,000 with the blinds at 2.5, 5.
Heart of a lion.
Well,
heart of a king.
Alan Pears, GUKPT winner at Stockton years ago.
You do not want the guy to call off with 9-7 spades. That hand has. Okay, he actually has, in this case, a little bit less equity than we do.
A fold with the 9-7. Shows ace king. Shows he's not messing about. GK gets out of the way with a 9-7. On to the next. James Sims says more of that for the Grand National at 20-1. And this guy was on the ITV racing. He knows his onions.
Oh, I know James, yeah.
Does James?
Yep.
He can play poker as well.
Yep.
Final table Blackpool last year.
Hello, James.
And Berger for the Masters. What's his first name? Certainly not Patrick. What's Berger's first name? Half a pounder. The blinds are 2,500, 5,000, running ante of 500. We are on the bubble for the money. One more hand is underway. This is level number 17 of the comp. We've got one more level after this level and the break. Do you not fancy Adam Hadwin for the Masters? The man in form. I think he's 100-1 as well. All folded round.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Jeff not jam his queen jack.
No, and Chris gets a walk. I think Chris calls with ace 8 if Jeff had jammed.
I mean, it's
Is
so
he?
it's never fun jamming into a big stack on the bubble. It's not fun.
No.
But queen jack, it's going to show up.
Jeff's in a terrible position, to be fair, because
Yeah, he has marginal fold equity.
His stack size is saying...
Yeah, he's got less than 10 bigs. He might be concerned that Chris just peels him with...
yes, anything.
With a very wide range of hands that are okay against queen jack.
Indeed, indeed.
You can sometimes make a case that even if you're Chris...
Lauren Render's in the building. Good evening, Lauren. Where are you? Which part of the country are you? You're not in Edinburgh, because you've not played the GUKPT. How are you? Big Leeds fan is Lauren. And also a big Miami Dolphins fan. Got brains. That's American football. The NFL. Next hand. On the bubble. Been on the bubble a long time. Nearly an hour. Mine's 2.5, 5 with a 5. GK with 9s. Excusez-moi. Raises to 11. Gianluigi, King, Queen of Diamonds. Oh, aye. King, Queen of Diamonds, is it?
Do anything with that hand.
It's just called.
Ew. It's a fold. It's a fold.
Is it not a fold or a jam?
It's a fold.
Oh, okay.
You don't have enough fold equity on the shove, and it's not going
Steve's
to be...
got 8s. He's running to 2 hands here, to be fair, because Steve on the button could see a flop.
This is also a fold. They're both folds. I mean, if the King Queen hadn't flatted, 8 has a negligible kind of borderline fold equity. You could jam, and if GK is stealing, you could get him off some of his steals, but it's never fun.
Well, the 8s do get out of the way. His stack size says I'm out of the way. I've no need to get involved. We're on the bubble. The short stack has peeled. Not seeing John's. Is John's hand? Oh, it's not in the box. That's why. It's cold in the big blind as John. We're not seeing his hand. The flop.
Check. Check. All in.
Is it the king?
That's the floppy
Is
one.
it the king? But we can't see John's cards. John could have ace king. The all-in triangle.
Smell red wine?
All in for Gianluigi. He is all in on the bubble. He stands up. We've not seen John's cards. It's 5-6. It's a flush draw.
Oh, wow, this is one of the problems of flatting with. I mean, it's one of the many problems of flatting with King Queen.
The 10 of hearts. It hits straight away, but it pairs a king or a 10. It's a 4. It's a 4 of clubs. And we have just lost Gianluigi on the bubble. Hitting top pair. Flush with the 5-6. If he jams with the king queen, does he just get a caller with the 9s?
That's what
and the 5-6 would get out of the way? Or not play the hand at all? It's a tough one. It looks so pretty, the king queen of diamonds. We hit the king, but John McGlynn has just taken out Gianluigi Floris on the bubble. Everybody else is now in the money. We're down to 23. Not sure when the break is, but it can't be that long. It can't be that long. Because we seem to have been on the bubble for nearly a full level. Well done, everybody. Well done, one and all. You're all in the money in Edinburgh, and £1,020 is locked up. Ah, dodgy. Don't have Twitter open. Spoiler alert, you saw the bubble. Well, thanks for not sharing it. Much appreciation, Dodgy, for not sharing it with us. Well, some people, if they're either reading a blog or they've got the mates on the Facebook and Twitter and they see action that has happened. We didn't know what was happening because we were working 30 minutes behind and in the separate room. So every credit, Dodgy, for not seeing and not sharing that we'd already hit the bubble. Thank you very much. Much appreciation, sir. There are people and friends of the players around the room. Obviously, they like to tweet whether they're in the money or if they're not in the money or they're just stone cold bubbled. We can't stop them because we work on a 30-minute delay. It just means that we're hopeful that nobody does put any spoilers in. And Dodgy, you kept it to yourself, so thank you very much. Well, James patting Jeff Kimber on the back for making the money.
It's such a good feeling when you're the short stack and you just sneak
Absolutely,
in there.
yeah.
There's no shame in that as well.
Who's taking photos in the middle of the room? The selfies are coming out and everything. It looks like there could be a break. Everybody's standing up. This is the last hand of the level, guys. This is the last hand of the level with 23 players left.
27.5.
The guys are on a break. We'll take 15 minutes to go and get a cup of tea. And we'll be back at 11:10. with the final level of the day. Well done, one and all, for making the money. 23 to how many? How many are going to be left by the time we've played the last level? We'll be down to 2 tables. We definitely won't be on a final table. The 15 minutes to wet the whistle. We're in the money. Well done, one and all. And I'll see you at 11:10 for the final level.
Yes.
The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else, really, in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's just like, it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are.
Do you know when it's my break?
As soon as Barry comes back at 22.
Perfect.
Because I can't put them on this table.
No.
Oh, excuse. Okay?
No, it's okay. I just want
Break
to
is
know.
when I tell you.
Because my ice cream will be melted.
Might as well. So 30k then. I'm not going to take the rest of it. You can keep the rest of it. 30k, yeah?
And this is what for?
As you can see there. That's it, nothing else I'm taking.
Okay.
Because it needs to, chip country needs to click save. I have them in. Right. If you click save, then it will change. Click save, it will change.
Tego. Grasz jeszcze? Już nie? Tam.
No, Tomek Babroszewski.
Co?
Kolega Babla przyszedł.
A, z tą brodą.
Nie, ten Wietnamczyk.
Wietnamczyk, a to też źle. Jarek Gnisza mu dealowałem. Dałem mu asy. Przyszedłem na stół, nie? I gada, potrzebuje pomóc. Tak tam, co, nie zdablował, ale wygrał jakąś hendę, nie? A cię asy dostał. Gadał ci, nie? To było, kurczę, ja byłem taki... Ale no co zrobisz? Tam, nikt by nie spodował straight flash draw. Nie ma szans. Nej. Szkoda, no. No, chyba tak. Chcesz to pokazać? A, to...
Ja też się popatrzę, jak Tomek tam chodzi.
I know it's like 9 minutes left and I go for break. I don't care. I am ready for this. I must have it. I need ice cream. Make me happier.
I can take 250. I don't mind 250. That's all right.
8 minutes now, I believe. 40, 22 I got my break.
What?
22 I got my break.
I'll just hover it now then.
You don't touch it.
Jack versus Queen Jack?
All my life I will listen this like. Remember that?
Remember that 2
Edinburgh?
Remember that 2
No, okay, last time. I'm so sorry for that one.
Is that it?
Many.
Alright, he was there. Right, guy times are absolutely decades, isn't he? Full, Three space, absolute jacket space. So Kevin had the Queen's
Yeah. Well, last time. Sorry for.
So the guy must have 150k. That's it.
No. He was playing very bad, but you saw it's like he was calling, and he was lucky for a few hands, and it was only a question of no. Barry, where are you? Say again?
55 games of chess to play just now. I play about 88 games of chess on the go. About 55 to go through and make a move.
There's a lot of games of chess.
Yeah, it keeps me, out of mischief when I'm not playing
I
poker.
play chess. It takes time as well, but.
Sweet chess.
Oh, sorry.
Really? Yeah, I told you, I thought it was a Swede building.
I thought it was a Swede. That obviously today I was looking properly. I know we had the bar. Call them back.
Yeah, came back.
So that's why I checked.
They're still waiting to get served at the bar with a one person serving.
I mean, that you
three people tidying up and one person serving. How's that work?
Both coming now.
10, 20, 30.
Thank you for trust. 20, 40, 50. Boss check. Actually, he don't know. Okay, 3,600. $6,000. Okay, he didn't finish.
No, he knows how the magic words.
Magic words, wasn't it? We have to call magic
Dealer,
words.
shuffle and deal.
Dealers, can you start?
Digging.
Shuffle and deals, too much showbiz. GUKPT is beginning to
Big, yeah, it's race. 14.
Welcome back to the final level of the day.
To answer your question, to get down to 2 tables, you have to win 18.
18. To get down to the final 2 tables, you have to win 18 buttons.
To bust on 2 tables, that's all you need.
18 buttons.
To bust, you need to have been
That's
in the
pretty
blind at
active.
least 100 times.
That is pretty. But seems pretty active to me.
I've been in the blind probably 100 times.
Must have had an active table. So the bubble has burst. We are on 23. Same table for the final level. £32,450. There's the top 5 payouts. Sin Mellin is still in on 130,000, but needs a little bit of help now with the blinds at 3-6. 3,000, 6,000. 1 level to go tonight. We'll finish the live stream just before midnight.
Above average flop for ace 3 of hearts.
Not a bad flop for ace 3 of hearts. If the 4th heart had come, the queen of hearts might have thought, well, got a bit of chance here. But it's on check, betting a call on the turn.
18.
With the queen of hearts as a redraw, and Chris
1-8.
misses. Can't see him calling. Well, he could do with ace, queen, ace high.
I can see why he's thinking. It's not. It doesn't seem impossible that he could be winning.
You got king 10 with the king of hearts. Yes. No, these are the same players for the last 1 level. They don't change. They don't change the final level. On the odd occasion they have, but they race off the 100 chips, so that takes most of the breakup for the team. So we've kept the same players for 1 more level. The only time we'll get different players coming to our table now is if we get down to 18 and all the spaces are filled around the table. So this is the final level of the night. Everybody's in the money. 1,020 for 23, 22 and 21. Do I know how Colin Wu is getting on? Try and get you an updated chip count on Mr. Colin Wu ASAP. I have to ask our intrepid reporter who was on the floor at this moment in time, Mr. PK. Oh, his phone's there. Forget that. We will get you a chip count ASAP.
Finds an artist, please.
Might have to send Katie. Chip count for Colin Wu.
Who's Colin?
I'll go and find out.
Oh,
I'll
God.
find out.
Andy's on the way.
I'm going to be honest, I want to know how many chips Colin Wu has.
Me too.
I want to know how many chips he has. I haven't played with him at all this time, but I've played with him before, like 2 years ago. I've been interested in seeing how he's quite aggressive.
Oh, and Daddy Mac, if you can. Do you know Richard Sinclair? Red hat, red jumper, red hat.
Red jumper, red hat.
I'm intrigued now, but I actually can't bother to get up.
for the Richard Sinclair fans, Richie Sinclair is out in 23rd. Ace Queen against fours. The what? Pen? Aye. Forget that. Being told he's got 700,000. Yeah? Wow. Colin Wu has got 700,000. Wow. Andy's going to give us the reports.
I've got one of the counts. I didn't see the guy with the red and red.
Because he's just been eliminated.
Yeah, that makes sense. I saw a red cap and I saw someone with a red top, but not both. Colin Wu has 680,000.
Wow.
Just 680,
wow.
like. That's Colin.
That's amazing.
He seemed quite chirpy. I would be quite chirpy if I had 680.
Yeah, me too.
At the end of day 2.
They're doing me back in Planet for like 600 later without needing to log on.
Yep.
Wowzers. Not a bad strike. I'm guessing Colin's chip leader. I would like to say that's a good guess.
Does anybody have a permanent marker pen?
No, not me.
Mr. 16,000.
Nope.
Who's useless?
Oh. You know when you had the opportunity yesterday?
No, I thought I was the one that took the permanent marker pen.
Oh. So Richie Sinclair is first out in the money for £1,020. And it was Colin Wu that took him out. He is some player. He's won the Summer Sizzler before. Second in a GUKPT before. Doesn't travel about half as much as he used to. But he is the man. Last level of the evening. Thanks for tuning in.
Did I give you a card?
I've got the card.
Right.
I'll come out.
Because Kelly said the same.
Fire rounds don't work. I'm going to go and do
Andy,
it.
have you done a card for Cav? Because you knew Cav quite well, didn't you?
Yeah, well, not quite, wasn't it?
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're doing cards, like playing cards. It was Janet's idea. So we're saying you just put your own personal message on and that'll go to the coffin on Friday next week. Is that alright?
You've got
You want to stay here, yeah?
you do that.
So I'll bring you one back, yeah, because out of all the people over here, I knew I'd missed you out.
Okay, brilliant.
People that
I'd
knew,
love to
so
do
I'll
that,
bring
yeah,
you
I'd
one
love
back,
to do
yeah.
that.
So you're not going anywhere in the next hour, are you?
No.
I'll bring you one back, okay? You need the pen. Are you coming out later?
So we're in the money. 22 players left. Paul Green, chip leader on our table, 419,000.
If it gets worse than 92 offsuit, I would say I'm not right. Thank you for taking this.
That's fine, I'm not here.
Again.
No.
So we finished the stream just before midnight 15. Right, sir. Richie Sinclair, well, Daddy Mac, first out in the money.
That's good. What's ace king?
So tight. You know it?
Alan 18 bigs, Steve 10 bigs, Jeff 8 big blinds. The pay jump is on 20, but it's only another £120. 11.40 for 2019 and 18. Top 5 is where the money's at really. 32.4, 21.2, 13,280 and 8,650. Two former champions sat side by side in seats 2 and 3.
He's getting some hands as well. Had ace king of hearts last hand. Took the blinds.
Jacks this time.
It's always a bit interesting. It's like when because he has a relatively shallow stack, 18 big blinds. He's been quite tight for a while. It kind of looks like he has a real hand.
Just a min raise to 12,000.
I would be thinking he had a solid hand here, so you're kind of hoping to just cooler someone almost, or get someone to make a bad call in a big blind or something like that. But these hands are going to play themselves.
Chris in seat 5.
Chris is going to 3-bet this to not fold it.
3-bet to 32. Alan looks back down. Looks right down at his stack of around 100,000.
Al's he's not time wasting or anything like here. He's trying to work out if Jacks is actually, you know, when you raise under the gun and you've played quite tight, and someone 3-bets. Actually, you're kind of hoping the guy's got exactly 10s or ace king. Don't know. Maybe ace queen. You're not.
So
there's not that many hands that you're really hoping to be up against.
The race for Alan Pearce.
Still seems like the correct play.
He is in front. 22 left. Are we still on 22 after the hand? Well, that's a good flop for him.
I'd love to see a red card.
Well, still good. He needs to dodge an ace or a king. If he does, he doubles up, which he does. The jacks are good.
Can't teach that.
He gets up to 230,000.
Nice.
And nearly 40 bigs.
And that's set Chris back quite a lot, just like that. He's gone down to 226k. So
Yeah, they're nearly exactly the same stacks now.
It wasn't long ago Chris was the chip leader, and now Al's got level with him. So. Just like that.
I never saw Andy 10.
No.
He texted us on the in the chat box, said what time was late reg. We told him what time late reg was for yesterday, and he said, right, see you then.
Did he win this 2 years ago?
3.
3 years ago?
Yeah, but we never saw him. Jeff Kimber's cashed again.
Which, as we've learned, is supposed to mean he's going to fight.
Well, absolutely, which means every time he cashes, he seems to final table. He cashed in this when Andy Teng won it and finished 6th.
Race 12,000.
So John raises to 12,000 with pocket nines. Paul calls in small blind.
That's not a very nice call.
And Alan makes it up to see a flop with 8-6 of diamonds.
I don't like the ace-5 call. You should really 3-bet or fold that most of the time. It's not really much of an argument for calling there. You're kind of deferring the decision about whether your ace is any good, whether it's dominated in your opponent's range.
Well, he hits on the turn after it's checked all the way around on the flop. Still can't be too confident with ace-5. Any 10 wins.
This is normally just going to get checked down, I think.
Yep.
Like the guy with the ace is just going to hope that his ace is good. The guy with the nines, just because no one's bet, it doesn't mean his. He could be optimistic about his nines because you're going to check an ace on that board. So.
Well, it's checked all the way down. Yep. It was very dangerous. No need to get tricky. Ace-5 for Paul. Does get there.
I mean, for the guy who's raised nines off. How many big blinds? What's the big blind? It's 6K, isn't it? The big blind. It's a bit disgusting for nines to get outdrawn like that, and
it was a dangerous board. Last level of the day. Back tomorrow for the final day. We have a live stream free roll on Grosvenor Poker tomorrow evening at 6, as well as Vegas packages in satellites, also 25 satellites, the main event satellites for Walsall, plenty going on. Sunday is the busy day. A lot of people will be online as well, grinding while they're watching the live stream. Thanks for tuning in, one and all. A lot of you have stayed with us all day long, so thank you for that. £32,450 up top, and the trophy to go with it at some point tomorrow.
This is 16,000. Player moves on. Call. Back we have ace 10.
Sorry, Steve. I just realised that the internet seems to have gone down in the club. It's final day tomorrow. No, final day is tomorrow. We start at midday. Live stream from 12:30. Sorry about that, Steve. Play finishes tomorrow. We're back at 12. 12 in the club. And 12:30 on the live stream. We just play 9 levels per day, and then down to a winner on the Sunday. Sorry about the lack of response, but the internet seems to have gone down in the club for some reason. So we're having to use the old phone at the minute. How good's that? Mobile data is better than Wi-Fi. We're all down. But the live stream is running. because it's on a hardwire connection. He's out on the golf course. Enjoy. Jeff Kimber's all in pocket eights. Steve has got kings. Jeff Kimber cashed. Normally makes the final table. 2-10-2. Jeff, I think, is the kings all in? I thought Jeff was all in with the eights. 3 on the turn. And an ace on the river. So both stacks are very, very close. Jeff in seat 3. Does he have chips left? Looks like he is still in if he loses. Yeah. So he is still in. Eights against kings. Small blind, big blind coup. Where are you golfing tomorrow, Steve? Where would you be golfing, Mr. Nickel, tomorrow? Colin has 700,000 chips at the minute. And chip leader. Second 2 years ago to James Mitchell. Enjoy the golf, hope you don't get wet.
I'm having internet issues as well. I can't get on the...
How's it gone again? Yeah, oh, I think the internet's down in the... No? The internet is definitely down in the club.
Even on Wi-Fi iPad.
No, it's not, no. The internet is definitely down. So Jeff is still in. We've got 40,000 left, thank you very much. So the lot's gone in again for Mr. Kimber. King 3. Same hand. King 3 for Steve.
This should get through.
Well, it all depends what...
Depends what the big blind's
all
got.
depends what Chris has got. Yeah, he snap folds. With 8 deuce.
We get this through. Nice.
Jeff doubled up just before with straight. So Paul, big stack. Paul Green, 391,000. Jeff next to blinds and the antes to get some more chips back. But here's the short stack at the table. 22 players left. I'm back tomorrow to crown a champion. We start in the club at 12. The live stream starts at 12:30.
There's the 16,500.
How strange for the club to run out of data. Everybody is saying the same. There's no internet in the club. Somebody must have pulled the plug somewhere.
Yeah, someone's tripped over the lead,
Somebody's
haven't they?
definitely pulled the plug somewhere. None.
What's the live stream gone down?
No. No, we're hardwired into a zone, but there's no Wi-Fi in the club. I know. Somebody's saving the club half an hour's Wi-Fi. There is no Wi-Fi. So, still on 22. We are in the chat box on my phone on my mobile data. That's how good I am. So we'll have a lovely round of golf tomorrow, Mr. Nicol. And we'll see you during the evening. Said he's going to come and rail Colin Wu romp to victory. Which at the minute is pretty feasible. Yeah. Yes. The live stream is running. It's just that we've no Wi-Fi in the club. And we have a separate connection for the live stream for instances just like this. So the live stream is up and running, but with the Wi-Fi in the club. My computer was on the Wi-Fi, ready for the chat box. GK, ace, queen, top pair, decent kicker, bets, wins. Second in chips.
You haven't broken that as well, have you? Broken the internet and the poster.
Yeah, your fault. Whoops. Final level of the day. Finish in round about half an hour's time. We'll be bagging and tagging soon in the club. We'll have to nip out to see them as they do bag and tag. So Jeff with ace king moves all in for 52,000.
That's good, yeah. Cheers.
And survives again, back up to 10 bigs. Here's Jeff. Jeff's all in again. Sees an ace. Gets it in.
dodging bullets, isn't he?
He
He's
is.
just getting it through time after time.
Yeah.
It's the beauty of the open jam.
Every time he does it, he adds two big blinds to his stack.
Yep.
He's now got 12 bigs.
It's a real hand.
So raises to 18 under the gun.
18,000.
Steve Sharp. And it's a winner. Shows queens. Shows he's not messing about. So the final 30 minutes of the day is upon us right now. Thanks for tuning in all day, guys. Struggling with the chat box at the minute. It's on my phone, so if you are typing, should get it. But we're in the money. We're down to 22. Not heard of any eliminations since. Not on ours. Jeff lost a chunk with 8s against kings. So just going to grab them as the guys have finished live. Back with you in 2 minutes. So just going to get the final bagging and tagging. We'll see you back in 2 minutes' time.
There's the 18,000. Heads up. Better start the 1,000. Better start the 1,000 bits.
count that as a win then. Doesn't work very well, but when it does.
Where's the 15,000?
I'm all in.
Goes on. Pass. That's good.
So we're back. We're back. Just had a quick chat with the guys as they are bagging and tagging. We must take some honey and lemon and hot water for my throat. That is exactly what I'm going for. That's a great shout, that. Faffa, that's a fantastic shout. we might just have a Guinness before that though. But yes, honey and lemon is a good shout actually. I might ask them to get me one at the bar instead of drinking cold Guinness. It has been a bit of a bummer, this throat, and apologies for blurting onto the chat box and into the commentary for the last 4 days. Andy. So, I do apologise. Never normally have a cough like this. It's just like, feels like short of breath. Maybe it's my girth I need to get rid of rather than drinking honey and lemon. Anyway, we're back tomorrow when play finishes. We are back tomorrow from midday. We start at 12. The live stream starts at 12:30. At the moment, 22 players left. Kings for Chris. Steve, the initial raiser. And now GK with the snowman. So an ace high flop for Steve, who gets there. Gets there on the flop. Chris is hating that flop. Chris is hating that flop. Good pass by Chris not to get involved. Not to get involved on the ace high flop. Round about 20 minutes, 25 minutes to go until the end of the day. It's been a cracking day. Everybody's now in the money. Oh, hot toddy. I like rum with hot water in it and a spoon of sugar. That's supposed to be medicinal, isn't it? Yeah. A nice rum with hot water in.
Yeah, I'm off.
I wonder if they'd do it for me. You never know. Cheers, Dave.
Listen, I've no breakfast in the morning because it's shut.
Well, just get up earlier and cook something. Cheers, Dave.
Listen, the ball at the cars taking him in for the table, that's Saturday, else is done.
Check.
The deck, because there's no sorting in it.
See you tomorrow.
When's 12 o'clock starting?
Yes.
Check, check.
King 6-5, all clubs. 2 clubs for Paul. It's gone check, check. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. It's gone check, check. 3 of clubs. Plays. The 2 of clubs plays. As it's checked all the way around. So lines 3-6, running down to your 500. Oh dear, dear, dear. Forget the Guinness, honey and lemon for me. Or a hot toddy. That'll do nicely.
That thing called?
GK with pocket 3s. Chris ace 4. See a flop. And a flop of 9, Jack 6. GK that's 15. It'll be enough to win the hand. It is indeed. Chris down at 160. It was up to nigh on 400,000 during the day. Paul Green chip leader on 383. Chip leader overall is Colin Wu.
Yeah, this one's, yeah.
I've been told I need a hot toddy.
Why?
For my throat.
You're not feeling so good?
My little cough. I'm feeling fine. It's just I've got
Do
this
you think it's the-
unbelievably bad dry cough.
I think it might be the 3 nights up till 3:30 in the morning drinking ale.
I was waiting for you working on the live stream last night.
I never said what the motives were. I just said what the cause was.
I had to wait for you. Couldn't just leave you in the lurch.
Very good.
Ginger, garlic, cayenne pepper, honey in hot water. Do 5 shots.
And a sesame seed
I'd
bun.
probably be sick. It might cure me, but I might just throw up. Ginger, garlic, cayenne pepper and honey in hot water. Do 5 shots. That sounds revolting. Did we get Sin's chip counts? It was, the last time I saw, 140,000. I don't know what she's finished on, Sin Melling. But she got a double up towards the end of the evening. And 300,000 is Sin Melling's chip count. 300,000.
Check, check. Pass. Pass.
Is cayenne pepper just like pepper?
That's good.
But it's got a fancy name to it.
Wayne's and aunties.
Just asking him a question. Jeff, on 6 bigs. He's going to need a bit of help to get him back in this one.
£6,000. Here's the 15,000. Pass. Go. Player moves on.
It's hot but hotter. Oh, excellent. It's red like paprika. Here's cayenne pepper. So it's hot. It'll cure my throat. Well, thank you very much. I am definitely going to be trying it because this irritatingly dry, tickly cough is... it's not as if there's anything coming up, there's just like I feel like a lack of breath on my chest. The cure was lose 3 stone. So I'm on a diet from today. Excuse me? It will cure my throat. Cayenne pepper and hot water. I'm going to have some. I shall try it. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your anecdotes. We'll be on it. Last few hands. Don't know how many they shout. They've not shouted just yet. How many hands there will be towards the end of the night. You always pause the clock. 5s against Ace Jack. Who was laughing in the background? A set of 5s. Jeff has a set of 5s and doubles himself up. Gets himself back into the game. Up to 100,000 now is Jeff. Sat patiently, not put all his chips in without a hand. Jeff up to 100,000 with a blind at 3-6 for the final level. One more double up. And he'll be right back in the game. Go on the grinder. That's exactly what he has been, hasn't he, since the bubble? For over 2 hours he's been grinding less than 15 bigs. This is what goes on around there. So the last 15 minutes or so, a certain number of hands will be shouted by Yanis when we get there, when the clock is paused. Thank you.
No problem.
So Jeff now sat with 108,000 and on the button with Queen 7. And decides to fold. Thought he was going to be calling then, looked like he was going to stick in a call, but the initial raise from Alan Pears in seat 2 is good.
Taxi. You can get a staff taxi and then just take you away.
$381,000 for Paul.
Well, if you ring him and ask him to park him, yes.
Jeff on 18 bigs now. Do the people with most chips get to be on the table tomorrow? No, it's a random draw. The first. At the moment, there's 3 tables left. It'll be 3 tables of 7. I think it's 21 left or 22. 2 tables of 7 and 1 table of 8. It's just randomly drawn and then put out as table 1s, 2 and 3. Table 1 will be on the feature table when the draw is done. And then what will happen is at the first break, if we're not on the final, which we probably won't be, they'll alternate and swap the table over. So just about everybody will be on the stream tomorrow if you're still in it.
Heads up.
Just been told is there 5 more hands? 5 more hands, Yanis has just said. So after this hand, 5 more hands to finish the evening.
That's 15,000.
And a set of 8s is good for GK, who's played well.
Okay guys, with 5 hands left.
So 5 more hands to finish the evening. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more hands to finish off. Will everybody be content finishing and going back tomorrow? Looks like, I think there's still 22 in the comp, isn't it? I think there's 22.
$6,000.
So we are still on 22. Really enjoyed it. Been a good day. Nice and steady, really. No huge hands. We had the set over set very early doors, and that was about it. Set of 2, set of 9s.
4 hands to go.
So at the moment, 22 players are left. If we don't get down to 18, it'll be 3 tables to choose from tomorrow.
Yes, this is what I've resorted to. Collapsing.
So the last 5. Here we go. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And don't forget, we start earlier tomorrow. We start at midday. The live stream will be running from 12:30 all the way down to crowning a champion. We've got interviews at the end of the day, quick wander around with the guys, and then so a couple of interviews to finish with, and then back tomorrow. Paul Green with the nut low. It's 8,000 to call. What is he thinking about? Is he going to get tricky with 3-2? Does he know it's his turn? Eventually, tank folds. 2 players to the flop. He must have thought, well, is there any value with 2-3 against 2 players? Not with a flop like that. Good fold, 2-3. Nice hand. for John. John Midlin, seat 6. Flops happy. Even happier that Chris Gordon is betting into him. 15,000 is the bet. Just a call. Like that, just a call. Chris not caught up just yet. He checks. I think I'd check again. Which he does. Chris checks again. And a bet and a fold will come in. Last 3. Absolutely play it cool. Indeedy, indeedy. Playing it cool. Watch it, Rodney. Play it cool, play it cool. Watch it, Rodney. Here, Rodney. I think we pulled. Watch it. So the last 3 for today. Thanks for tuning in. Interviews at the end, and then back tomorrow on the live stream at 12:30. It is very noisy in the room. It is.
This 12,000. Pass. Pass. There's 12,000. That's good. Second last hand.
2 to go. Del falls to the floor. Del falls to the floor. Come on, Trig. We're leaving. We're leaving. It was Trig, wasn't it? When he turns round and he looks around and he's not there. What are you doing down there? It's all right, Trig. We're leaving. So the last 2 hands. 21 players left. Because Dean Lyle has been eliminated on the outer table. John in the hijack with ace 10. Makes it 13. GK with ace 10, the same hand. Calls. Paul will slip them in the muck and be happy with his 370,000. No, he wants to see a flop with Queen 9. Alan Piers won't with the old Montana banana. Jeff Kimber on the big. Just 6,000 to call. Whatever 2 cards Jeff's got. And he calls with 7-8 of hearts. Flop of 10, 3, Queen. Wow. not a bad flop for Mr. Kimber. Flops the flush. The redraw for John. Wow. A bet of 20,000 after John McGlynn checked. Jeff Kimber moves all in, as he should, protecting 93,000. John's asked for a count with the ace of hearts. He's got second pair and the ace of hearts as a redraw. Jeff has flopped it.
101,000 call.
So the ace 10 calls with the ace of hearts redraw. Jeff Kimber has the flush, but he is at danger if a heart hits or running paired cards, because we have a pair and a flush draw for John McGlynn. The turn brings a 2. He needs to fade a heart. Oh, it's a 5, and it's a 5 of hearts, and 4 hearts on the board means the ace of hearts have just got lucky. Jeff Kimber is out in 20th. John McGlynn takes out Jeff. That is very unlucky. A pair with the flush draw on the flop. Jeff Kimber's flopped it. But very unfortunate. Jeff has just been eliminated on the penultimate hand of the day. This is the last hand. Interviews to follow, and we will see you back at 12:30. Wow, he blinded away. He was solid during the bubble when he was on 10 bigs, 7 bigs, 8 bigs, 6 bigs. Doubles up, drops down again, gets in the money, doubles up, and has a big chance to get to, wow, 250k probably.
This is the last time.
But John hits the hearts, 4 hearts on the board, meaning the ace of hearts plays, and Jeff Kimber is out in 21st.
No, it's not on you, I just want to know another chip off.
So the final hand, and then we'll see. You're right, Dodgy. Painful river.
Pass. Pass. There's a one for...
Plays all in. Chris Gordon for 100,000. Does the ace queen call? He should do. Ace queen for Paul. It's 100,000. The blinds are 3,000, 6,000. I think Chris's playing hands are pretty wide. He does call with ace queen. He does call with the ace queen. Chris is at risk on the final hand of the night. Cheers, Michael. Don't forget we start at 12:30 tomorrow. Always earlier on the Sunday. Final hand of the day. A queen 10-9 flop for Chris Gordon is absolutely delicious. Wow, the turn card brings us trip queens. If it pairs up, it'll be ill. An ace, a 10, a 9 or a queen. Oh, it's an 8. It's an 8. that Jack King wins the last hand. Chris Gordon gets himself the final hand. Here's what they said right at the end.
What a day. Well done one and all. We got into the money. What a long bubble that was, by the way. But we eventually got in the money. Gianluigi was the unfortunate bubble guy. We've still got two former champions in. In fact, we've still got one, as you've just seen. Jeff just been eliminated. Very unlucky for Jeff. We've still got defending champion in from last year, still in the mix. We've still got Colin Wu, and Colin Wu is a big chip leader. They've already bagged up chips. In fact, he's there, Mr. Colin Wu. We'll leave them to the last. Colin, he's just watching the last hand. We said you might have a good day.
I know, it's really good. Yeah, I played well and I'm very lucky, so
it's a good combination.
I know. I bluffed too much, you can see.
It was good to watch. It really was. Yeah, absolutely. It was good to watch. What did you end up with? 700?
800.
800. Yeah. Well, you're in prime position for tomorrow.
Yeah. No, better than last year.
You going to give it a good shot tomorrow? You going to give yourself a good chance?
Yeah, I do. I do my best.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
Good man. Second already. You have a chance of crowning yourself as champion. He really has. But what a great day. Everybody's now bagging and tagging. They're all in the money. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget, tomorrow we start at 12. It's a 12 o'clock start in the club. 12:30 on the live stream, bringing you every hand until we crown ourselves a champion. Can defending champion Tommy Lee make the final table for a start and defend it? What a feat that would be. Colin Wu second has got a chance to make himself in the name in history for a second up to a winner. We've also got Alan Pears as former champion as well. We're finished for the evening. We'll see you tomorrow. All the chip counts are up, but Colin Wu is definitely the man to catch. See you tomorrow.
Don't post it on, I'll just write it on it. 502. And seal the bag. And then seal the bag, yeah. 902, I'll take that. This one, 508 bag, yeah. No.